So good morning. On behalf of my co-organizer, Lucia Alais, and myself, welcome to Unsettled in Dakar, Architectural Modernity in 20th Century Senegal. My name is Ralph Gauche. I'm one of the chairs of Beyond France University seminars here at Columbia. This conference grew out of conversation I began having a couple of years ago with Lucia. She had just presented a paper in Beyond France on the Musée Dynamique in Dakar and was expanding her research on mid-century modernism in Senegal. Around the same time, I was teaching a new course on the idea of the colonial city in French imperialism. So the prospect of a conference on a pivotal colonial city like Dakar was of extreme interest to me. And we also noticed that there was a veritable surge of interest in West Africa. Three scholars, in fact, presenting in Beyond France were focused on Senegal, and including Lucia and Gregory Valdespino, who is presenting today. And so we started to wonder what might happen if we brought all this work together. I want to begin just with a few words of gratitude to the University Seminar Office for providing this conference with the necessary funds for bringing this gathering together, to the Maison Française, in whose space we're in today, for co-sponsoring, and especially to Shani Pierce and her team, including Emmanuel Boucher, who helped us immensely with the AV system, and the two assistants who will be helping today, Naomi and Michelle, to the Buell Center, our other co-sponsors, and of course to Lucia, as well as our team, Michelle Hyun Chu and Elsa Maki, and most especially to our assistant, who is in the back, Hugo Loguez, a PhD student in history, who's devoted countless hours and hard work to organizing this conference, even as he prepares for his orals in a couple of weeks. So we're very grateful to all of you. We have designed this day as really as a conversation, and we're going to be learning as much as you, with ample time for discussion after each panel. We hope you'll join us in thinking through what it means to study architecture, urbanism, and the colonial city in Senegal, past and present. Thank you for being here. And Lucia will say a few words.
Hi, everybody. As Ralph mentioned, this is very loud. As Ralph mentioned, the symposium is what happens when two architectural historians notice kind of sparkles of interesting work about the same theme coming from many different people and decide to bring them together to fulfill their curiosity and learn. If you pay attention to ongoing conversations about African architectural modernity and even African contemporary architecture, you'll notice that the case of Dakar or Senegal is not only crucial to the conversation, but tends to push against generalizations, against easy histories, against tempting categories. And whether that's because of its kind of paradoxical role in the longue durée history of settlement, whether it's the looming presence of Senghor, whether it's the French imperial steering of Beaux-Arts and modernism, which is different than in the Anglophone imperial context, or whether it's because of the vibrant scenes in the arts and architecture schools that Dakar has hosted. So this symposium is not a way to kind of call for an exception or to narrow the field, but sometimes focusing a little bit helps us to hone our categories and become better comparatists and to make better solidarity, let's say. So we've organized, so we're so pleased that the speaker said yes. Thank you for coming and for saying yes. Not all of them hail from traditional academic posts, because a lot of new research is being done by journal editors and architects and curators. So we've organized the day in 3 panels and 1 film showing. It's roughly chronological. We'll start with questions of urbanism and settlement in the early 20th century. The second panel addresses, and I just saw that Gregory just walked in, housing in the mid-century. After lunch, we'll show ghost fair trade. And then at the end, and the third panel will be on post-war modernism. And then at the end, we're very lucky that Frederick Cooper is going to be giving us concluding thoughts. So Without further ado, I'm going to introduce the three speakers in a row, if that's okay, and then I'll... Okay. So our first panelist will be Stephen Nelson, who is Professor Emeritus of Art History and African American Studies at UCLA. He's the former dean of the CASVA, I'll just say the acronyms. Nelson has published widely on the arts, architecture, and urbanism of Africa and the diaspora, and its diasporas, and on queer studies. Nelson has held visiting appointments at the Universidad de los Andes in Bogota and the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris. Next, we will hear from Nzinga Mboup, who is in Dakar, but she will be on the screen soon. She's a Senegalese architect and co-founder of the Dakar-based architecture studio, Worophilia. She's known for her expertise in bioclimatic design and construction, using locally sourced earth and biomaterials. She's also active as a researcher and has made significant contributions to urban and cultural heritage studies. Since 2003, she is basically in charge of this research project with the CCA in Montreal, the curator of CO Dakar, a 3-year research program investigating Senegal's unarchived architectural heritage. And the moderator will be Ralph Gauche, my co-organizer, conspirator. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Architecture at Barnard. He's focused on 2 major research projects, both on French colonial practices in 19th century Algeria. The first examines the Catholic Church and its reshaping of urban space in Algiers. The second explores the exploitation of stone quarries undergirding French imperialism. He's also written extensively on 19th century French architecture, including the book Ornament and Symbol in French Romantic Architecture. So please help me welcome Stephen Nelson.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. And I want to thank Lucia, Ralph, and Hugo for bringing us all together, and to thank everyone who helped put this together, because having done programming for a decade, I know how much work it is. And so why don't we get going? I should be able to, with this little thing? There we go. Okay, we're good. All right. Let's do this. When Louis Faidherbe, under-director of the French Corps of Army Engineers, first set foot on Senegal's Cap Vert in 1852, they say that he was seduced by the site. This location, jutting into the Atlantic Ocean at the westernmost point of the African continent, provided the best natural harbor on the coastline. No other place in West Africa came close. Some say that Faidherbe had an imperial vision that this point, this wonderful outpost of the African continent, would mark the nexus of colonial power that would stretch to the Sudan. Faidherbe's dream would be realized by the late 19th century, and in 1902, the spot where the future governor of Senegal stood would be the capital of the recently inaugurated French West Africa. Perhaps the colony's first governor-general, Ernest Rome, shared Faidherbe's vision. A staunch advocate of France's civilizing mission, he viewed Dakar as the site from which the policy would take root, raising the lives of millions of Africans living in the colony. About 4 years later, in 1906, Charles Jajot, then a doctor based on Gorée, also seemed to have understood the city's possibilities. He writes, having become the capital of French West Africa, the residence of the Governor-General and heads of departments, the seat of the Court of Appeal, a fortified camp and support point for the fleet, and a port of call for all nationalities bound for South America, the Cape, or the African coast, Dakar aspires to greater ambitions. Plans for the city's expansion are already underway. A greater Dakar is to rise on the plateau as far as Cap Manuel. Avenues of Liberty, Republic, Governor-General, Courbet-Kleber, and others will crisscross the city. A city hall, a new train station, a new market, a gendarmerie, an indigenous hospital, a continental hotel, barracks, tramways, and electric lighting will transform Dakar. And that is one very long sentence. And I didn't even write it. This morning, I would like to think with you about the architectural development of Dakar at the beginning of the 20th century. Beyond the role that architecture played in the making of what would become known as the plateau, I'm interested in how the built environment forwards the agendas of the colonial commissioners who wanted to support their missions, as well as how it gives insight into the ideas of French culture that were in currency both in France and its colonies at the time. For this morning's discussion, I'm particularly interested in the moment before World War I, when the French ideas of assimilation were still in broad currency. At the end, I would like to talk briefly about how the built environment has morphed as generations and ideas have changed. Rome, an extremely well-connected member of the colonial lobby and an experienced administrator, had grand plans for West Africa. In his own words, "If France were to have no other objective or ambition in West Africa than to maintain order among the native population in order to promote commerce, the need for a federal framework could be legitimately contested. But we have a higher ambition and a significantly broader intention. We wish to truly open Africa up to civilization." Between 1902 and 1904, Rome reorganized the colony's government, transforming it, according to historian Alan Conklin, quote, "from a loose federation with little authority to one more like its counterpoint in Indochina, that is to say, a highly centralized and financially independent organ capable of undertaking the public works program in which he so believed." The Governor General, deeply steeped in colonial discourse and well acquainted with the various Third Republic strategies for colonial expansion and exploitation, was a staunch proponent of mise en valeur, a colonial paradigm that suggested extending and managing the colonies through, as Conklin notes, rational and progressive development. Connected to new ways of thinking about social problems in France, mise en valeur consulted experts in myriad fields to come up with solutions for social problems with an eye towards improving public health, the workplace, and individual needs. These could be done, adherents claimed, through the rational and systematic study of social phenomena. It sounds a lot like today, actually. By the time Rome came to power in French West Africa, there was a cottage industry of books, treatises, and legislation aimed at the rational and effective administration of the colonies. Excuse me. Moreover, he was closely connected to individuals and private organizations that would help him achieve his goals. With his new powers, Rome created ambitious plans to extend Dakar's port, as well as to make the city the hub of the colony's communications and railway systems. These public works projects would transform Dakar into an imperial capital. Much of the literature on the development of Dakar rightly focuses on these projects, as well as many urban planning initiatives aimed at both improving public health and segregating the city. Unlike railways, communications, and sanitation, the vast array of commentary on colonial administration in the government and in the public sphere is largely silent on architecture and its role, the role that it might play in the civilizing mission or in mise en valeur. Contemporary researchers, mostly untrained in architectural history, rightly understand the city's architecture as an architectonic representation of French power. But if architecture is not prominent in the written words and conversations, it is front and center in the visual archive. In the early years of the 20th century, photographers made thousands of postcards of the colonies, including Dakar. In these objects, certain buildings, the presidential palace, which you see on the screen, the Hotel de Ville, the Kermel Market, and the train station, among others, figure prominently. These images circulated worldwide, showing a large public the transformation of the city into an imperial capital. For our purposes, they give insight, albeit European insight, into the importance of the built environment as site and as symbol. In looking at these and exploring the connections and networks of architects and colonial officials, we can better understand the roles architecture played in the new capital. In October 1903, oh, what happened here? What happened here? Oh, behind. Thank you, Ralph. Like, it's not working, it's not working. In October 1903, the newspaper La Charente reported, Dakar, which is becoming the official capital of French West Africa, will soon have its presidential palace. Mr. de Glan has been entrusted with its construction, utilizing artificial stone right in Senegal, using ingredients imported from Europe. A month later, La Revue Diplomatique followed suit, announcing that de Glan, architect of the Grand Palais at the 1900 Paris International Exposition, has been commissioned to build the presidential palace in Dakar. The completed building was inaugurated on June 28, 1907. Deglan was a natural choice for the project. By 1903, he was a well-known member of the faculty of the École des Beaux-Arts and was conversant in issues facing architects and engineers in the French Empire. He was also a respected civil architect. By the beginning of the 20th century, he served on the Council of Civil Buildings and the Committee of Public Works for the colonies, and he was well acquainted with Rome. The architect was also a commentator on other colonial projects. On the proposed plans for the presidential palace in Hanoi, he noted, "From an artistic point of view, the proposed constructions generally seem to have been built in any city in the metropole with an excessive overload of moldings and ornamentation. It is regrettable that the climatic and technical conditions particular to the region did not inspire the kind of local styles less like that of equivalent buildings in our own countries." He was not happy. Asked to opine on the budget and delays on the Saigon Opera in 1898, Deglan in Rome advised officials to continue as planned because, as art historian Govan Bailey notes, Saigon's prestige demanded a showcase building and that it is well adapted to the climate. Such comments give pause about the Dakar presidential palace. Given the architecture's charge that the Hanoi Palace isn't particularly original, and given his lament that the plan is devoid of inspiration from local sources, his own building is pretty curious. Okay. What Deglan said about the Hanoi structure could easily apply to his own design. Dripping in ornament, built with artificial stone, enclosed by an elaborate iron fence that was part of the French exhibit at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Deglan's building is a paradigmatic example of Beaux-Arts construction that would be at home either in the metropole or the colonies. It is tempting to think about Deglan's lack of originality or the disconnect between his words and his actions as a kind of philosophical failure on his part. However, both in the palaces and fitting into a larger terrain of Beaux-Arts design are immediately both the palaces in Hanoi and Dakar are immediately identifiable as manifestations of French administration. Under the rubric of the civilizing mission, such buildings successfully forward Beaux-Arts principles that seek to define a French architecture that fuse historic models with contemporary building practices, and there's a lot to talk about with artificial stone in these buildings. At this point in time, at least in the administrative realm, despite occasional claims to the contrary, French officials did not seek styles that registered as anything other than French. By the time Deglan began work on the presidential palace, he was familiar with architecture in the colonies, including West Africa. The architect worked on multiple commissions simultaneously. While he was engaged in the design and construction of the presidential palace, he was also working on the French West Africa Pavilion for the 1906 Marseille Colonial Exposition. Unlike the neoclassicism of the Dakar project in the south of France, Deglan invoked Sudanic architecture for the pavilion. And it's also important to note that the Great Mosque Djenné was being rebuilt right at this moment as well. In this setting, as if to architecturally illustrate the distance and affinity between France and its West African children, Sudanic architecture is cast as part of France. For visitors of the exposition, such difference would contribute to their understanding of West Africa as mysterious and exotic. The West Africa Pavilion was a showcase for the projects and commerce of the colony, and Deglan worked with Rome on the form and spaces the pavilion would ultimately have. In an article on the pavilion, colonial official Leon Kaila noted that the structure recalls Sudanic mosques. He also spies the presence of a miniature of the presidential palace. He says, "In a central vitrine, one finds a magnificent model of the palace of the Governor General nearing completion in Dakar." This palace is the work of Monsieur Deglan, who, moreover, is also the architect of the commission buildings of the Commission of West Africa. By repeatedly going to oversee the construction work on the palace, Monsieur Deglan was able to depict our African possession in its most seductive aspects, and this is more beneficial for the colony. Deglan consciously chose not to use Sudanic architecture and not to use reference in the construction of the presidential palace. Indeed, these motifs would not appear in Dakar's built environment until the late 1920s. Deglan recognized the differing functions of these two buildings. The pavilion is a showcase for the telling of a colonial story aimed at buttressing the need and benefit for continued colonization. The palace serves a similar role to the Saigon Opera. It is in part to show the glory of a new capital city and, by extension, the glory of the empire. The architect's stated concerns about climate and local technology in the case of Hanoi did not include the incorporation of African models, local or not, as they would likely not present to Europeans an architectural image appropriate to the metropole's ideological and political goals. Whether Sudanic or French, both buildings take advantage of the languages of difference and sameness. Colonial administrators and architects used each situationally. Until the late 1920s, the presidential palace was the largest building in Dakar. One could see it from anywhere in the city. The structure, modernized in 1947, still dominates the view from Anse-Bena. In situating the building outside of Place Fortet, now the Place d'Indépendance, high above the water, urban planners transformed what was the site of Lebu villages into a space of colonial domination, a literal staging area for the civilizing mission. The city's late 19th century plans show the extent to which this was true in all of Dakar-Ville. In the name of sanitation, straw buildings were banned. Villages were replaced by boulevards and squares. Other public buildings largely followed suit. A primary example is Dakar's Hôtel de Ville, designed by architect Louis Duhayen, who studied at the École des Beaux-Arts under Deglan. Though far less elaborate in ornament, the structure, completed in 1914, echoed models from other colonies as well as cities in France. The Hôtel de Ville also had a garden on its grounds. While it was small, its presence aligned with the principles inherent in the civilizing mission. Like communications and transportation, the spaces delineated by gardens work in tandem with the 1903 introduction of a French curriculum into French West Africa. Whether Africans were actually allowed in the garden or not, this is unclear right now. The space, even as spectacle, participates in discourse around improved public health, but also that of opening up the mind to the benefits of French culture. Both participate in underscoring the superiority of France. In this context, buildings and gardens, reminiscent of the metropole, participate in the belief that in addition to the book, in addition to French language, one could create an enlightened citizenry through the built environment and the manipulation of the landscape. Indeed, Third Republic edicts about education for the colonized mirror Second Empire discourse surrounding the modernization of Paris with new parks, squares, and wide boulevards. In 1910, during the construction of the Hôtel de Ville, architect Charles Pleibert was commissioned to build the Kermel Market. Echoing iron construction in Paris of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Pleibert's design followed the trends of the time, which utilized prefabricated cast iron frames, partially or completely covered in brick. Through iron construction, and it had been in vogue for decades by the time, in French West Africa, it was emblematic of the Third Republic's continued belief in technology's capacity to improve people's lives. Unlike Dakar's other public buildings, Kermel Market was covered in colored brick and tile, reflecting the institutionalization of the Rococo that was taking place in the late 19th century and early 20th century in France. While it is unclear what Pleibert was studying when he designed the structure, it is clear through looking at the Halles de Lys, which he designed around the same time, that he was interested in polychromy and bringing the Rococo to bear on public architecture. These vast buildings, which seem to marry spaces of exhibition that one would find in World's Fairs, with the gazebos, kiosks, zedrai, and pavilions one might find in the Bois de Vincennes, play with non-French influences in ways that might align with their position as spaces for everyone. Indeed, the Kermel Market was a public space that was not restricted in the ways that others might have been. In this sense, researchers have asked about the building's horseshoe arches, noting its Muslim references. And there's one, I'll show you a clearer picture in a minute. While the building would seem to be different on these grounds, and while some have faulted the builders for not getting it right, like the other public buildings, the incorporation of Hispano-Moroccan elements was something that could be found in the metropole at the time. Plaber would not have had to look farther than World's Fairs or the Bois de Vincennes. In the metropole, the horseshoe arch and the polychromy one might associate with Islamic forms in Spain aligned beautifully with turns to Art Nouveau and the attraction to the Rococo. In a sense, the architecture was not meant to represent local cultures. It was another instance of the French play of form, which ironically could be cast in the same way as a presidential palace or a municipal garden. Perhaps it is the train station, completed in 1914, which combines the tripartite construction of Beaux-Arts buildings and the cast iron construction and polychromy of the Kermel Market, that is the true key to the architectural program at the moment. It is one that had a wide berth and enabled French values to be communicated in varying ways. At the same time, they were intended, along with railways, communications, and sanitation, to display a modern city on the verge of becoming an imperial capital. Sent postcards and commentary in the press tell us something about how Europeans responded to these and other structures, as well as to the city more generally. As one might imagine, it was a completely mixed bag. Some thought Dakar was beautiful, others saw it as a backwater devoid of real architecture or charm. Early 20th century African commentary on these spaces is extremely rare, and I've yet to see any. However, over time, these buildings would come to play several roles in the characterization of Dakar as a city in the post-colonial identity of Senegal. In his 1969 film, Contra City, director Djibril Diop Mambéty cast the Beaux-Arts buildings explored here as neo-colonial agents and the material representation of the Western Senegalese elite and its repressive, oppressive politics. Indeed, architecture provides a screen in which a clueless European tourist can keep mistaking things African for things French. And she does. It's hilarious. You have to see this movie. Panning across the Kermel Market, Mambéty dwells on its polychrome, its horseshoe arches, its intricate rosettes, and its lion's heads of stone. As the camera moves around the building's surface, we hear a frenzied, broken, crazy chant of Rococo, 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 lampooning French decadence and its ensuing Orientalist variants. Mambéty suggests the ways in which colonial architecture still reinforces racialized economies, inequities, and the inequities of Dakar. In Mambéty's hands, the presidential palace, the Hôtel de Ville, Kermel Market, and the train station morph into a series of mutable and miscegenated signs, making impossible any easy notion of a pure Africa, a pure Europe, or what first Senegalese president Leopold Senghor in his formation of negritude called a universal humanism. Mambéty sent up aside. More recently, these buildings, particularly Kermel Market and the train stations, have been hailed as indelible parts of Senegalese heritage. In 1993, the original Kermel Market, designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1978, was destroyed by fire. Rebuilt to its original specifications with the help of financing of $5 million, the new market was inaugurated on March 4th, 1998. In 2019, an exhaustive restoration and expansion of Dakar's train station was begun. With funds from the Aga Khan Award for Architecture, the restoration continues with the original aesthetic of the building, merges the original aesthetics of the building with the Senegalese government's aspirations for 21st century users. It was completed just last year. Calling the station's architecture majestic, journalist Demba Dieng notes that it is a heritage site one that has been transformed into a vibrant hub of activity. Since the first decades of the 20th century, Dakar's colonial buildings have structured the lives of those who live in them and who use them. Yet, as they have directed behavior, they have been resignified and have been taken up to serve changing agendas. In this way, the buildings that display power still can and do, but the nature of that power over time has changed. At the same time, these buildings are characters in the ongoing life of Dakar, now a sprawling city of almost 4 million people, that allow people to think historically while dreaming of other ways of being in the world. Thank you.
Hi, Nzinga. I'm going to put you on the screen now. Okay. If you'd like to share your screen. Yeah, but what happened to the? No. Okay. Could you try speaking for a second? Yes, it works, but just louder. We just need to increase the volume, and then you can share your screen whenever you're ready. No, not yet. Maybe I need to unshare my screen. Um, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, please, please try again. Perfect. I think you're good to go whenever you're ready. We tried for over an hour to get that to work yesterday. The system just won't allow it because we're also recording. And so it won't allow us to do the dual thing. So yeah. So unfortunately, Nzinga, can we just test the audio? Can you say hello?
Hello.
So hopefully that's
Hopefully
fine.
Yeah.
So, and I'll be using the mic, so that'll help.
Put the mic towards the speaker. Bespoke. It's very bespoke.
Yeah. So, well, thank you. These are really tremendous papers, which in a way examine the same geography and historical context, but two sets of radically different objects. Stephen Nelson's focus is on Dakar and French colonial architecture, the presidential palace, the Hôtel de Ville, the Carmel Market, and the train station. Beaux-Arts structures that announce themselves with great monumentality and grandeur and are seemingly indifferent to the African context onto which they are imposed. By contrast, Zinga Mboops directs our attention to the wooden barrack houses of Dakar, makeshift huts constructed from shipping crates and pallets, structures that are defined not by their permanence, but by their modesty and means and extreme mobility. Huts that could be lifted and carried quite literally on the shoulders of their inhabitants from one forced relocation to the next. We might be tempted, in light of this contrast, to invoke the familiar characterization of colonial cities as Manichaean worlds, the white city versus the indigenous city. Of course, Frantz Fanon gave us that kind of language, but does a closer reading of these two papers side by side actually bear out such a clear-cut division? What strikes me in Mboup's analysis is how building materials emerge as racial and cultural signifiers. Wood instead of stone, straw rather than brick, thatch in place of tile. These are not merely practical choices, but markers that distinguish the, quote, indigenous city from the European city. One can see from her analysis that racial science in the 19th and early 20th centuries did not just infiltrate architectural style, and there's so much writing about that, but reached into the very materiality of architecture itself. The question of what building materials were deemed appropriate for which populations became a question of hierarchy, of civilizational capacity. Stone and brick signified permanence, reason, progress, all those values attached to that the French attached to themselves. And then wood and thatch signified transience, at least for the French, backwardness and inability to truly inhabit the modern city. As Anne-Laura Stoller has shown, the lines dividing colonizer from the colonized were rarely as stark as the maps of segregated cities suggest. The colonial world was not neatly split into two halves. Instead, difference was enacted through subtle distinctions in behavior, in gesture, the food one ate, the spaces one occupied. And as Mboup adds to this list, the materials one might have used. These lines were often hard for outsiders to discern, yet from within the colonial order, they were fiercely policed. Mboup's careful attention to materiality reveals exactly this logic. The French did not simply cordon off an indigenous quarter and declare the problem solved. They scrutinized the materials of the hut, condemned them as insanitary, and used that condemnation to justify eviction and relocation. The distinction between stone and wood was not just a building code, it was a racial boundary made material. And precisely because the boundary was never stable, because huts kept appearing where they did not belong, the colonial administration had to constantly reassert it. Whereas Nelson's paper invites us to consider how the dual city model might be challenged from another angle. Consider the question of time. If the white city was meant to represent French modernity, why were its buildings so stylistically dated? And as somebody who works on the French 19th century, I mean, it's so clear that these, even by the early 20th century, these are not really, experimental styles. The Hôtel de Ville, completed in 1914, uses a French Renaissance revival and that had fallen largely out of fashion in France decades earlier. The presidential palace evokes the Italianate revival that peaked in the mid 19th century. What are we to make of this? If the wooden huts were condemned as backwards, the stone palaces were also, in their own way, completely out of time. Both existed in a kind of temporal displacement, one relegated to the primitive past, the other frozen in an eclectic historicism that was quickly losing favor in the metropole. The dual city model assumes a clear opposition between European progress and African tradition. Yet what Nelson's paper suggests is that the European side was itself performing a version of Frenchness that had already become nostalgic, even antiquarian by the time it was built in Dakar. And then there's a question of non-European references. Nelson points to the horseshoe arches of the Carmel market, references to Islamic architecture from North Africa, not West Africa. French architecture, it seems, could absorb influences from elsewhere, but only on its own terms. This reminds me of the uniform of the tirailleurs Senegalais, which incorporates both native elements while remaining unmistakably French. Styled, used situationally, as Nelson puts it. But this eclecticism also reveals something deeper. The power of French architecture lay precisely in its malleability, its capacity to absorb cultural influences, and in so doing, to dominate through that absorption. Nelson's account evokes the logic of French assimilationist policy. I want to come back to that. The idea that other cultures could be incorporated into France without threatening French supremacy. The Carmel Market's horseshoe arches are not a gesture towards Senegal. They are a demonstration of France's ability to ingest the exotic and make it its own. And finally, I'm struck by the role that circulation plays in both these papers. Nelson traces the circulation of images, postcards that carry Dakar's monuments across the globe. Mboup traces the material circulation of shipping crates and from the peanut trade, crates that brought bricks from Marseille and returned as the walls of wooden huts. These two circuits, one visual, one material, are, I think, deeply entangled. The same trade routes that built colonial monuments also built these vernacular housing. And this brings me to a question that I want to leave with both speakers. Stephen, your monumental palaces and markets were built from materials that arrived in those very same shipping crates that, once emptied, became the walls of the huts of that Nzinga described. To what extent was your architecture of permanence dependent on the very circuits of trade that produced the makeshift? In Nzinga, your wooden huts were not only made possible by colonial commerce, but also existed in constant relation to the stone city, cleared from its neighborhoods, pushed to its edge, yet always returning. How did the hut's mobility shape the meanings of the monument's fixity? Were these two architectural worlds, in fact, two sides of a single colonial formation, one impossible without the other? So,
Thank you.
Would you like to start with?
Nzinga, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, Ralph, for this beautiful response. I'm really glad that the question of the architectural models, but also the sourcing of the materials was really kind of like highlighted, because I have, like you say, I think there's the two sides of the same coin. Whether we look at the big monumental architecture that Stephen, referred to as coming from the metropole and coming on these boats, and the same with the wooden huts. I think what we're sort of grappling with is the kind of disturbance of Dakar as a first village and how it was transformed by the French colonial administration. I think there's a lot of whatever type of architecture we sort of look at since the French colonial administration, we see that there's a lot of politics that are embedded in the way that we build. Nothing is absolutely neutral, not even the materials that we build with are neutral. And as I've looked into, as I look even into the letters that you find at the archives, the specifications of some of the buildings made in the French colonial administration, they always specified in the specs that you had to use products coming from either the métropole, and they had to travel under pavillon français, or I mean, the particular type of commissioning and making sure that they fed in a way or enrich the economy of France at the time, or the what do you call it? Local materials could be used. So there's a kind of like tension between having to use what is available locally because that's probably cheaper, or also importing everything from France because it's probably safer and again contribute to the economy. And I think it's important that we also start reading a lot of the architecture through that lens. Through the material lens, we understand the economic lens, we understand material flows, and then we understand as well, ultimately, why certain ways of building became predominant over others. As my practice, for instance, like I stated, has a great interest in particularly urban architecture, which we find in pre-colonial times. You see over the times that this is a type of architecture that actually became illegal. There are urbanism laws in the early 20th century that say that it's unsanitary to build with earth, mud, for instance, inside the city. When today we know, and there's a sort of regain into this type of materials because of their sort of low carbon component or the sort of thermal benefit that they have, it's everybody has to sort of question why they sort of went out of style. And then the other thing that I will say as well in when we look at the political history of materials is that also applies to concrete and cement, because as it is also a building method that in the context of Senegal at least got imported, you also see the evolution of cement as an important material to one that then get produced locally. But especially post-independence, there's a lot of histories of the erasure of other type of building methods, such as the fired bricks by the cement industry. First, I think because they actually need the same type of resources as the ones that are used for fired clay, because cement is made out of stone, is made out of clay. In the context of a place like Rufisque, you see the type of limestone that was used in French colonial administration, which you can still see in many of the remaining buildings, just really disappearing because the same limestone is now used to produce the cement. The first cement factory of Senegal opened in Rufisque precisely for that reason. And then later on, there's a history and evidence of the same cement factory buying the fiber factory in the late 70s and shutting it down, now actually becoming the main sort of ubiquitous building material. So maybe I'll just stop here. But I think the point that I was trying to make, and in looking again back to these two various typologies, is that it's very important that the material flows get questioned, that they get understood from a historical perspective, because I think only then can we make very critical and informed decisions about how we should build. It goes deeper than style, it goes deeper than properties of materials. Ultimately, these stories are inherently political, and I think the history of Dakar's architecture proves it.
Yeah, and I would just follow on that. I think, absolutely everything Nzinga just said. What is so amazing is how intertwined all of it is. I mean, even with the Beaux-Arts buildings, that it's artificial stone, which is related to cement, right? And it's coming. The materials are coming from France. They're mixed in Senegal, and then constructed in Senegal. But all of these things are enacted to build in the colony while supporting the metropole's economy. And so even if you can make it in Dakar, and you could, you're not going to. right? And so there's that when Nzinga showed the slide of the tiles from Marseille, I was like, this tells us everything. That tile tells us everything about building not just in the plateau but everywhere else. And you can still see some of these buildings with those tiles in the in all around the city in the plateau and in the Medina. But I also think that these things and the buildings give lie to the constant line we hear about the colony being the laboratory for the metropole. It isn't. It isn't. And I chose to look at pre-World War One quite on purpose because things are really messy before World War One. It is before what Jean Sorel Canal called the golden age of colonization, which for him is between the two world wars. It's when things are just coming up. It's before all of those building projects of the 20s, 30s, and 40s, which really integrate a Frenchified Sudanic architecture into the city. Um, and and I think what these papers also sort of show us is that we need to stop comparing urbanism in Dakar to other cities in the colonies. Because every time you look at that literature, Dakar comes up as somehow backwards, or as somehow, well, they were doing this in Hanoi, but they didn't do this in Dakar. Well, of course, that this thing is its own situation, and how things develop here are really quite unique.
Yeah, thank you. Rather than go on with my questions, what I want to do is open up to other questions from the audience. Yeah, Fred. The mic will come to you.
Well, this is a question coming from somebody whose expertise is in social and political history and not
Sorry, I can't
architecture.
hear through the mic.
Is the mic
I
working?
don't know if
It's
it's
on.
on.
Maybe talks.
Okay. One of the unique features of, not quite unique, but almost unique features of Dakar is that the local population had citizenship rights.
Yes.
Going back to 1848 in some respects, and reaffirmed quite decisively thanks to the deputy Blaise Dion
Right.
in 1916. And that meant that you're dealing with lots of differentials, not just the racial one, between citizen and subject. And with all the migration coming in from the countryside, those people did not have citizenship rights, whereas Dakarois did, as in the other three of the four communes, or the quatre communes. So my question is, with a differentiated African population, including a merchant class that goes back well into the 19th century and had a certain amount of wealth, perhaps not as much as the Saint Louisian did, but still in Dakar you had that kind of people, and people with some kind of rights, even though the French administration was doing their best to attenuate them. How does this affect the kind of dualistic picture that one has? Where did the Senegalese elite live? What kind of houses? How much could the administration force them into the same kind of spatial configuration in the Medina or elsewhere that people without citizenship rights were coming back? And did people like the Senegalese who were on the city council back into the 19th century, or Blaise Dion sitting in the Assemblée Nationale in Paris, did they have anything to say about the built environment that was different from what the colonial administration was trying to impose on Africans? So the question is really for both of you, is the extent to which a differentiated African population and a politically active population going back into the 19th century is part of this this story.
Okay. That's a great question, Fred. And I think that for me, that was where I wanted to go next, to look at these things and look at Diagne's writings and his archives, and I've just not gotten to them yet. In terms of where they lived, I don't know yet. And but to your point about a dualistic idea of that place, it was never dualistic. right? It just wasn't. And even in the example of, we've moved out huts, but here they are. We've moved them out. Here they are. They always pop up. And I think that, one of the complex things to think about is this mercantile class. Many of them who were Angore, many of them stayed there and would just go back and forth. But I think that one has to look more closely at what was being built and who lived there, because there wasn't a wholesale all Africans have to live on the other side of the boulevard that separated the Medina from the plateau.
Nzinga, could you hear the question?
No, I
really.
mean, I feel like I rarely, like I more or less understood that it was about us asking about Senegalese agency in city making. I wasn't sure, but I could barely hear. I'm sorry.
It was that, and also thinking about the mercantile classes of Senegalese people and how they may have responded to the built environment in the early 20th century.
Yeah, I guess maybe my contribution to that question would be to highlight and state that the Lebu people of Dakar have always, I think, found a way to negotiate their sort of status in the city with the French colonial administration. My feeling is that across at least the history and what I know of other cities on the African continent under French colonial administration, I don't know many other capitals that actually have retained the indigenous population, and also having an indigenous population that actually still yields quite a lot of power in the city. When you look at Dakar, other than the original sort of pinch or compounds that are mostly within the city center and Medina, you have greater parts of Dakar, like the one where I'm located, called Wakam, Yofongor, that are known to be villages. They still call like that because they do hold a sort of sometimes semi-autonomous status where from an urban perspective, you can see that these are places that have kind of resisted the sort of orthogonal planning that you see in the rest of the city. You still see a form of kind of very organic sort of layout, which actually responds to many of the traditional spatial logic of organizing compounds in around central spaces, and all the compounds are organized around the central kind of like plaza, which is called the page and is marked by old tree or the mosque. So these are realities that still persist in Dakar today. And I think the reason why even Carol and I wanted to, when we did the first exhibition, wanted to focus on the story of the Lebu people, is that you have an ability to kind of read what the city was and what the city became and what those processes were throughout time. And like I said, the Lebu are still organized as a republic. They still have a very strong social political organization. They have certain traditional rights that still govern things like fishing off the coast. And places even behind the presidential palace. Stephen spoke about it at length. Behind the presidential palace, you still have a sacred Lebu beach where people still go to perform sacrifices. So you would not expect seeing the city today, and you would think that it is mostly a product of either the French colonial administration or what happened post-independence. But when you get a sort of closer reading and look at the city through the lens of the Lebu people, we understand how much they've been able to negotiate their presence. And I think the proof is just how much they are still physically present in the city, and how much you still see a lot of the urbanism, a lot of the infrastructure, and a lot of the sort of cultural performances within the city of Dakar. So I think in that sense, I would just state that outside of the kind of administrative layer of people like Blaise Diagne, that was also a Lebu and became a deputy. The traditional dignitaries of the Lebu Republic have still found a way, have always found a way to negotiate their rights to sometimes taxation. I think even the presidential palace, as I understood it, was still paying taxes to the Lebu people because they occupied their land. And other places like the Cises, which I'm sure you hear more about, was also on Lebu territory. territory. And I think before occupying, there has to be some level of negotiation with the indigenous community of Dakar.
Well, thank you. I think we have a question from Yana. I'm wondering, because the microphone doesn't seem to be very loud, I wonder if you might want to step on the podium? At the podium and speak into the microphone. Just,
No, yeah. So I think this was really great. Two really fabulous talks. Thank you so much. I think what really comes into the forefront in both talks is this kind of a creolization of Senegalese culture, where even if we wanted to return to the pre-colonial, situation, it's just like hardly possible because the boundaries are so blurred, which is pretty visible with this problem of the Neo-Sudanese style. Even like I found the spire of the Neo-Sudanese, pavilion and the spire of the presidential palace, like the similarity is kind of striking, which also explains to a certain extent why, for instance, this cultural politics, how in the colony, actually, any form or any material becomes highly symbolically charged. Any form is symbolic. In a way, whoever masters or controls that symbolic order of the colony controls the power, which I think is really striking. And that also explains why, for someone like Senghor, culture politics, culture is really in the core of the kind of decolonization project, which obviously some say hasn't been successful, but it explains us the role while culture is so important. What I'm interested in found quite fascinating are these various feedback loops. So for instance, like you showed the typology of that one like veranda barrack, which I found kind of amazing because that's like the colonial villas with verandas. That's French typology. And I encountered a similar case. I don't know 100% if it's true because, the information are just hard to verify. But if you look at the Case Mouride at the École Nationale d'Administration, Thierry Mello told me that apparently it's being called Case Mouride because then there were the people who started building similar kind of case, like, in the actual informal architecture inspired by this building, by this the pyramidal Case Mouride. So again, I don't know if it's 100% true, but what I find kind of fascinating is in this cultural politics, how do these feedback loops operate, where actually in the informal vernacular architecture, people appropriate something coming from the dominant, cultural politics. So the forms are like highly, and that's how ideology operates also in the colony in many ways. So thank you.
I would maybe just add something since you made this comment, Yana, and given that it's your, I think an architecture that you know also very well, it's just how the kind of like flows of inspiration also goes the other way, especially when it comes to the Bureau d'études Henri Chaumette. Somebody like Thierry Mello speaks a lot about how he was inspired by a lot of the kind of African art and African crafts as well, which is kind of very present in the architecture and the expression of modernism.
we have another question. Mary, with that. Mary, do you think you could go just for the...
Thank you.
One question I had, it's a little pushing back on Ralph's very articulate response. You tried to contrast the stone city with the wood city, but looking at the images in Professor Nelson's talk, I was struck how many of the non-prominent buildings used wood.
Yeah.
And in Zinga's talk, I'm not sure I said your name right, the wooden barracks were a kind of, you seem to suggest, were a neo-colonial vernacular. So I wasn't sure, looking at materials, if it too suggests what seems to be a major theme, this kind of mixture and cross-fertilization. And related to that, was there really a stone city? or was there just a few stone monuments? It seemed to me the whole model of segregation doesn't quite work. But this is coming from someone who has never been to Dakar.
It totally doesn't work. But your point, the thing I would look at, actually, in sort of thinking about the kinds of buildings and Zinga's talking about, are less those big stone buildings and more military barracks. The buildings by the port, there were tons of them, and even some of the early houses on the plateau. Because it's the of course it's the architecture that this architectural historian didn't look at right now, right? But those, I think it's interesting to think about those 19th and early 20th century models as in conversation with what people start making in, what happens when the architecture of the Lebu becomes fused with what people are seeing across the boulevard.
I would say that maybe this kind of categorization of what materiality is indigenous or imported or colonial, I think can easily get sort of blurred over time. I know that, for instance, when it comes to stone architecture, people will maybe associate it with the colonial type of architecture. But I started a paper talking about these fortified walls that the Lebu had built in order to be protected from invaders when they moved to the peninsula, in the Dakar Peninsula, as far back as the 16th century. We don't have traces of those walls anymore, but there are records that they sort of existed. So because the remaining sort of stone architecture that we see today is of the French colonial administration, there's a kind of maybe a type of it would be easy to assume that, but like you said, with the examples of these barracks, is that they are typologies that are seen as particularly specific to the African people living in the city, even though there are no references for any type of wooden traditional architecture. It will be made mostly with straw because this is what was available, right? We're in the Sahel, so we don't really build with timber in such an expensive capacity. So I think ultimately this type of richness and convergence of materials that sometimes were sourced locally but done in a French style, or imported and then Senegalized, like in the case of timber or cast iron, I think ultimately speaks to our identity today in Senegal, like the one that sort of Senghor sort of touted as being kind of very layered and also global, right? Like very universal in that sense. So it isn't so much that one is of either indigenous or exogenous. They both, I think, on the territory of Senegal, were able to merge and I think speak about the layers and of our histories and of our identities.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Anuradha, would you mind coming to the podium? Thank you.
Just trying to innocently ask question. Nzinga, can you hear me? Can she hear? Is it? Oh. Yeah. Is it? Can you hear now? If I talk into the microphone?
A little bit better.
Oh no. Okay. Maybe.
I'll bring it even closer.
Yeah.
The portable panel.
How is this? Is this better? Oh goodness, so sorry that this is like this, but we're so glad we get to have you in our conversations from afar. I don't know anything about Dakar, so this is a naive question in a way, but my question is really about historiography, because I've been grappling myself with an insistence that I heard in your presentation, Stephen, that we need to think very kind of historically, specifically about Dakar, that losing that historic specificity, and I think Nzinga's demand that we really read the materiality in situ. I have made these same arguments, but my empire is the British Empire, but I've also worked in many port cities all over Africa. So I've been trying to really think through what is the value of this historical specificity that, can run the risk of provincializing a discourse, provincializing the historiography. Senegal can be thought of as a backwater only within a certain literature. In a more global literature, maybe it is just another example like Madras, which is often also that same kind of backwater. So I've been trying to also think about, the Marseille tile story is very much like the Mangalore tile story. So people in Dar es Salaam will be dealing with Mangalore tile, whereas people in Dakar will be dealing with Marseille tile. And it can in certain ways tell the same story, but I have often insisted, no, these are specific histories and specific material trajectories. But I think some of what I want to grapple with in this French context that I'm less familiar with is what is the value of a specific set of historiographies that allow Dakar to be Dakar and to be unsettled as itself. This is a question for you, the organizers as well, Lucia and Ralph. But I think my other, question is, what is the value of some level of abstraction that allows this to be maybe African architectural historiography? Do we even want that? So it's an open question for me. I just would love to hear you all weigh in on it.
I'll start. I mean, what I kept coming up against. Hi, Nzinga. What I kept coming up against when I was starting to do this work, and I started doing this work way too long ago, was every time people would start talking about Dakar, it was always relative to North Africa and to Indochina, and two places which were, the populations are different, the colonial conditions are different. So people are constantly reading Dakar as a pale example of what was happening in Rabat or Casablanca or Algiers, which had been developed for decades and centuries before. And so in my own work, I started bucking against that because there was something different about this place. There was, as Nzinga so beautifully points out, there are the ways in which people are on the land and control the land to this day is different. It's just different. And so, and I think that in a larger sense, the value of being specific is that you understand the specific forces that come to play in the thing that you're studying. It doesn't mean that we can't talk about Bangalore and Dakar, but it does mean that for me, that should not be the beginning. It shouldn't be the beginning. You can't do comparative work without understanding the specifics of each location first.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
But you may need to go.
You're going to have to come to a mic.
I mean, in terms of the organization, what I said before, which is that sometimes you have to focus in order to then make better comparisons, which is also what Stephen was just saying. But it strikes me that one way to answer the question of method or of how to generalize is that you are both telling the story of a kind of competition for a counter-narrative to the French universal. You both said it's not universal. But Stephen, your story is more about the capacity for absorbing resignification and transformation. Whereas Nzinga, you're talking more about a kind of détournement. These actually are not the same narrative, and those are both things that one could then take and, I don't know, debate whether they occur elsewhere. And that's not necessarily only about whether the brick is moved or not. So I guess, but my question is there a competition? I mean, I know we heard about feedback, but that sounds kind of, loosey-goosey. Is there competition? Do you see a competition between a kind of French desire to resignify versus a local capacity to, borrow and collage. And in Zenga, do you see these as, a conversation, a competition, feedback? Yeah.
And Zinga, I'll let you start.
No, I think I'm going to start. I don't know. I'm still processing. I really would love to hear your thoughts, Stephen.
No, we'll do this. No, Lucia, I think you're right. I think that these narratives are really different, but they're complementary, right? And they tell, and I loved, Ralph, how you described it as kind of two sides of the same coin. Or I'd actually think of it as kind of a cube, where this cube has many sides, right? But I think that you're right about being specific in order to branch out. But to I'm forgetting your question. What did you ask me? What did you ask me? Is there there's always conflict, right? And so around I think there is, and I think what's so complicated, at least in what I've seen thus far, it's not fully articulated. And so it's not like, okay, this group is saying architecture is A and this group is saying architecture is B. What you have to see is what people are doing on the ground. Right. And so, and it can be even, it's not architect to architect, it's neighbor to neighbor. What comes into fashion, what falls out of fashion, where's Gore in all of this? Because I actually think that Gore is kind of the elephant in the room, where, in terms of architecture, in terms of, Gore is, for those of you who don't know the geography, Gore is right there. Gore is a 15-minute ferry ride. And so it is there. And those buildings are a century older, right? And so what are people taking from that? Certainly in terms of the residential architecture, Gore is the model. It's not, Gore, they're not looking much farther. And so there's certainly competition. And I would assume, particularly amongst the sort of mercantile class of Senegalese people, because they're moving back and forth. They're not losing a lot of power under the French. And so it would be really interesting, but you've got to look at the buildings. Hi.
I think what I would say, and I'm going to try to respond to it from a very sort of subjective reading as a Senegalese person, from a cultural perspective, I think we actually managed to reconcile a lot of these sort of what seems maybe to be like conflicting forces, and in a maybe very simplistic way between the kind of French culture or that legacy of colonization and our own sort of like, pre-colonial traditions that are permeated and remain through time. And I think those two sort of forces are just coexist within the Senegalese cultural identity. It's evident in everything that we do. It's I think in the architecture, it's in the food, it's in the outfits. I mean, the way in which we've sort of nationalized rice, for instance, when you know that this was, I mean, it's not that we didn't have rice before, but we certainly didn't eat it. The way that we do at the scale that we do today, and the history of that is a colonial history, is also associated with the peanut trade, where the farmers were sort of imposed to do monoculture, but still needed to be fed. So the kind of overflow of rice from Andouchine was introduced here, but now it's the most kind of like Senegalese type of dish. So because we kind of appropriated it. And again, have these sort of dishes like the teboudienne that were originated in Saint-Louis, and I think, denotes all those various layers that we have. We see this paradox in the way that we live. When you look at when you analyze actually how housing gets organized in the city, you see that there are places that are really crafted for much more kind of traditional rituals and ways of congregating, like in the center. of the household, including in apartments. I mean, people have these sort of large hallways because you still need to have a central place of gathering, even when you have an apartment in the city and no longer live on the ground traditionally. So I've found that we're very attached to many of these traditions that even through colonization have persisted. And I think yet I found a way to kind of embrace or integrate many of the forces, even the ones that were kind of introduced as the form of control and of oppression. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question here, but that's maybe my kind of much more emotive type of understanding and reading of all of these conflicting forces as being an integral part of the Senegalese lived identity.
Well, thank you very much, Nzinga. Thank you very much, Stephen. We're going to take a 5-10 minute break. Please refill your coffee cups and we'll be back. So welcome to the second panel. I'll be introducing the speakers and the respondent. Lucia Alais is an associate professor of architecture and the director of the Buell Center here, for the Buell Center for the Study of American Architecture at Columbia University, GSAP. Her work addresses the history of architecture, technology, and politics on the global stage. Her book, Design of Destruction, addresses the redefinition of monuments in the 20th century. She's also written about the history of architectural theory, carbonation in reinforced concrete, and contemporary design. She's the founding member of the Aggregate Collaborative and an editor emeriti of Grey Room. Gregory Valdespino is an assistant professor in the Department of History at the University of Iowa, specializing in the history of migration and urbanization in France and its former colonies in West Africa. He is currently completing his manuscript on subsidized housing in the former French Empire, entitled The Politics of Dwelling, Making Homes in Paris and Dakar. And the discussant, Rosalind Fredericks, is an urban geographer and associate professor at NYU's Gallatin School. Her research is centered on the politics of waste infrastructures in Dakar. Her first book, Garbage Citizenship, Vital Infrastructures of Labor in Dakar, was awarded the Toyin Falola Book Award for the best book in African studies. Her current book manuscript, titled Refuse All, examines the life worlds that hang in the balance with the transformation of Dakar's garbage dump. Mbubus. She has also edited 2 books with Mamadou Diouf on citizenship in African cities, and the forthcoming volume, The Politics of Disposability, Discard Studies in the Era of Devaluation, with Mohamed Rafi Arafin. Fredericks is also a film producer and director, and she's recently completed a full-length documentary film, The Waste Commons, and the Politics of Waste Picking in Dakar. We'll welcome our first speaker, Lucia.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And this is fresh work, and I'll get right to it. Okay, when the French architect-constructor Jean Prouvé was preparing to present at the International Congress of Modern Architects in 1953, SIAM, he drew 6 cartoon sketches of what he called characteristic examples of recent research on the industrialization of building. The theme of the Congress was housing, or what they called l'habitat, and yet only one of Prouvé's sketches included anything resembling a completed dwelling, and then only as part of a 2-step process. On the left, we see a dome-shaped balloon inflated at the end of a simple pump, and right behind it, a full-blown house of the same shape, accessorized with a rectangular window and door. While all the other sketches were of mechanical connections and complex assemblies, here Prouvé gestured to a satisfying malleable completeness. Especially promising for Prouvé was the fact that tool and result were almost identical, only a few folds to signify the softness of rubber and a few dots the hardness of concrete. The sketch was labeled Walter Neff after the American architect who had patented this building procedure and had been deploying it in several continents since the end of the war. Prouvé was most likely familiar with these so-called airform domes from his travels to Francophone West Africa, specifically from having flown in and out of Dakar, where 4 neighborhoods of these houses had been built, including 2 on the outskirts of the airport. In a characteristic period postcard, the development is shown from above, seemingly floating in a barren landscape. A set of photographs from the archives of Walter Neff illustrate the building procedure more usefully. The domes had been made by pouring a circular concrete pad on the ground, securing a semi-spherical rubber balloon to this pad, and inflating the rubber with a pneumatic machine. A crew had then sprayed concrete over the whole half-sphere with the same machine but a different attachment. The concrete had then dried for a day, the balloon had been deflated and removed through the door, and then the next house over had been built using the same balloon, the same machine, in just as little time. Between 1949 and 1952, over 1,000 of these domes were built by the housing authority SICAP. You'll hear a lot more about that later. In Dakar, where they temporarily stole the show of the construction fever with which the French government was continuing to transform the city into a colonial capital. They appeared in newspaper articles, in special issues of trade journals, and even in media outlets of international organizations. And then, almost as quickly as it had floated into view, the domes retreated into obscurity. Already by 1953, all construction had halted. Soon, the whole procedure was declared a technological failure. So when Prouvé continued to lecture about the airform in his teachings, he noted what a shame it was that such a good idea had not come to pass. And so Dakar's bubble domes exist in the literature as a failed experiment. One survey by Xavier Ricou and Carole Diop, they credit the Maison Ballon as triggering an aesthetic revolution in the city, but also being totally unsuited to the so-called housing crisis that they were supposed to be a response to. The reputation of the domes as a passing fad has been reinforced in recent return in the press, where many have discovered that a few dozen of these domes survive in Dakar, enmeshed in the accumulated fabric of the city, and have argued for their conservation. Testimonies gathered from former inhabitants and current owners have revealed an attachment to their atypicality, making them a whimsical but precious architectural heritage. In my talk today, I want to question the consensus that these domes are reducible to a failed architectural experiment. It's true that as a housing typology and as a constructive paradigm, airform domes eventually gave way to a much more conventional type of development. Again, Greg will talk about that later. And it's also true that this formal contrast invites a reading of their design as a symptom of historical transition in late colonial French governance. But it's the equation between lightness of form and lack of historical weight that I want to question. Does physical ephemerality really mean historical fleetingness? Is there really a contradiction between the fact that this development appeared unattached to any particular spot on Earth and the fact that some of it has stayed behind? Part of the reason why it's attractive to interpret these forms as abandoned experiments is that there's a venerable literature in architectural history, and Stephen already talked about this, on colonies as site of experimentation. So I'm not going to summarize it, but basically you're supposed to think that the colonies were a place where you would experiment and then bring things to the metropole. If a case were to be made for Dakar's airform domes as precursors of this kind, it would be in the architectural history of disaster relief and refugee shelter, where they preceded by a decade the so-called dome culture that proliferated in the 1960s and the inflatable technologies that followed in the 1970s. And just one example, these are igloos done by Oxfam in 1971. They're also using inflatable formwork, but you don't spray concrete, you spray basically foam. So if we were to insert Dakar's domes in this lineage, this would only reinforce their image as placeless and kind of movable objects. But what are the politics of this mobility? So instead of answering the question of whether they were meant to be temporary or permanent, whether they're forward-looking or conservative or reactionary, I want to consider the airform domes in Dakar as entry points for understanding the colonial urge for mobility in this moment. And the moment is indeed one of transition. When the French state found itself in dire financial straits after the war, inventing all sorts of new public-private entities to channel economic investment to its colonies, and using these investments to calibrate what they call the long-term presence that they would retain as the independence of their colonies began to seem inevitable. So in this period charged with kind of bravura and uncertainty, the Maison Ballon, as I'll call them, helped to inaugurate a conception of housing in which mobility is of the essence. So the rest of my paper is in 3 parts, each one kind of recounting a kind of actor and the idea of mobility that they sort of subscribe to. I'll begin by recounting how Walter Neff's apparatus found itself in Dakar. Here the mobility is of parts and material. I'll then locate the airforms in the history of greater planning in Dakar, or planning in greater Dakar. And here it's really spatial and urban mobility that's at the essence. And lastly, I'll turn to African syndicalists for whom housing was a bargaining chip and who sought to construct a fundamentally mobile African polity. All right, this is not useful. Here we go. Sometime in 1952, the California architect Wallace Neff took out a pair of scissors and a can of white correction fluid and began retouching the photographs of the Yoff airform development that a French architect had sent him. He cut out the background around the profiles of the humans and their houses and replaced it with a gray blur of a sky that made the site look flat and empty. He patched over the domes to enhance their rounded whiteness and highlight a nuclear family standing in front. So on the right you can see the kind of the retouching, and on the left, the result. Neff was a well-known designer of Spanish Revival mansions for Hollywood stars, this is Frank Sinatra's house, and spoke of the airform domes as a separate line of work, claiming to just be an occasional inventor that had happened upon a good idea during the lull of the war. The invention itself was one of logistics. The basic proposal was to bring the pneumatic technologies that were being perfected for aeronautical and military use to the construction site, where you replace heavy cranes and light-footed equipment like this, and a reduced construction crew, just 2 people. Although Neff subsequently branded airform buildings as light and airy through the extensive use of soap bubble imagery, the machinery used to construct them had been developed through the brute force of the industrial investment that comes with war. Not only the idea, but the realization was also indebted to the war. Neff worked with engineers at the Goodyear Company to perfect the balloon's size. His first client was the Defense Housing Agency, who was relocating employees near Virginia Falls. He also worked with the Defense Department to, it gave him a kind of bureaucratic expediency because he applied for a patent for his system in 1942, and he convinced the director of this agency to support his request for accelerated approval. Having patented his product, at war's end, he was able to transform it into a commercial product, seeking out partners around the world. So by 1955, the brochure vaunted that airforms were being used in high and low registers by name brand architects, as well as for, quote, low-cost housing in Dakar, on campuses, tourist villages, retreats, gas stations, agricultural storage, and restaurants. The 2 branches, the 2 branches of Neff's architecture were not actually so far apart. Neff valued the dome's stylistic versatility and customized windows and shapes and accessories to match local vernaculars. I'm showing you grain storage in Portugal, mosques in Egypt, housing in South Africa, and a country club in California. He seems to have reveled in the dome's odious potential for indigenization, flattening its shape for military officers in Pakistan, making models to suggest a thatched porch for Africa, a thatched roof for Hawaii. Neff did distance himself from the technical responsibility for building the airforms and for their performance once built. All shipping was to be managed by existing import-export companies and construction by a local contractor. After all, in order for the shippable parts of the airforms to work, someone needed to provide sand, cement, aggregate, water, gas, scaffolding, and labor. In Dakar, the company that took up these tasks belonged to Guy Fruitier, a, quote, young dynamic entrepreneur who specialized in concrete and was credited for a number of prominent buildings on Dakar's plateau. Like Neff, Fruitier did not shy away from primitivizing the airforms. In a perspective drawing of his first proposal, he isolated a 4-person family around one shell and echoed its form by drawing the Mamelle dunes in the background. And I'm sparing you all sorts of nipple-based jokes. Not my jokes, obviously theirs. Once on site, however, he did enhance the development with honorific neoclassical details, adding archways to flank the entrance and punctuating the perimeter wall with square posts, each topped by an ornamental sphere. How exactly the match was made between Neff and Fruitier is not recorded in the archives, at least not the ones I've seen so far, but we know that within the timeline of housing, this was not the first time that SICAP was resorting to shippable parts. In 1946, the Public Works Director, Roger Lantenois, had ordered a shipment of 30 prefabricated houses from the company RIS. I actually don't know how to pronounce this, but RIS. By 1948, the RIS contract had turned out to be a costly failure, but one with good lessons to learn. First off, the wall panels, which had shipped from Germany, had been made of wood chips mixed with cement, which had become moldy during its transport and would only further decay in a tropical climate. The supply chain was also difficult to coordinate. These internal partitions on the right had been the first to arrive and would have to sit for weeks while the external shell was being built. And lastly, assembly turned out to be specialized work. Without training or experience, the laborers had produced a kind of set of ill-connected parts rather than a weatherproof house. So to use Prouvé's language, there was no correspondence between procedure and result. In light of this, the airforms that Guy Fruitier had started to build next door seemed far more promising. And especially the idea of using concrete, as Nzinga already talked about, was especially attractive to public works officials because they'd just opened their first concrete plant in West Africa, creating a new private-public company, Socosim, as part of a policy of mise en valeur des colonies. The timeline was long-term. Even if political independence was forthcoming, France would retain economic influence through its business ties. Within the year of the plant's opening, Fruitier had proposed the airforms, and within another year, he was confronted with significant technical issues. Some domes had collapsed, others leaked, many showed cracks. That's why Neff had to white them out, because there were many cracks. The reaction of the Public Works Department was to delay payment to Fruitier and to contact Neff. Unusually, Neff wrote back. He cautioned that the responsibility was not his and that it was difficult to judge from afar, but he bet on local deficiencies, bad sand, cement, rock, or water. He also suggested waterproofing the homes with globally available chemical products. And then the authorities also contacted Neff's French partner, Gilles, who was in Marseille. He similarly blamed the quality of local sand, but added critique of the mediocrity of local manpower. This essentializing of the colonies as made of the wrong stuff, both material and geological, was compounded once the department hired an independent expert who determined that the fault lay in the fact that a combination of concretes had been sprayed on the first set of airforms. Some fresh cement from the port had been followed by a coat made with bags of cement from the new plant. The question of which cement would be used in building up Dakar was not limited to the airforms and had profound consequences on the political economy of the territory, as again Nzinga was just talking about. Socosim operators were fighting a virulent fight against the Colonial Budget Office, who, despite their support for the plant, kept importing foreign concrete. This was unfair competition. This is a Socosim executive saying, as soon as we've established our French cement, we were astonished to see arriving into the port enormous quantities of foreign concrete. The states responded by promising to open new markets in Niger and Ivory Coast, and yet as soon as production was ramped up for those, again the empire defaulted on its supposed ability to control the economy, as the price for bagging concrete, which was essential now, became tied up in labor negotiations. So like many other private-public ventures, cement producers kept having to ask for exception after exception from the state, who only opened more market for ever more distant financial gain. The airform projects basically parallel this struggle, but they prove surprisingly resilient. Once completed, Lantenois requested a survey of all the airforms as built. He looked at the sheet and concluded that a satisfactory improvement in performance had occurred over the course of the building of the 4 neighborhoods, and given this learning curve, Fruitier was allowed to be paid and resume building. Lantenois wrote to a colleague he felt confident that the airforms could now be made applicable across all the French colonies. Against all odds, the airform domes had helped to transform concrete into a local material. And I think that the repeated form of the domes, the capacity to be surveyed one by one as if they were ready to test the same industrial procedure over and over again, was essential to their power as a tool for domestication. So my second part talks about the domes also as part of domestications, but not only material, but also spatial. Okay. In August 1949, the Secretary General of the colonial government, Paul Chauvin, took out a compass and traced 2 concentric circles on a piece of tracing paper. He was trying to represent the Yoff airport and its surrounding buffer zones. By hand, he added 3 smaller circles. Oops, no, not yet. He added 3 smaller circles to represent the communities of Ngor, Yoff, and Wakam, who are the 3 communities that Nzinga was just talking about. And with a wavy line, he indicated the ocean's edge. He drew this diagram to try to convince the director of public health of Greater Dakar to relocate an airform neighborhood, which had been planned, for 53 African employees of the Weather Service, from the southern edge of the airport's diameter, near Wakam, to the north near Yoff. The move, he said, would accommodate these functionaries closer to their place of work and reduce the cost of carrying them, transporting them from home to work. The public health official was against it. He had already explained in an angry 4-page memorandum that, quote, locating indigenous habitat so close to the aerodrome was against World Health regulations. The airstrip itself was left over from an American Air Force base and had originally been slated for demolition. But it was now being kept operational because, under American pressure, de Gaulle had declared that the French should continue to have a military presence in West Africa. So the airstrip had been designated for civilian use. The airport needed to include housing for Air France employees and a tourist hotel. And so the public health official had been the first to draw a distorted arc on a piece of the sheet from the 1946 master plan, and invoking decades-old practices of hygienic segregation, called for the Weathermen's homes to remain outside this endemic zone. Besides, he added, he couldn't help himself, shouldn't buildings for subaltern persons be taller and denser? And wouldn't an earlier proposal for a garden city for Europeans be a more appropriate use of the peninsula? And you can see the garden city right there. At this point, it might be helpful to note that urban historians of Dakar have described the period 1940 to 1960 as a curious hinge, when a massive building wave, fueled by state investment, produced important architectural realizations in the plateau and the port, but when a lot of this urban construction was in some sense honorific. In the words of one historian, with no sense of irony, the French finally constructed their ville impériale when empire was about to disappear. The airform neighborhoods help to diagnose this uneasiness. They appear at the margins of the 1946 master plan and are much better understood on a commercial map indicating the international headquarter companies and infrastructure. Here, airform neighborhoods exist in spatial transitions between city and energy, city and commerce, city and port, city and airport. And the stakes of populating these buffer areas with housing for African functionaries should not be underestimated. What was meant by housing crisis, after all, was an influx of persons that required urban planners to turn their attention from the plateau to the whole Cap Vert Peninsula. There was significant uncertainty about how exactly this should be designed. And as my opening vignette shows, this created a significant clash between different kinds of mobility. The infrastructural mobility, where you're trying to locate things with their proximity to infrastructure, and basically social mobility or urban mobility, where people can live in certain places and deambulate there too. One way that the planners dealt with this uncertainty was to make scale comparisons. This is the urban crisis. This is the influx of people in Dakar. One way that they dealt with this uncertainty was to make scale comparisons with Paris. In late 1946, they superimposed a diagrammatic outline of the French capital onto the map of Cap Vert. The hope was in part to absorb the large-scale angles of airplane runways into citywide Haussmannian axial schemes. Somehow this is not clicking. There it is. So you can locate your favorite landmarks in Dakar. Nor was this strategy limited to Dakar, the strategy of trying to look for Haussmannian logic in Dakar, was not limited to this city. In 1945, a special issue of L'Architecture d'Aujourd'hui made a catalog of colonial cities with leftover massive airstrips and patches of radially drawn and axially planned Beaux-Arts cities nested in their arms. So here's the airstrip, here's the city, here's an airstrip. Oops, wow, how did that happen? Sorry, I have to go through the whole thing now. I don't know what happened. You get to remind yourself of what I just said. This is what they look like. This is Nef. I don't know why that happened. Okay, give me an airstrip. Okay, so this is Niamey, airstrip, Little Beaux-Arts, airstrip, and a Little Beaux-Arts. It was this disjunction between two different scales and epistemes that Chauvin was trying to resolve by locating these maisons ballons in the buffer zones because they're kind of non-directional and multipliable. Like this, the way that they appear on the map today. Chauvin ultimately lost the fight, and the 53 Weathermen's homes were returned to Terme Sud. The Economic Office declared it would no longer guarantee transportations for these workers, and they would have to walk. So the mobility of logistical parts encountered the mobility of labor and won. But if the outcome of this particular clash between public works and public health reinforced these old hygienicist distinctions between ville indigène and ville européenne, by consulting the correspondence around the airform domes, as I have, the 4 years that they were developed, designed, and built, you can hear over the 4 years that this distinction between African and European space starts to wear away for purely pragmatic reasons. One way the distinction had been, and I have to collapse my argument here, but one way the distinction had been enforced was by inventing 3 categories of housing recipients. This is how the houses are first designated when in the archive, cases indigènes. One way the distinction had been enforced was by inventing 3 categories of housing recipients, European, indigenous, and evolved, that maintain ethnic hierarchies. For the so-called évolués, housing came with a promise, but never realized social mobility. For instance, the Eris prefabricated homes that I talked about earlier had been intended for French bachelors. Not working. There they are. They had been intended as temporary housing for French bachelors, European bachelors, with the promise that once these bachelors started a family, they would move out and the houses would be then given to the évolués. A year later is when the Air Force, the CCAP, changed this strategy and designed airforms directly for the évolués, although social mobility was still controlled by architectural means because the Europeans who lived in these bubble developments were assigned to larger bubbles or multiple bubbles with front porches. Another way that the distinction between European and African space had been enforced was linguistic, by using the word habitat for Africans and logement for Europeans. The 2 words implied different types of architectural design and methods. Underlying habitat was the assumption that ethnic identities is structured and reinforced by living environments. The term logement, in contrast, established a technical basis for housing. Habitat implied an urbanism delivered in broad strokes in kind of zoning. Logement called forth a rationalized, calculable form of design, regulated by a market and measured in number of units. And significantly, as I'm sure Mary's about to say, the reverse operation was happening at CM, which in 1953 decided to adopt a Charte de l'Habitat, and for them that was a kind of humanist gesture. But in Dakar, plan officials basically hoped to maintain social hierarchies through housing, but they stopped using the word habitat basically within the lifespan of these domes. Evolving designs of the bubble homes also index this change. In his first drawings, Fruitier had tried to pass off the domes as a species of vernacular architecture, echoing the claims of administrators that African employees would find themselves at home in these cases traditionnelles en dur, like a hardened traditional hut. Of course, the idea that Dakar's indigenous villages were made up of isolated round cases was, of course, a gross generalization, as Nzinga already has talked about. The traditional compounds in West Africa grouped buildings in a vast perimeter with domestic and communal buildings facing each other in a central area. But the fiction of these dots was reinforced by the French Geographic Service, who used irregular clusters of dots on a blank page in order to represent the village de banlieue around Dakar. And so Fruitier's airform domes, basically his first site plans look essentially, oh, I was going to show a movie. Do I have time? You know what, I'll show the movie later. Fruitier's first airform domes looked essentially like a reordering of pre-existing village dots. They were arrayed gently around curves, and they were connected by hub-and-spoke landscape features. As SICAP began requesting open bids for affordable housing rather than commissioning them directly, the plans became wholly rectilinear. Each house was now divided with walls at right angles. No longer did the bubbles correspond to a single dwelling. Some contained bathrooms, others kitchens. Plot divisions bisected both. So a single kitchen dome, like this one, was actually shared by 4 families, each entering its pie-shaped kitchen through a separate door and from a different piece of land. This division of space had actually been, so this is a site plan, that's one plot of land. Not working again, but this division of space had actually been demanded by SICAP, who'd made suggestions for how neighboring plots would be arranged back to back. And that's SICAP's suggestions, 4 plots, houses in the middle, and that's Fruitier's solution. In a sense, Fruitier's ability to conform to these requirements was, while maintaining the rounded form, was kind of ingenious. It was kind of well done. But the goal was clearly to create a suburban family unit. The dome's form exaggerated this itemization, since a circular shell doesn't have a back or a front, and so had to sit now in the center of the courtyard. So even as they maintained their apparent form as an isotropic unit of indigenous life, the airform bubbles left behind a rectilinear footprint characteristic of private property, even if they weren't actually private property. So in the final section of my paper, I want to show how this capacity for the domes to render visible a false premise of social mobility was leveraged by those who were resisting French rule. In October 1949, the Customs Officers' Labor Union voted to refuse to inhabit the future airform development that was being made for them in Bopa. I'm showing you the telegram where this news was discussed by the Director General and the Director of Public Works. This refusal is arguably a better guide for understanding the end of the airform's colonial career in Dakar than technological failure or architectural failure. And it's true that there were many technical issues, there were cracks and leaks. Also, the construction method is really not appropriate for the climate of Dakar. You have like a small dome, concrete, no insulation, under the hot sun. It's not very bearable as a living condition, as every architect will tell you. More broadly then, since the syndicate's goal was equality, we can safely say that they were refusing to inhabit what they considered second-rate home, an unequal housing. But it's also important to note that the airforms had sustained the fiction of social mobility long enough, incredibly enough, to be leveraged in demands for equality. Consider the family. The balloon form had always existed in tension with France's attempt to impose a European family unit. In a magazine feature in Bingo that followed, quote, followed an employee of the police home to his bubble, the article repeatedly mentioned his nuclear family of 4, a wife and 2 children, even if the accompanying photograph showed a group of 11 at some point posing in front. this spatial and numerical containment of the African family was a recurring theme in labor negotiations, and not always as you would think. After the 1946 abolition of forced labor, the French government invented new calculations to legitimate salary differences between European and African French citizens, because remember, these people are citizens. One way higher pay for French cadres over their African counterparts was justified was through a prime de dépaysement familial. Basically, this is a kind of displacement stipend. It means, the notion is that any European who lives in Dakar was fundamentally, quote, on leave from a French lifestyle, and thus needed to be paid a salary higher that allowed his family to periodically return and eventually move back to the metropole. And the French counted clearly on displacement being the one irreducible difference between the Europeans and the African Frenchmen. But rather than point out the injustice of this conceit, the customs unit accepted it and demanded equality and equivalence. African functionaries were also on leave. They were also owed a prime de dépaysement, since they also had mostly moved from surrounding communities, and they were frequently leaving family behind and or having to sustain groups of relatives in two different levels of life. So, to make my argument short, the syndicate's intransigence as to who was in dépaysement, who was displaced, echoes its categorical refusal to occupy airform domes. Labor organizers could use housing as a bargaining chip, among others, because the Maison Ballon made visible the rationalization of the family as a unit. With its obvious formal completeness, the dome illustrated the house as a completed commodity form, up for offer, negotiation, and refusal. And this was despite the best efforts of the French to attach it to a kind of undeniably African lifestyle. So, in conclusion, returning to my two initial questions, I don't remember if I have slides for this. Yes. What politics motivated the real and imagined mobility of these domes? I guess I'll go back to this. The movement of parts is what motivated global capital. Imperial governance saw a tool for controlling social and urban mobility. But the syndicates had a different idea. They claimed a new equivalence between anyone who could be counted as mobile or displaced. Secondly, what kind of experiment is this? Remember, that was my first question. The construction of the airform domes is not so much a formal iteration of the kind where you shape something and then you change your mind about the shape. It is that, but we can also think of it as an experiment in the sense that prouver meant it, a process that shapes a result, if we take the result to be continuing French presence in the colonies. By way of the Maison Ballon, the French designed a process and hoped that their legacy would mold itself literally upon them like concrete sprayed onto an inflated form. Thank you.
Thank you. What a perfect transition. You even had some of my images at the end. So I just want to thank Lucia and Ralph and Hugo for organizing this. This is really just a wonderful day. I also want to thank the incredibly overworked people at O'Hare last night who allowed me to not have to spend the night in the airport, and I was actually able to get to New York in time despite classic Midwest airport difficulties. So let's dive in once I can figure out how this works. Oh boy. An intriguing set of albums sits on the shelves of the Société Immobilière du Cap-Vert, SICAP, Senegal's now somewhat familiar, oldest public housing agency. Each album contains photos of complexes that SICAP built in Dakar and the surrounding region during the 1950s. When I flipped through these albums for the first time nearly a decade ago, maybe over a decade ago, one photo in particular caught my eye. In it, we see here a young woman with a baby on her back stares at a sign that reads, quote, "The cité is yours, be so kind as to keep it clean," end quote. Now, the term cité refers to both government housing and more broadly a locus of citizenship. And so we see the single-family houses, the woman and child, and the directive to keep the space clean, capturing the norms that one photographer associated with this new Senegalese cité. However, this was not the last time I encountered this message. In 2022, my research assistant Alhaji Yusuf Toure and I spoke with one Mamadou Ndiaye, who has lived in SICAP's Liberté 2 neighborhood since 1961. As Ndiaye fondly recalled his childhood home and the streets he traversed as a boy, he recited a message he saw on signs across his suburban world. Quote, "The cité is yours, be so kind as to keep it clean." End quote. So colonial calls for cleanliness lived on not only in official photographs, but also in the memories of daily suburban strolls from decades ago. Over the past few years, I've come to see these kinds of images, texts, and memories as debris from a different era in Dakar's colonial and post-colonial history, local manifestations of a much broader framework that made the French and Senegalese state responsible for certain West African urbanites' domestic well-being. I call this framework the politics of dwelling. And my research in the politics of dwelling challenges the emphasis on displacement and dispossession in histories of colonial and post-colonial urbanization, both within Senegal and beyond. And this framework has illuminated beautifully and powerfully how modern urban growth has frequently depended on often violently forcing impoverished and racialized urbanites to leave their homes. And I don't want to downplay this undeniable reality and its devastating toll. But I argue that urbanization in cities like Dakar depended as much on selective installation as it did on mass displacement. And in doing so, I explain when, why, and how people like Mamadou Ndiaye engage with institutions often deemed agents of their dislocation, and in doing so, provide new historical explanations for the causes and consequences of urban inequality. Now, my current project does this by comparing subsidized housing programs for select West African workers in 20th century Paris and Dakar. And by examining the origins, constructions, and legacies of these homes, I explain how French subsidized housing is structured who did or did not get the right to the city in these connected metropolises. And I argue that unique historical openings allow distinct West African populations to use government-funded homes meant to confine them to remain in these increasingly expensive and exclusive cities. Now, the remainder of this presentation will focus on the Dakarois side of the project to explain the long history and legacy behind these SICAP abodes. SICAP raises questions about why so many exclusionary post-war colonial modernization programs in African cities persisted after formal independence. After 1945, colonial authorities across Africa pursued unprecedented industrial and social investments grounded in growing modernization theory. Modernization schemes often claimed to put African societies on a fast track to Western-style industrial modernity. And many plans tried to create a class of African urban nuclear families whose reproductive and productive labor would promote economic growth and political stability. Now, historians, many of whom are in this room, have demonstrated that many post-war projects built on, rather than broke with, histories of colonial exploitation and foreign cultural impositions. In particular, urban historians have demonstrated how modernization plans replaced the racially divided dual city of the colonial era by the socioeconomically split cities seen after independence. Now, vital as these stories are, I argue they often miss or fail to fully explain why disruptive modernizing programs endured. And I argue that SICAP reveals that certain modernization plans had so much influence in part because they gave, or at least promised to give, it's kind of building on Lucia's presentation, select African urbanites the comforts associated with the good life, seen as key to prosperity and political legitimacy after the war. SICAP served a particularly influential clientele, salaried workers and fonctionnaires. Contracted wage earners constituted about 9% of post-war Senegal's workforce, but as much as a third of post-war Dakar's. While a minority, Babacar Fall argues that Senegal's colonial and post-colonial leaders both saw wage workers as vital to economic and political stability. As a result, authorities and workers alike came to see SICAP as key to reinforcing this population and their stability and support for the government by giving them the domestic comforts associated with a global post-war middle class. Now, scholars have long debated the utility of using the concept of the middle class in African history. And part of this relates to the term's ambiguity. The label middle class has never just denoted occupation or salary. In the modern era, being middle class has also meant access to globally circulating goods, ideas, and values. Historians have used this more expansive understanding to show how people outside of Europe and North America have joined a global bourgeoisie by accessing these circuits to distinguish themselves from peasants, precarious urbanites, and colonial or so-called traditional elites since at least the mid-19th century, if not much earlier. In the mid-20th century, many socially mobile West Africans similarly tried to achieve this status by accessing the markers of the good life associated with the post-war economic boom. In Dakar, CCAP became key to this aspiration. French and Senegalese authorities used this organization to provide salaried workers with detached suburban homes that came to symbolize prosperity after the war, all to serve their often diverging and conflicting political projects. All the while, residents, particularly men, adapted these spaces to pursue their own aspirations. And examining this process reveals how colonial class formation structured the very landscape of Senegal's post-colonial capital. No, that's not the right direction. These things. Yeah, let's just do this. This is going to make life a lot easier. So CCAP emerged out of decades-long efforts to use home ownership to manage and divide the city's growing population. And so I'm building off of many of the presentations already given. In response to the now well-known and discussed 1914 plague outbreak, authorities built a new peri-urban so-called native village called the Medina. However, poor infrastructure and the indigenous Lebu community's unique political and economic rights meant that most of Dakar's growing African majority continued to live outside the Medina well into the 1930s. One 1930 report estimated that out of an African population of 28,000, only 8,000 lived in the Medina. So by the mid-1920s, certain colonial authorities tried a new strategy to segregate Dakar: subsidized home ownership. In 1926, French authorities established the Office des Habitations Économiques in Dakar. And planners modeled this office off of similar programs in metropolitan France, which since the 1890s had provided low-interest loans to prospective homeowners to buy these houses from pre-approved contractors. Colonial Minister Léon Perrier argued such an institution in Dakar would help builders overcome reservations about serving supposedly financially imprudent African clients, while also furthering, quote, the sanitation and beautification of the city, and incentivizing among the autochthonous population a sense of hygiene, well-being, and savings, end quote. However, this financial support did not go to everyone. At first, the OHE focused on housing the city's Lebu residents who had long refused to leave their valuable plots in downtown Dakar. After major reforms in 1934, the office increasingly focused on a new clientele, fonctionnaires, whose guaranteed income would allow them to pay back any loans, thus helping to sustain the office's finances. Furthermore, this small but growing population had increasing political power in the city, particularly in the context of rising labor militancy, popular discontent amidst the Great Depression, and efforts by France's Popular Front government to demonstrate colonial policies that could improve the so-called quality of life amongst colonial populations. By providing modern homes outside the city center to a small class of Senegalese dwellers, local officials hope to gain the support of a key demographic and inspire other Africans to leave the so-called European city of the plateau. Planners provided state-backed loans for detached family houses like the one seen here, designed by the Senegalese architect Amadou Mbaye in 1937. Through these houses, authorities hoped to segregate Dakar by example and not simply by force. And while World War II considerably slowed down construction, hundreds of applications poured into the OHE's files. And the vast majority of these, all except 10, came from men working in the government sector, revealing the OHE's success in attracting the fonctionnaires it sought to house. In his 1943 application letter, for example, the public works clerk Tamsir Touré asked for a new home because, quote, this nomadic life does not allow me to know the joys of home and the pleasures of having my family at my side under my control, end quote. Yeah, quite an ending. Records don't indicate if Touré got his request fulfilled, but they do reveal that hundreds of men turned to the office to get the kind of home they presented as key to establishing familial stability and patriarchal authority. And by the end of the war, the office had made only about 166 houses, even as Dakar's population approached 150,000. So clearly the OHE had failed to meet at least any sort of mass housing goal, but that was never the goal. It was always selective housing. And even if it failed to house the majority of the people it claimed to, it created administrative precedents and personal expectations that were concretized after World War II. So by the end of the 1940s, colonial authorities folded the OHE into a new and better funded agency, the now well-established CCAP. Planners and administrators felt CCAP had to succeed where the OHE failed, especially in the face of Dakar's rapid growth, which would surpass 300,000 residents by 1960. Housing became central to administrative efforts to make Dakar an emblem of post-war colonial modernization. And this strategy rested on a vast reorganization of the city and its periphery that we've already discussed a bit. This greater Dakar plan would divide Dakar and the broader Cap Verde Peninsula into distinct residential zones. These plans designated zones downtown or along the coast as European areas and areas far beyond the city's limits as autochthonous, regions for so-called non-assimilated Africans. And then this plan left suburban areas for the Evolué, kind of the areas seen in blue a bit, of course, as established the colonial educated West Africans. So planners explicitly framed these neighborhoods as buffers between Dakar's European core and autochthonous edges, inscribing the Evolué's intermediary social and economic position into Dakar's very soil. Armed with these plans and funded by low-interest loans from the French Overseas Investment Bank, CCAP purchased land, built residence, and provided loans. CCAP houses varied in size from studios to 2 to 4 room single-family homes. And so this photo here depicted a 3-room twinned house, which meant it shared a wall with its neighboring house, while this plan for a CCAP development included residential blocks interspersed with parks and trees-lined streets, as well as a commercial strip seen kind of vaguely in the center. And so this aerial photo here of one development of the 1955 CCAP pamphlet highlighted the scale of these new complexes on the edge of this growing city. So as planners hoped, CCAP quickly attracted a relatively privileged clientele. Prospective residents could either rent or sign a rent-to-own contract that promised homeownership in 10 to 20 years. Prospective homeowners, however, had to provide a sizable down payment and all applicants, renters or prospective homeowners, needed proof of regular income, excluding thousands who worked without a stable contract. By 1953, one report said CCAP received 4,000 requests for rent-to-buy homes from African applicants, quote, especially Evolué, notably bureaucrats who want to become property owners, end quote. And this profile reflects how high costs and the need to prove stable income limited CCAP's clientele. And local activists decried this elitism, as did many French officials within CCAP. Quote, "We simply want to call attention to the danger," one 1954 government report said, "in raising up an African bourgeoisie while leading the mass of the population to languish in their slums," end quote. A 1955 audit similarly said that CCAP's rents were, quote, inaccessible to the majority of those we want to reach, end quote. But the same audit praised CCAP for, quote, making the slums disappear, offering more hygiene and greater comfort at prices that were accessible to all, and developing a sense of savings, end quote. So like its interwar predecessors, CCAP did not just want to build houses, it wanted to make a new class with new subjectivities, new financial practices that were by definition exclusive. So photographs of 1950s developments in CCAP's archives highlight some of the domestic habits that these homes promoted. One such picture showed a couple sitting in their garden as the husband read the local paper, while another showed a dining room above a text that read, quote, "Our residents in general are very respectful. A healthy emulation leads them to lovely interior arrangements," end quote. CCAP even ran tidy home competitions with prizes for residents who had the most meticulously organized interiors, which in the prize was enough money to pay 1 month's rent. And by promoting this emulation, administrators tried to create a new class that adhered to and promoted French domestic norms. And applications for homes in CCAP's Van Hoek complex in particular provides insights into the people who coveted these houses and the good life they promised. Van Hoek's unique coastal location attracted both European and African applicants, so it's a bit apart from other CCAP complexes, but it still kind of epitomizes the norms and associations with it. In the fall of 1952, CCAP's Administrative Council reviewed 129 applications, which included 37 from Europeans. And of all these applications, however, only 17 came from women, reflecting CCAP's strong, if not exclusive, attachment to a male breadwinner model. All the European applicants and all but 15 of the 92 African ones requested a single-family house. So if Van Hoek's racial diversity set it apart, applicants' professions match CCAP's socioeconomic profile. Of 123 applicants, only 4 lacked regular wages, and furthermore, 62% of applicants worked for the government, a figure that went up to 70% for African applicants. So successful applicants had a variety of jobs, from midwives to chauffeurs, but whatever they did, they kept as long as they kept a steady wage, they held a privileged position in Dakar's post-war economy. And CCAP's Administrative Council put select quotes from applications into their notes, providing glimpses into how successful applicants selectively echoed CCAP's priorities. Boubacar Seck, for example, evoked CCAP's thrifty imperatives when he said he wanted to save enough to turn a rent-to lease and a rent-to-buy one. Françoise de Souza similarly said she tired of, quote, paying so much for a badly oriented room in the Medina. Complaints about uncomfortable or crowded homes evoked common frustration in this rapidly growing city. And CCAP administrators' decision to excerpt these statements also reveal how citing these issues caught their eyes. And in the case of one Richard Albi, council members transcribed the entire letter. An accountant for a shipping firm, Albi said he lived with his 3 children, sister, and a cousin in a small room in a 16-room building in the Medina. Residents depended on a mobile kitchen often used in the courtyard, quote, exposed to the eyes of those passing by, end quote. This system overwhelmed Albi's family with smoke, meaning his children could, quote, easily contract all sorts of diseases. Moreover, noisy neighbors kept up Albi's children who, quote, had to go to classes the next day, end quote. There's a lot of quotes. And children were not the only ones with rough mornings in this house. The building's bathrooms opened at 7:30 a.m. in issues for renters who had to get to the office by 7. Having listing all these tribulations, Albi asked for a 3-bedroom CCAP home to, quote, bring order to my household and for the education of my children, end quote. This letter evoked the crowds and disease that CCAP claimed to combat, as well as the commitment to the colonial education that reproduced the Avoloé class. And the letter's contents and a transcription in official files show that he told administrators what they wanted to hear. More fundamentally, though, it also shows that Albi wanted a new home. Like many other applicants, he achieved this goal in part by parroting official priorities. But this rhetorical overlap did not mean that residents passively adopted CCAP's domestic norms. In particular, many households failed to match the nuclear family associated with post-war suburbia in Europe and North America. In Van Hoek, for example, 3 successful applicants had 2 wives. And despite being minority, their presence and their success reveals that polygynous families were not inherently excluded from CCAP. And so these kinds of traces hint at how CCAP authorities adapted their plans to domestic realities on the ground. And some adaptations took a more concrete form. As it became clear that CCAP could not exclude non-nuclear families, planners tried a new approach, the so-called transformable house. As CCAP Secretary General Guy Hartwig explained in a 1955 article for the magazine Ekistics, removable partitions let residents make new rooms and adapt, quote, their domestic space to the evolution of their family's needs, an arrangement that Hartwig claimed accommodated the essentially variable African family, end quote, and that a family that could not be confined in pre-planned suburban walls. But if CCAP met certain African residents' domestic preferences, they did so in ways that imbued new conflicts into Dakar's periphery. Much of the land for these constructions belonged to indigenous Lebu families who had fought for decades, as we've seen, to defend their imperiled homes. Many Lebu patriarchs, or Burom Pench and Wolof, had tried to keep the inherited land which anchored multifamily compounds known as Pinch, a primary cause of the violent conflicts during the plague outbreak in 1914. Post-war suburbanization, however, pit these Lebu domestic aspirations against new ones held by thousands of salaried migrants coming to Dakar. As Lucia kind of alluded to, by 1958, over 3/4 of CCAP households were born outside the Dakar region. Many of the people I interviewed described migratory journeys that ended in CCAP abodes. Papa Njai, for example, came to Dakar from Senegal's Linguère region in 1956 and lived in a wooden house in Dakar's Medina neighborhood until 1967, when a secretary at the radio station he worked at gave him a chance to move into what he called the chic neighborhood of CCAP Liberté 2. And his coworker came from Togo and transferred her lease to Njai after she moved into a larger home nearby with her husband. And so while Njai moved into this house in the 1960s, his story provides glimpses into the desire that led thousands of migrants to move to CCAP homes in the 1950s. However, no interviewees mentioned pre-existing Lebu residents. When I asked what was in the areas before, they described primarily trees and monkeys and animals in the area. So accessing and remembering CCAP homes meant erasing the ones that labor families lost. So, quote, "In its time, CCAP was really an El Dorado," Malik Sabali recalled wistfully. Many long-term residents we spoke with evoked similarly rosy memories about CCAP's neighborhoods in the 1960s and 70s. And these kinds of recollections of serene suburbs echoed the prosperous visions imbued into these neighborhoods both in the colonial and the early post-colonial period. After French colonists used housing to justify their ever increasingly flimsy rule, Senegalese residents and officials in the 1960s alike used these spaces to prove their nations and its citizens were comfortably at home in the post-colonial world. So CCAP remained a cornerstone of Dakar's housing policy after 1960, which in part stemmed from continued support from the French government, part of so-called cooperation policies that sought to keep former sub-Saharan African colonies in France's sphere of influence. French funding, however, did not stop people from imbuing CCAP houses with post-colonial potential. Editors of the popular Bingo magazine already cited captured this belief in 1960, the so-called Year of Africa, in a special edition on housing and domesticity. In the introduction, they said, quote, "Our political evolution must accompany a parallel evolution in our everyday lives," end quote. And to document this transformation, one article displayed the CCAP home of Mamadou Hassan Bengwe and his unnamed wife. The caption we see here underneath one image in their living room said that, quote, "The large map and a green plant symbolize Africa in this Parisian bourgeois decor," end quote. So this multicultural decor broadcast the cosmopolitan aspirations Bingo's editors believed that Senegal needed as it faced independence. And President Leopold Senghor reinforced this link between CCAP and Senegal's new place in the world. While discussing infrastructure at a 1962 Socialist Party Congress, Senghor declared that, well, that is just way off. So listen closely. Senghor declared that, quote, "Water and electricity speak to health, while the amelioration of housing recalls an effort of civilization. This fact is manifested in CCAP and Dakar. There, one buys fewer frivolities, one buys more pieces of art, one takes in the taste and culture of trees and flowers. One creates there a new civilization, Negro-African and modern," end quote. Senghor thus embedded these homes in his effort to make Senegal a center of post-colonial Pan-Africanism. And that same year, CCAP published a pamphlet with Senghor's words on the cover. And these, as you can see here, it's in the faded yellow, like transcribed directly Senghor's kind of praise for the Negro-African civilization created into their promotional material. And then the pages within depicted the new complex and its verdant streets and described good schools, a new mosque and church, and the roads that led residents down to their jobs in the plateau. And at the end, saying, quote, "CCAP offers you practical, agreeable, and affordable housing that has already excited thousands, which tomorrow can be yours," end quote. Decades after endorsing CCAP's work, Senghor similarly appeared in many residents' memories. Samba Sai, for example, is recalled sitting in the front row when Senghor opened a new CCAP complex in the 60s. Lamine Baro, who has lived in CCAP de Liberté 1 since 1958, fondly recalled Senghor strolling through nearby streets, saying, quote, "President Senghor loved to take his visitors into CCAP," he explained, saying he would guide official guests from the nearby Avenue Bourguiba to suburban complexes' gardens. Other people even credited Senghor with creating CCAP. Idriss Ndiaye, who has lived in CCAP Liberté 2 since 1966, said, quote, "President Senghor initiated it at the time, so each worker had a roof," end quote. These memories erased CCAP's colonial origins, reproducing decades-old visions of the suburbs as signs of post-colonial progress made during the 1960s. And in doing so, they reveal the enduring impact of the Senghorian state's efforts to bolster its own legitimacy by using CCAP to give a key constituency access to modern domestic comforts. Now, most residents we spoke with were children when their parents moved to CCAP neighborhoods in the 1960s, and they often recalled these neighborhoods' prestige at the time. Lamine Baro said his well-educated neighbors effectively wore a badge that said they were civilisés, like the people of CCAP, end quote, laughing as he recycled this old colonial term. And we heard similar colonial echoes while interviewing siblings Albert and Awa Fateh. After explaining in Wolof that people used to sweep CCAP streets so regularly you could sit on them, Awa switched to French to say c'était propre, or it was clean. So instead of using the Wolof term for set, which we can discuss is kind of associated with a very different kind of politics in post-colonial and contemporary Dakar, Fateh invoked a French word that decades earlier appeared on didactic colonial signs. So interviewees' uses of terms like civilisé or propre hinted at enduring colonial influences on how CCAP residents define their communities. And when we asked Albert and Awa if CCAP was high class, she chuckled a bit. Her father worked as a bartender at the National Assembly, and they grew up near bankers and accountants. And so while acknowledging that these were privileged jobs, she said her and her neighbors were simple. For Awa, what made CCAP what's special was their residents' commitment to education, families, and keeping the neighborhood propre. And so this overlap with CCAP's founding ideologies, however, again, like in the 50s, did not stop residents from adapting CCAP spaces. Awa fondly recalled working with her neighbors to turn empty fields into collective gardens. And so while Bingo and Senghor presented CCAP residents as savvy market consumers, these kinds of memories and other evidence reveal that CCAP tenants did not rely solely on the market for their daily needs. And some residents cultivated food much closer to home. Like other interviewees, Julien Lalot's mother, Marie-Claire Costa, filled their backyard with mango and lemon trees and the occasional chicken. And at one point, Lalot showed me photographs of this lush garden with his mother draped by her suburban trees in the backyard of her CCAP home. Guarded in a folder for decades, this folder revealed not only how one resident changed their home, but how she and her son preserved this transformation. And so some of these adaptations, again, pushed against the monogamous couple imagined as key to Senegal's and Dakar's modernization. In 1970, Ibrahima Fall moved into CCAP's Djupul neighborhood with his mother, an employee at Senegal's Social Security Office. And Fall's father had several wives, and he did not live full-time in this house in Djupul. But instead, the house belonged to Fall's mother until her death. Women like her used their professional status to get their own houses from a program explicitly associated with patriarchal nuclear families. In a very different example, Mamadou Deme said his father, a railroad worker, made a home aligned with what he described as his traditional background. His father built 2 rooms in the courtyard for his second and third wives. It's echoing how Buron Pench long made distinct rooms for different wives within shared courtyards across Senegal. And his father brought these practices into CCAP neighborhoods. And we conducted our interview in this very home, which Deme inherited, which he has used to reinforce his own patriarchal authority, demonstrating how his father's investment continued to serve the family after his death. And in these different ways, residents dictated what kinds of families lived in CCAP's modern homes and for how long. But again, and of course, as since the 1950s and the 30s even, adaptability did not mean accessibility. In 1962, the French researcher Bernard Audinet critiqued CCAP in a report to Senegal's Minister of the Interior by saying that the down payment and proof of stable income meant that, quote, exclusion is practically inscribed, end quote. Audinet said the state would need to invest massively to increase instruction to house a projected 300,000 more residents by 1970. And similar critiques came throughout the decade from researchers, funders, and politicians who wanted CCAP to act more like post-war Europe's mass housing agencies. But CCAP was never designed as a mass housing program. It had always and explicitly served a salaried minority that had become central to the Senegalese state and economy. A letter by the head of France's mission of aid and cooperation in 1962 provides insights into this political dynamic, explaining that Senghor regularly rebuffed calls to push CCAP to focus on cheaper housing because he said, quote, they're psychologically and politically difficult to reduce the quality and norms that clients are used to, end quote. Making these homes cheaper or less exclusive would undermine the prestige that made these houses key to both reinforcing support among Dakar's professional class and celebrating Senegal's post-war prosperity, or the vision of it. And by the early 1970s, these conflicts reach a breaking point. Growing frustration with CCAP's housing model and broader economic constraints in both France and Senegal led the French government to stop funding CCAP in 1972. In response, CCAP authorities tried to find new international investors, knowing that any new loans would likely come with much higher interest rates. And these troubles only grew as Senegal's economy stalled, leading national officials to turn to agencies like IMF, who, as we all know, structural adjustment policies greatly diminished public investments in anything. So as CCAP lost funding, residents have held on to memories of better days, if only to draw contrasts with the present. Dirty streets elicit the most consistent critiques. As Mamadou Njai told us, the city's takeover of CCAP's maintenance in the 1980s, quote, facilitated the degradation of his beloved home. Trash came up constantly in interviews as the clearest manifestation of this deterioration, often framed as an erasure of a prestigious boundary that once separated CCAP neighborhoods and the rest of the greater Dakar. And this feeling arose not only in interviews, but online. In November 2020, a Facebook group focused on Senegal's architectural history posted 4 old CCAP photographs, some of which I've used today. And the post elicited dozens of comments by long-term residents. One poster writing, quote, "It was propre and beautiful," before another said that the loss of sanitation workers facilitated CCAP's Medinization, a term that came up in interviews. And another poster asked one troubling question: why have we regressed so much? End quote. Like bingo decades earlier, Facebook forums circulate CCAP's suburban dream, this time as a memory of a lost status. And trash has come to show that Senegal's government can no longer give its citizens the good life. But CCAP residents did not frame the last few decades as a total collapse. Increased rights to adapt houses has allowed many residents to transform these spaces with new floors or paint, like this, in my opinion, quite beautiful, bright blue and red house in CCAP Liberté 2. And many people still praise CCAP neighborhood's community spirit, relative quiet, and durable streets and sidewalk that resist flooding, unlike newer neighborhoods in Wakam. So they often point to these kind of sidewalks made in the 1950s and 60s as part of kind of the neighborhood's prestige and physical integrity. But these persistent benefits do not stop older residents from mourning their perceived loss of privilege. And these rosy memories, however, depend on ignoring how this dream existed alongside and in many ways depended upon exclusion. In the 1950s, CCAP sought to selectively create new suburban families that would stabilize the colonial order. After decolonization, these homes tried to create and serve these same urbanites, now seen as cosmopolitan agents of national development. But by focusing on salaried workers, CCAP persistently placed Dakar's most precariously housed residents outside Senghor's new Negro-African and modern world. Examining these houses reveal how people fit globally circulating post-war visions of suburban comfort into local, national, and imperial efforts to transform Dakar. With official plans and personal ambitions, CCAP created a post-war suburban dream that lives on in walls and memories. Thank you.
I can leave at 1:15, I think. Let's hope we do today. Well, this was really a wonderful occasion, so I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me, and to thank our presenters here for their incredibly interesting papers. As an urban geographer of contemporary Dakar, I found them very generative for thinking through the longer histories linking infrastructure to citizenship and belonging today. But I do want to emphasize that I'm not a historian and I'm not an architectural historian. So I'm going to think about them, draw some themes out through thinking about the sort of broader urban scale and questions of citizenship. So on a most basic level, what stands out across both papers is that housing is not simply about shelter. It's a political technology, one that organizes who belongs in the city, under what conditions, and according to what social and aesthetic norms. Both of these papers afford us the opportunity to examine the way that architecture and urban design served and frustrated imperial agendas in the late colonial period and the afterlives of these relationships today. So I'll start with you, Greg. In his paper, Greg is offering a reinterpretation of colonial and post-colonial urbanization that shifts our focus from displacement alone to what he calls a politics of dwelling. That is the selective provisioning of housing as a way of producing a particular kind of urban citizen and to stabilize the political order. So I appreciate the effort here to push back against what you describe as the historiographic dominance of narratives of displacement and dispossession. But I also found myself wondering whether what you're calling selective installation is in fact inseparable from dispossession rather than an alternative to it. And this version that you presented here was a little bit different than the one that I read, where I think you're doing a little bit more to bring them together. But in other words, installation here, in my mind, is the flip side of dispossession elsewhere. Who was removed in order to make these blank spaces on a map? The production of these orderly, serviced, and desirable neighborhoods depends on exclusion elsewhere. The fixity of the middle-class civil servant in the center was enabled by sweeping away the déchets humains on the periphery, and they were literally labeled human trash during this time. So to me, these are processes we need to think together. And even within these neighborhoods, we might think about how disrepair itself becomes a form of dispossession over time, particularly as the state withdraws, and you were starting to get into that later history. So while I'm taken with your provocation, I'd be interested in seeing that tension made more explicit, that installation and dispossession are co-constitutive rather than opposed processes. A second point that resonated strongly with my own work is your discussion of cleanliness, of the city as propre. This connects directly to what can be understood as the aesthetic regimes of urban belonging in Dakar. In my own work, I describe this as a long history of what I call disposability urbanism, a system in which decisions about who belongs and who does not are often rooted in aesthetic and moral judgments as much as in economic or infrastructural ones. What your paper shows so clearly is that modernist housing projects like CCAP are not just functional, they're deeply aesthetic projects. They produce a certain image of order, hygiene, and respectability. But beneath that apparent sterility is also a set of normative expectations around what a proper family looks like, how space should be used, and what counts as a good and productive domestic life. So I found myself wanting to hear more about how these norms operated socially. I wanted more on how flexible these spaces were in practice for non-monogamous households, how gender shaped access to owner, tenancy, inheritance, and what happened when families invested in these homes as pathways to stability and prosperity, only to find themselves overcrowded or dealing with declining maintenance. In that sense, the promise of the good life can also produce new forms of constraint. But I also want to underscore something that I found especially powerful in your paper, which is the role of nostalgia that comes in at the end. CCAP occupies a very particular place in Dakar's urban collective memory, something I've encountered repeatedly in my own work, and frankly, something that I've experienced myself. I lived in CCAP Liberté 1 for about 15 years off and on, and there's a real attachment to these neighborhoods, the walkability, the quiet, the green, the sense of order, livability. What your paper helped me do is to put my finger more precisely on where that nostalgia comes from. I think the contemporary nostalgia for CCAP is not simply about what those neighborhoods were, but about what they promised. A path of urbanization that would be predictable, a form of development that would be prosperous, a city that would be orderly, legible, and tidy. The interviews you present are so telling in this regard. Residents longing for the cleaner, more predictable, less messy city that they were promised. Narratives about waste and disorder are always political. The accumulation of waste in public space over the past decades is not incidental. It is the material manifestation of austerity, crisis, and the unraveling of the modernist nationalist project, including its promises of full employment and managed urbanism. So in that sense, CCAP becomes nostalgic not just as a place, but as a relic of another time, a symbol of a broken promise, a moment when the state appeared capable of producing and maintaining a certain kind of urban order. So I want to move to Lucia's chapter or paper here. So I see this paper as reframing what's often seen as a failed architectural experiment as a window into late colonial governance. Rather than a dead end, the air-formed domes reveal how the materiality and mobility of housing were central to imperial strategies of control and adaptation. what emerges is a broader story of architecture and urban planning in the service of empire, one that is always fraught, incomplete, and which leaves a conflicting residue. What stood out most to me was your focus on mobility. On the one hand, these structures are part of a colonial desire for mobility, the mobility of materials, mobility of construction processes, efficacy and standardization of cookie-cutter designs that could work anywhere, the ability to build quickly and cheaply for colonialism on the cheap. But on the other hand, what they produce is almost the opposite. They fix people in place, inserting them into highly regulated spatial and social arrangements. So there's a powerful tension here between mobility as an imperial aspiration and fixity as its lived outcome. This is especially evident in your discussion of spatial transition zones between infrastructures, between the city and the periphery, the imposition of private property logics, and the attempt to reshape African households into nuclear family units modeled on European norms. I also found the discussion of material mismatch particularly compelling, the lack of correspondence between the designs and the local climatic, material, and architectural conditions. Here again, we see a familiar colonial move, the claim that these forms can be indigenized, that they resemble the cases traditionnelles, when in fact they flatten or erase the diversity of vernacular forms. The fact that many of these domes were implanted in Yoff, Wakam, Ngor, and the other Lebu neighborhoods with long-standing vernacular architectural traditions was particularly striking. And Nzinga spoke about this earlier. Especially as they impose a bounded, standardized domestic unit onto contexts historically organized through the pench, a compound form defined by flexibility, fluidity, adaptation, and the ongoing reconfiguration of space around a shared courtyard that we don't see, of course, in these domes. Finally, I was especially struck by your discussion of refusal, which is also the title of my forthcoming book. As you show, refusal by labor unions and by residents is a key mechanism through which people contest these imposed spatial logics and their moral orders. This resonated strongly with me because of this work I've been doing on exploring refusal as an everyday social and political practice through which Dakarois push back against being made legible, governable, and to conform. As an ethnographer, I found myself wanting to hear more about how that refusal took shape on the ground. So I don't know if you were able to talk to people who lived in those domes, but it would be fascinating to hear what they say. In what terms did people refuse these spaces? In what terms did they adapt these spaces? In what ways did they domesticate these spaces for their real live, messy families? How did they exceed and rework the intended uses of these spaces? And to connect back to Greg's paper, I also found myself wondering about their afterlives, whether any forms of attachment or even nostalgia emerged around these spaces, their apparent solidity, order, coherence, even as they were sites of contestation back in the day. So a couple of cross-cutting themes that emerge when bringing these two papers together. First, housing as a political technology of belonging. Both papers show that housing is central to the production of urban citizenship, not just who lives where, but who counts as modern, respectable, and deserving of infrastructural investment. And the materiality of these infrastructures is a structuring force in that process. Second, displacement and belonging are co-produced. In both cases, inclusion is selective. To install some populations is to exclude others. To create order in one space is to produce disorder in an elsewhere. Third is what I call the aesthetics of the modern gaze. Both papers show that modern urbanism is not just about efficiency or function, it is also about appearance, cleanliness, order, legibility. These aesthetic regimes shape who belongs and who is rendered out of place, disposable, or in need of reform. So one final theme I want to end on is the question of afterlives, of what these housing projects leave behind materially and affectively in Dakar today. I have to say I've spent 25 years being in and out of the neighborhoods you mentioned, I've never, ever seen one of these. So I was so delighted to see
hard
the
to
images.
find.
They must be.
You gotta look for them.
Yeah. You have to look.
You
They're
have
very
to
small.
look.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they're behind tall fences.
And there's walls now, but you
Right.
can see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can visit them.
Yes. So both papers show that these were not simply technical or architectural experiments, but projects that carried powerful promises. Promises of order, modernity, mobility, of a certain kind of urban future. And following James Ferguson, we might think of modernist development here as the management of those promises, one that is never fully realized. What we see in Dakar today are the residues of those promises. In the case of CCAP, that residue inspires a deep nostalgia, a longing for not just what those neighborhoods were, but for what they represented, a vision of urban life that was orderly, predictable, maintained. And as I've argued in my own work, the increasing visibility of disorder and infrastructural breakdown in the city becomes a kind of counterpoint to that earlier promise, a material sign of its unraveling. In the case of the airforms, the residue is different but related. Fragments of an architectural and political experiment that sought to abstract from place to impose futuristic, highly mobile, modular forms, but that ultimately left behind uneven, dysfunctional, and contested imprints on the landscape. So in both cases, what we're looking at are not failed or completed projects, but ongoing afterlives, spaces where past visions of development continue to shape how urban life is imagined, remembered, and contested today. But thank you so much.
We have like 10 minutes
Yeah.
that we have you. Thank you. I mean, I can answer some of the questions, but I think that what you're talking about, where you're managing the future, so the promise is of future development, of controlled development, in my case, that the domes are actually futuristic. It's something that I've kind of shied away from because I didn't particularly have a way to say it, but I think that is of the essence of the nostalgia with which people talk about it. So when many people have now been interviewed, I have not done any of it, but I could. You know, one could go and there are tours. Carole Diop gives tours, and the people are very willing to talk about them, the inhabitants and the inheritors. And it's as differentiated as anything else in Dakar. There's like artists who have made their domes, have renovated them into courtyards, others who have just added things on. There's a spectrum, basically. But the attachment is to what they say, the atypicality, the fact that it was atypical. And I think you're right, that the futurism, the idea that it was promising something more than itself is definitely, yeah, that's good. How did they adapt? I mean, that's really hard. There's one guy, remember, in the archives, who says, "Ma maison est pas très étanche," and that's why he wants to move. Like, my house is not waterproof enough. It's, yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have to do more oral history and more kind of detective work of how exactly things were moved. It's a little hard because they were not all built at once, and some of them were literally bisected by walls. I tried to, what you said was that they represented a nostalgia for order and coherence. I mean, I tried, and I will hear feedback. I was trying to focus on the objecthood, because unlike the back-to-back homes, and unlike the very conventional architecture of arches and pitched roofs, this is basically designed to be an object. And I was trying to say that even though it really doesn't work for any reason, this doesn't work, but it makes visible the house in such a way that clicked something for the negotiators and for, yeah, I suppose for the imaginary too. So for me, the fact that it's an object is the thing that people are feeling even now in their afterlives. Remember when we had a thing, even though at the time it was an inconvenient thing. So, yeah. So, and it's also the film I was going to show was of the Governor General walking around and with people like, you know, following him. And yeah, it's like running around bubbles. Even though they talk about the interior, it's not like the later CCAP where you have commodities, etc. It's these objects which one can dance around. So, but yeah, the afterlife, and I'm glad that I need to get your book. Is it Refusal or Refuse All?
It's refusal. Refusal with the word refuse in it.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, as expected, that was wonderful. So I'll try to be quick. Yeah, so this idea of kind of, I think, yeah, I'm probably overplaying my hand to say it's just selective installation, not mass displacement. But I think what I'm trying to get at there, and then in the other part of the book that's also showing how, in a very different way, West African labor migrants are doing something similar in Paris, that these projects work through kind of select populations becoming invested in these colonial and post-colonial projects, in kind of going against this kind of Manichaean binary image that these projects work just kind of like the Bulamatari, kind of like crushing stone, that there are these select populations that become their own livelihood, their futures are directly materially dependent on these government programs. And that is part of how they become sustainable. That select West African populations kind of get an investment in these programs that allows us sustainability. And they're certainly predicated on dispossession on the other side. But I kind of want to re-examine kind of how select kind of groups emerge out of their investment, and they become dependent on it for their visions of the future, which allows them to, remain in these places. But it also it kind of helps to understand how programs like CCAP became so durable to a certain extent, even if they're predicated on exclusion. It's not just the strength of the colonial state, which is extremely limited. It's also its ability to get new clients, get people who are dependent on its resources. So that's kind of what I'm trying to highlight. Yeah, and I think the nostalgia thing is huge, and I think I need to think about it more, and it's just so overwhelmingly present in the conversations. And I think there's also a generational difference, but I needed to think about that more. But the norms, operator, I think are really interesting. I mean, just kind of one example I'll give is, so in the mid-1970s, mid-1980s, it depends on who you ask, kind of as CCAP enters this financial crisis, after the loss of French investment, the residents push to kind of be able to kind of buy outright their homes at a much lower price, to kind of like accelerate their rent-to-buy contracts. And so there's kind of a wave of privatization. This is, it's kind of like a Senegalese version of Thatcherism. But very quickly they realize that there isn't, but as more and more people are coming in during the Exode Rural in the 70s and 80s, they can buy the house, but there's no plot to build a new house, so they have to build up and up and up. And so CCAP neighborhoods don't look anything like what they did, because, and people explain, they had to build kind of these formerly one-story homes are now 3 or 4-story homes. The aesthetics are completely unrecognizable. And some people have read that as, and see, this is kind of the African residents finally being free to like build as they want. And the way that I was doing is like, this is constraint. This is they wanted to remain in these neighborhoods that had become kind of symbols of privilege and kind of an increasingly kind of fiscally tenuous operation. It was one of the only places you can get housing, but they have to bring in their families. And so these single family homes become extremely multi-generational. All my interviews, like the mother is upstairs, the children are downstairs. And so these homes become kind of, and residents kind of talk about the loss of shade. Suddenly because they're now 3-story homes, the shade is everywhere. It's not the bright sunny streets that there used to be.
Courtyards are filled in.
The courtyards are filled in. And so kind of the kind of recognition of kind of the bringing in kind of rural relatives to kind of, this is the only place in Dakar that they can get, and it's good neighborhoods that still have, good schools, but it leads to this kind of typological transformation in the houses that some people have celebrated as a sign of freedom, and I see as more kind of a sign of the constraint of Dakar in the 1980s and 90s. And so this is kind of these pushing back around the original CCAP plan is often not celebrated by residents. And some people do, like the new homes, but the crowding is not what they were promised and not what they expected, to kind of get at this nostalgia question. Yeah, I like the phrase of like the promise. I think that's really what is rooting, so much of Senegalese kind of, or Dakarois urban politics, and as you know better than anyone, since the 80s, is the kind of failure of that promise over and over and over again.
I love that you were able to attest with your own oral history
Loved
of your
that
own.
Yeah.
Was it an original one?
It
or
was an original one that was in a corner plot, so it had a gigantic courtyard that was like the last remaining huge courtyard in all of CCAP.
Yeah.
I'm feeling nostalgic right now.
You've been there, right?
Yeah.
Maison Rose.
Yeah.
Should we self-moderate, or I don't know? Pass it on. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think what I found really fascinating in both talks, and I even think actually it could be developed further, was especially you, Gregory, at the end. Like you really show the way in which this kind of a desire for the cleaner, less messy urban or domestic space is also related to enforcing the patriarchal, nuclear family model, which again, I really think the both papers should kind of, since you're dealing with family homes, should really could really benefit if you look also into, the anthropology of the evolution of polygamy in Senegal, because obviously I haven't read like studies on polygamy, but from what I know, for instance, like in terms of the ethnical division of Senegal, if you look, it always depends. Like for instance, the south, like the Diola Serer, are more matriarchal families. The Wolofs are, anything basically that's coming from the north is more like patriarchal organization. Then obviously, if you look, I mean, even today, like the way in which polygamy is being structured. I mean, just, it's kind of funny because in polygamy, I mean, if you're a polygamous man, basically what can happen, either two wives conspire, so you're deprived of power, or basically, I mean, in Islam, if you want to be polygamous, you have to treat all the wives equally, meaning that, for instance, you should be, if one gets a house, then the other one also gets a house. So then the man is also stressed and kind of deprived of power in a certain way, And then you have all the family structure coming in, like, for instance, the strong influence of the la belle-mère, the mother, or the paternal aunt, like so-called badienne, like in which, like, and the ways in which, for instance, the childcare is being kind of in the traditional lifestyle is being socialized through these like close knit communities. And again, I haven't read studies on that, but some scholars I spoke to, like, were kind of saying that, for instance, after the independence, the polygamy was kind of recessing, and then when the structural adjustment come, and the state went bankrupt, people returned to these very conservative, kind of traditional family structures, and now the polygamy is obviously booming.
Maybe it's not conservative, maybe it's efficient.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's whatever. That's another discussion. But I just wonder, even for the like Maison Ballon. Yeah, I don't know if you encountered things like that in which it comes into the forefront, because obviously even for the colonial power it was a big discussion, like, can we have a French citizen who's polygamous, if they're like inhabitants on the comptoir. There was a huge discussion on that, to what extent we can have citoyen français polygame, like, that's a big question. So again, I think it would be really interesting to actually, I mean, it was there, but it would be interesting to look
Push
into
more.
that. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Kanyama has a question.
Thank you so much for this fascinating papers. I was struck by what seemed like a slight tension between what seems like the residents' positive memories and nostalgic memories of the cité, of the Maison Ballon, and your own obvious critiques of that history and of that phenomenon of SICAP. And so I'm curious to know what would or what have Senegalese scholars thought about the SICAP phenomenon. What would a professor of architecture and urban planning at the Université de Dakar say about this history?
I mean, I have not encountered the only record of the Maison Ballon in the literature on architecture in Dakar is in that massive it's an urban history that inventories all the typologies. It's very small, and it's very matter of fact about its establishing basically square courtyard property lines. If Nzinga was still here, she would talk about the fact that it was really the architects who found the Maison Ballon again. And when they write about them, they write about it in the same terms as this morning's session was talking about, which is that it's a complicated legacy. And one can think it's more interesting to theorize how they survive and the mixity that they contain than to either dismiss or embrace them unequivocally. But in terms of and I was going to say this to Jana as well, there was a moment in the 70s when anthropologists and architects kind of got together, and it was also when there were good architecture schools in Dakar, and they started drawing. They had all these students going to all the compounds, all the villages, and they started drawing them. And those drawings actually, I think Nzinga showed one. They're very beautiful renditions of the compounds, but they're very regular. You know, they're round, and so there's something in the way in which this was formalized all at the same time, that you could draw the maison ballon and you could draw a hut. There's something there where the case indigène en dur was imported into architectural discourse. So I would maintain my critique even in the architectural discourse, because that has a romanticization as well. Aren't these, you know, you would draw the hatch very one by one, and that plays a role, but it has nostalgia in it too. Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's a really great question. So I mean, so CCAP is kind of this iconic space. It's written about, you know, quite a lot. I mean, the one example I think is Hassan Sek's kind of classic Dakar Métropole Ouest Africaine that's already been cited. So this 1970s work. He has a section on CCAP, a section on housing, and for him, I mean, the promise is, again, it emerges that he, you know, they're very critical of CCAP. That people, you know, there's been a long-standing critique of CCAP's exclusivity among labor unions, kind of more leftist critiques. But he's also there. You know, there were plans in the mid-'60s to kind of create kind of like foyer modéré, kind of like lower price, and he's so enthusiastic about he's like, the promise is still there. Like CCAP has shown that the Senegalese government can produce quality, global standard quality housing, but now with this new financial scheme, it'll be accessible to all. So there's kind of this both and, that I think there's a pride that Sunset kind of demonstrated in CCAP's ability to produce kind of global standards. And, you know, the architects are bringing it to international conferences in the 60s, but at the same time aware of its limits. And so they hold on to the promise that through new reforms, it'll become accessible. And then this, you know, collapses in the 1970s with kind of this withdrawal. So there's, and then, but again, so then it shifts to this nostalgia. And when I talk to people in Dakar, I mean, CCAP still has an elitist reputation. The boy CCAP was a category of kind of the well-groomed, savvy, desirable man, and that like endured into the 80s. The kind of Orchestra Baobab emerges out of CCAP neighborhoods. And I think in the literature there kind of is extremely aware of this tension, and it recurs. But I think there's a real attachment to the idea that the Senegalese government at one point had the capacity to do this. And in the early literatures, and then all we need to do is reform the financial system, and then it'll be open. And then ever since, it's become, you know, a much more complicated analysis that is kind of critical, but again, they still hold on to this nostalgia.
Thank you.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it here, but there will be an opportunity at the very end to ask your questions. So we'll be meeting back here around 1:15, I think. Or sorry, 2:15, a little bit later than planned. And well, we thank everybody, the audience, for being here, for your questions, and of course the speakers and the moderator. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, could you send me the
Welcome back, everybody. We are uncharacteristically exactly on time. Welcome to our third panel, which is titled Post-War Modernism or something like that. Our first speaker will be Martino Stierli, who is the Philip Johnson Chief Curator of Architecture and Design at the MoMA, a role he assumed in 2015. Stierli oversees a wide-ranging program of special exhibitions, installations, and acquisitions in the Department of Architecture and Design. He is also the author of Montage and the Metropolis, that's a 2018, Las Vegas in the Rearview Mirror, that's 2013, and he's currently working on the exhibition Architects of Liberation, Modernism in Western Africa, which will open to the public July 1st, 2026. I'm sorry, July 5th. Oh yeah, because the 4th is, of course, our second speaker will be Jana Ndiaye Berankova, who is an architecture theorist, philosopher, writer, and publisher, and researcher at the Institute of Philosophy at the Czech Academy of Sciences. She completed her dissertation, A Productive Misunderstanding, Architecture Theory and French Philosophy, 1965 to 1990, in 2023 at GSAB. She runs the publishing house Suture Press. She's the author of L'éclat de l'absolu, a book of interviews with Alain Badiou. And her novel, I can't say that, in English, Promise of Future Happiness, is scheduled for publication at Argo in the fall of 2026. And giving us a response will be Souleymane Bachir Diagne, who is Professor Emeritus of French and Philosophy at Columbia University. His areas of research and publication include the history of philosophy, the history of logic and mathematics, Islamic philosophy, African philosophy, and literature. His latest publications in English include, so you have to imagine there's many others in many other languages, In Search of Africa, Universalism and Decolonial Thought, 2020, African Art as Philosophy, Senghor, Bergson, and the Idea of Negritude in 2023. I'll say two more. From Language to Language, The Hospitality of Translation, 2025, and Ubuntu, Conversations with Françoise Blum, 2026. So please join me in welcoming Martino Stierli.
Okay, so how do I move? Hello, everybody. How do I move? You can use this. Okay, so just forward.
No, that was backwards. So
there it is. Perfect. Great. Down. Great. Okay. Counterintuitively, which is actually the second word in my presentation, so I'll have to say it twice. Thank you so much, Lucia, Ralph, and Hugo, for this convening. It's been extremely stimulating. I'm very honored to be part of this, group of speakers. I'm obviously not an Africanist by training. I've spent the last 4 years thinking about Africa, Western Africa, specifically in the context of an exhibition that Lucia just mentioned. And of course, I would be remiss not to thank my collaborators in this project. Some of them are here, the fabulous Mallory Cohen, who has been part of the entire journey for the last 4 years. Then I also see that Sarah Bevin is here, who is our current MRC fellow and a Columbia PhD student. And of course, also Sophia Khoury, many others who have helped us along the way. Some of the people who spoke today are part of our advisory board. So it's very much a collaborative effort. I'm presenting an excerpt of some of the research that went into this project. Perhaps counterintuitively, my discussion of the concept of asymmetric parallelism in the independence-era Senegal starts with a geographic detour to Ghana. In 1958, in Accra, Kwame Nkrumah, the leader of the Ghanaian liberation movement and the country's first president, in a famous passage of his speech at the All-African People's Conference, discussed how newly independent nations should embrace a cosmopolitan modernity while at the same time acknowledging the specific cultural and economic conditions. Here is how Nkrumah outlined the dilemma in his speech, quote, "We want to develop our own community and an African personality. Others may feel that they evolved the very best way of life, but we are not bound, slavish imitators, to accept it as our mold. If we find the methods used by others are suitable to our own social environments, we shall adopt and adapt them. If we find them unsuitable, we shall reject them," end quote. Nkrumah raises a distinction here that is crucial, I think, for a discussion of modern architecture in post-independence period in Western Africa. Whereas adoption perpetuates foreign-born concepts without changing them, adaptation, conversely, transforms such concepts in order to make them viable in a radically different cultural and economic context. Nkrumah invokes the period of slavery, which had been abolished in the Gold Coast, later Ghana, in 1874. In his view, true liberation could only be completed by breaking the shackles of colonialism, including social structures and aesthetic approaches. Change of scene. In Francophone Western Africa, one of the most powerful concepts developed as part of the struggle for political, economic, and cultural emancipation was, of course, that of negritude. In the words of the eminent laureate, late curator and scholar Okwi Enwezor, the concept, quote, "posited a conscious intellectual dramatization of African alterity and insisted on the reality and originality of African culture in the making of modernity, end quote. As many in this room will know, the term coined by the Martiniquais author Aimé Césaire was appropriated by a group of Black students from the French colony studying in Paris in the early 1930s, among them, of course, the future first president of Senegal, Léopold Sédar Senghor, himself a poet. Senghor popularized the term in his 1948 anthology of Black contemporary poetry, which included Jean-Paul Sartre's introduction, Black Orpheus. For Senghor, Negritude encompassed a series of, quote, values of civilization that were shared by all Black peoples around the world. In politics, he identified a, quote, pattern of community-mindedness that was evidenced in, quote again, concentric communities scaled up one over the other from the family to the kingdom in a system of what he called reciprocal integration. In the arts, Senghor identified, quote, rhythm and symbolic image as emblematic of negritude. As we will see, all of these characteristics, namely concentricity, the fractal organization of space, rhythm, and symbolic imagery, prove productive in the modern Senegalese architecture of the independence period. As the audience will be well aware, later critics pointed out the exoticizing and essentializing tendencies in Senghor's theories and traced his use of terms such as vital force, essence, and black soul to the work of German anthropologist Leo Frobenius. While Sartre spoke of Senghor's anti-racist racism, the Nigerian author and Nobel Prize laureate Wole Soyinka famously asked, quote, must the tiger declare its tigritude? Soyinka accused Senghor of foregrounding artificial cultural issues while ignoring the socioeconomic problems that newly independent African countries were facing. Nevertheless, Senghor's theory of Black cultural empowerment proved fundamental for the articulation of an African mold of modernity in the independence period. Specifically for Senegal, Senghor introduced the notion of, quote, asymmetric parallelism, which I would like to discuss in my paper today. Asymmetric parallelism can be understood as an extension of negritude thinking and as an early formulation of the need to negotiate between universalist modernist concepts on the one hand and cultural specificity on the other that I outlined at the outset. I think it is also worth considering asymmetric parallelism as an instantiation and articulation of the problem of heterotemporality, as discussed by Dipesh Chakrabarty in his Provincializing Europe. According to this concept, instead of adhering to a linear view of modernism's history, we need to pay attention to how ideas and technologies get translated, transformed, and differentiated across space and time. Seen in yet another way, when comparing the dichotomy between adoption and adaptation outlined earlier according to Krumah, parallelism would relate to the adoption of modernist concepts, thereby stressing the ways African cultural development is aligned and in sync with contemporary cultural conversation across the globe. Conversely, asymmetry in this understanding would relate to the adaptation of modernist concepts in the sense of an acknowledgement of cultural specificity. I believe that the notion of asymmetric parallelism being an oxymoron is not an accident, but a deliberate invocation of the inherent contradictions of what a genuine African modernity might entail. Moreover, in addition to the desire to infuse universalist modernism with a sense of culture and local specificity, asymmetric parallelism carries a connotation of geometric order as prevalent in the patterning of many African artifacts, in particular textiles. That asymmetric parallelism was a guiding principle of Senegalese cultural conversation in the period, and specifically in its application to architecture, is evidenced by the fact that in 1978, the so-called, quote, law of the orientation of Senegalese architecture went so far as to codify the architectural application of this concept into law. I'm quoting from this legal text, quote, without imposing a specific style that would limit any evolution and any creative inspiration, give architects a general orientation so they can draw their inspiration from the values of Black African civilization, particularly the Sudano-Sahelian. For this purpose, and I'm continuing to quote from the law, for this purpose, the law postulates that architectural creation, without departing from the requirements of modernity, is subject to the principles of asymmetric parallelism, end quote. Importantly, the legislators did not call for a return to pre-colonial architectural traditions, or for neoclassical precedent, translated to the present, but invited architects to draw inspiration from them. Rather than a prescriptive binding legal document, the law served more to articulate a desired trajectory of cultural development, specifically in the realm of contemporary Senegalese architecture. It is of note that similar strategies were negotiated under different titles in other African nations, such as the Congo, where in 1966, President Mobutu initiated the doctrine of, quote, recours à l'authenticité, so the recourse to authenticity, which likewise sought a simultaneous embrace of modernity and tradition. A prime example of the application of asymmetric parallelism is the Centre International du Commerce Extérieur du Senegal, commonly known as CICES, and just featured in the film that we all watched together, by the young French architects Jean-François Lamoureux and Jean-Louis Marin. The convention center was completed in 1975, so before asymmetric parallelism was officially codified. But in my communication with them, the architects suggest that Senghor coined the term in response to their design. The expansive complex on the scale of a miniature city boasts sweeping exhibition pavilions, a number of lecture halls, and a visitor center. An intricate system of plazas and elevated walkways facilitate encounter and interaction. The entire complex is executed in exposed concrete. Asked about this choice of material, the architects explained that there was a cement factory nearby, and we've heard that before in Lucia's presentation, whereas other materials such as steel or even wood would have required importation. According to Lamoureux and Marin, the use of concrete signified an embrace of modern building materials as well as the affirmation of the specific economic conditions of post-independence Africa, a view that was broadly shared among leading architects in the post-colonial world of the global South, including in South Asia, but also in Latin America. From this perspective, concrete construction was in itself a gesture toward the Africanization of modern architecture, or, in other words, an adaptation of modern construction technology to the local context. The triangular motif is the defining visual feature of the complex, almost obsessively reconfigured and repeated. It is not only prevalent in the pitched roofs of the pavilions, but serves as an organizing principle at all scales, from the footprint of the plazas and the silhouettes of the exposition halls to the exposed structural system within, the shape of the portals leading into the exhibition spaces, the furniture, and even the profile of the handrails of the stairs leading up to the elevated walkways. While this triangular obsession may easily be dismissed as a mannerism on part of the architects, it proves a strong visual identity and integration of the complex as a whole, as evidenced also in the CICES logo. According to Lamoureux and Marin, images of African villages were the inspiration for their design. While the nondescript nature of this general reference is perhaps rather telling, the loose grouping of the individual buildings around communal plazas would seem to point in that direction. However, the repetition of an identical motif at all scales, in this case the triangle, is a defining feature of fractal geometry, which has been identified not only as a structural principle of African textile patterns, I'm showing you here some examples of Senegalese manjak cloth, but also of traditional settlement structure. And it also appears, as we have seen in Senghor's definition of négritude. While Lamoureux and Morin deny direct relationship of their design to the fractal organizing principle, they do acknowledge the geometric patterns of African textiles as a source for their design. In Lamoureux and Morin's account, Senghor required that notable local artists be included in the design process to compensate for the fact that the architects of this large-scale, nationally significant project were in fact French citizens. Carefully selected to represent this country's 7 different regions, the artists, among them Amadou Ba and Sedou Barry, among others, were each tasked with designing a relief that would give the front facade of each of the 7 pavilions a unique regional identity. Hence, CICES can be characterized as an architectural scaffolding designed by foreign architects, yet superimposed with a layer of symbolic expression of cultural specificity in the form of reliefs by local artists. In a discussion of strategies of adoption or adaptation of Western precedent, it is worth comparing CICES to other convention centers in the region from this period, namely the trade fair complexes in Accra, Ghana, and Lagos, Nigeria. Unlike CICES, these 2 projects were designed by architect team from the socialist world, Yugoslavia in the latter case and Poland in the former, although the complex in Accra was designed under the GNCC's Ghanaian chief architect, Victor Adegbite. The architects' nationalities demonstrate shifting geopolitical alliances in a region that was seeking to assert its independence on a global stage. As compared with CICES, which embraced a modern material and architectural expression, but adopted to the specific economic and cultural context of Senegal, the Lagos and Ghana trade fair compounds are deliberately much less rooted in the local context. While the decentralized organization of the Lagos Trade Fair with its circle pavilions again evokes the structural logic of an African village, and in fact, the architects had conducted extensive field research on traditional settlement patterns. The architectural expression of and the choice of materials, specifically the metal facades, evoke space-age imagery and present a marked contrast to the fabric of the West African city. The same can be said of the Accra Trade Fair, whose central circular pavilion was clad in a shiny aluminum envelope, as if a spaceship from another time and world had descended onto the site. The Accra complex exemplifies President Nkrumah's intention to employ a more generic version of modernism so as not to give preference to any group in the newly established multi-ethnic nation-state, a concern shared by other independence leaders across the region. Thus, the circular aluminum roof was intended to recall the shape of an umbrella to signify prestige and power while conveying a sense of inclusion. Both of these trade fair complexes in Nigeria, in Lagos and in Accra, represent situations of adoption characterized by a deliberate flattening of cultural and national differences in order to foreground internationalist and Pan-African aspirations. They invoke the promise of a future grounded in technological and material advancement. And in this sense, both designs adopted techno-utopian worldviews widely prevalent in both the capitalist and the communist spheres during the Cold War. But to return to Dakar, the iconic triangular silhouette of the CICES complex brings to mind the form of the pyramid. The archetypal form is revenant in a number of prominent designs from the independence period in Senegal and beyond. The Senegalese architect Pierre Goudabi Atepa's office from 1977 has the shape of a truncated pyramid, as you can see here. and more akin to a graphic abstraction of the pyramid, Fernand Bonamy's building communal, the administration building in Dakar, features a screen facade made up of a pattern of isosceles triangles. The triangle is also a historical figure of traditional architectural ornamentation originating in the medieval imperial state of Takrur, where it spread across large swaths of the Sahel. Another, more literal reference to the ancient pyramids is the unrealized project of the Acropole de Négritude in Dakar by the French-born architect Henri Chomette. Its title, which unmistakably anchors the project in Senghor's cultural politics and philosophy, indicates that the frequent occurrence of the pyramidal form and, by extension, its graphic abstraction in the shape of a triangle, in this specific historical context is not a coincidence. Indeed, the pyramids of Gizeh and the Egyptian high culture more broadly received a remarkable reinterpretation precisely during this period. If Egypt had long been seen as the cradle of Western civilization, Sheikh Anta Diop and other prominent Black historians and intellectuals argued that ancient Egypt, with the pyramids representing its most monumental accomplishment, had in fact been a genuinely African civilization. The iconic office tower La Pyramide by the Italian architect Rinaldo Olivieri, which defines the skyline of the Ivorian port city of Abidjan, underlines the currency of the prototypical form even outside of Senegal, the immediate site of impact of the Négritude philosophy. With its metal cladding and futurist interior that evokes again a space-age aesthetic, the building is quite distinct from the more traditional materiality of the Senegalese precedents. However, in its double embrace of the imagery of both ancient Egypt and the space age, Olivieri's design eloquently embodies the conflicting temporalities of African modernism, thus evoking Senghor's mandate for an asymmetric parallelism. To conjure an idea and image of Africanness in their designs, architects also went beyond the visual tropes of the pyramid and triangle. In Senegal, two prolific French-born architects, Fernand Bonamy and Henri Chomette, I've already mentioned them briefly, looked towards the formal and material features of the traditional Sudano-Sahelian architecture of the region for inspiration for some of their most significant buildings. Specific to the semi-arid grasslands of the Trans-African region of the Sahel, Sudano-Sahelian architecture is primarily constructed in mud brick and adobe plaster, with the more monumental structures of this style featuring wooden beams that jut out from the walls, as evidenced most prominently in the Great Mosque of Djenné in Mali. Sudano-Sahelian architecture has a massive stereotomic appearance that features rough, haptic plaster surfaces in earthy tones, two characteristics that would seem to be at odds with the tenets of modernism. Two buildings by Bonamy are particularly noteworthy in this context. The first is the private residence of President Senghor on the Corniche, north of Dakar's Plateau neighborhood. The building was completed in 1978, 2 years before Senghor stepped down from his long tenure as head of state. Besides the ubiquitous ornamental and structural application of the triangular motif, the stately building, with its blocky, fortress-like appearance, features a rough plaster treatment in earthy tones, reminiscent of the most iconic examples of Sudano-Sahelian architecture. And notably, as we have seen, this traditional style of architecture is explicitly mentioned in Senghor's law regarding the application of asymmetric parallelism to contemporary Senegalese architecture. It is only consistent that for his own creation, Bonamy would draw from historical examples of regional architecture to align with Senghor's mandate and the underlying philosophy of synchronizing the past with the present. The student dormitory complex of Université Gaston Berger in Saint-Louis speaks a similar formal language. Besides the elements already identified in Senghor's residence, this large housing complex features other motifs, such as permeable ornamental screens to shade and passively ventilate the hallways, or rectangular gargoyles that evoke the protruding wooden beams of the Great Mosque of Djenné, as well as, of course, Le Corbusier's often copied waterspouts in buildings such as his monastery in La Tourette, France. The complex is remarkable in the context of Senghor's vision for contemporary architecture, also on the level of the plan. The individual dormitories are arranged around a central courtyard in order to enhance a sense of enclosure and community, while 7 of these clusters are in turn grouped around a central plaza. This fractal organization of space speaks to what Senghor, discussing the concept of negritude, had described as a, quote, pattern of community-mindedness that is exemplified in, again, a quote, Senghor, concentric communities scaled up on one of the other, from the family to the kingdom, in a system of reciprocal integration. The practice of Henri Chaumette and his multinational Bureau d'études Henri Chaumette is another case in point, and I think we'll hear more about Chaumette from Jana in a moment. Chaumette was not only a practicing architect-designer, but also reflected theoretically on his position as a foreigner operating in post-independence Africa, and more broadly, on the impact of modernization on the continent. In this regard, he differentiated 3 periods of intervention by Europeans using modern techniques in Africa. According to his somewhat romanticizing theory of the history of contact, after an initial period of traditional architecture, there followed a boat period, an aircraft period, and a period of modern architecture, which means his own contemporary time. During the boat period, according to Chaumette, European settlers lived with very little contact with their place of origin. Quote, they were African by circumstance and often by heart, and understood the problems in terms of resources and local needs. End quote. In the following aircraft period, the French colonial apparatus had been bureaucratized and centralized. Decision makers were far removed from the actual site of action, and prefabrication was the typical building strategy. Chaumette's own period, then, was that of modern architecture, which contrasted markedly with the preceding era of the colonial period. In the words of Léon Noyer-Duplay, it was, quote, no longer about designing and exporting architectural models from Europe, but about living Africa, adopting to Africa, to its soil, climate, and its means of production, end quote. So in this theorization, it didn't matter that he, Chaumette, had been born in France. What mattered was that his architectural production was deeply grounded in the specific economic and cultural context for which it was designed, by means of adaptation. Henri Chaumette's BEHC set up local offices in each of the countries in which they were active, resulting in work that is highly regional specific. The engagement with Sudano-Sahelian precedent in Senghor's tenets can best be studied in some of Chaumette's buildings in Senegal and Côte d'Ivoire. While the white pebble facade of his auditorium building at Dakar's Université Cheikh Anta Diop mimics the material roughness of Sudano-Sahelian plaster walls, while the pattern of cubes ornamenting the underlying ground floor brick facade seems directly inspired by the typical protruding wooden beams. The facade of the headquarters of La Société Ivoirienne de Banque, SIB, in Abidjan, with its characteristic earthen color, similarly displays a horizontal organization, rough materiality, and protruding cubic elements, but here on the scale of an entire city block and crowned with a high-rise tower. The rhythmic articulation of horizontal bands on the main facade, alternating between massive rough plaster walls and sleek transparent windows, seems to interpret asymmetric parallelism as a dialectic juxtaposition of traditional materials and ornamentation with industrial means of production. Sheikh Ngom's Faisal building in the Plateau district of Dakar displays a similar system of horizontal layering on the facade, but the material dichotomy is here further exaggerated with the massive elements forming sculptural geometric ornaments. Ngom is widely revered as the first Senegalese-born modern architect, and besides Atepa, the only one of his generation who was able to garner significant commissions alongside his French colleagues from the Senegalese state. Besides the Faisal, a number of his high-rise buildings punctuate Dakar's skyline, including the headquarters of the Banque Centrale des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, the BCAO Agence Centenaire, a collaboration with Atepa, and the Fahad building. And this brings me to my conclusion. I've argued that how the concept of asymmetric parallelism constituted a strategy by which modern architects in the independence period sought to Africanize architecture. While one camp of architects rejected the notion that a traditional architecture could serve as a base for a new Africa liberated from its colonial bonds, the other side saw such precedents precisely as the precondition for a truly self-determined and self-reliant society. Depending on their point of view and operating along a gradient, architects gravitated towards the adoption of modernist architectural language with its futurist outlook, or conversely, toward an adaptation of that language to the specific cultural and economic context. As asymmetric parallelism, with its base in President Senghor's cultural theories of negritude, was a quasi-official endorsement of the latter. It can and should be discussed to what degree the distinct body of work that can be associated with this loose concept constituted a kind of national style. And moreover, asymmetric parallelism may be one of the few instances where an aesthetic concept for contemporary architectural production was codified into law. But as we have seen, the law was non-binding and rather an encouragement than a prescription. It explicitly encouraged contemporary formal expression and technology, while at the same time suggesting a continuity with a living tradition. This perhaps invites a larger conversation on the agency of architects in the context of a larger ideological project. Thank you.
Yeah, my slides. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. So, well, I'll just briefly begin by thanking my colleagues Ralph and Lucia for doing this amazing and hard organization work with this conference, which is simultaneously moving for me because it's my first talk since I graduated from Columbia, obviously, but also it's so amazing to see so many great scholars working on these very niche topics of like Senegalese architecture and urban planning. So totally very moving. So my talk today is actually kind of an excerpt from a longer paper in which I deal also with Senghor's Marxism and the influence on architecture, but which is something I won't be discussing that much today. There's also an interview with Thierry Melot, which is soon to be published in Cahiers de Recherche Architecturale et Urbaine in French. So again, if you want to learn about this crazy research that I did for 1 year, basically for one paper, you're welcome to follow that. Um, okay. So, as Martina already said, in 1978, Senegal approved the law, the so-called law on the orientation of Senegalese architecture, under the presidency of the poet and writer Léopold Sédar Senghor. The law constituted a culminating point of an era spanning from the 1971 competition for the International Trade Fair in Dakar, won by Jean-François Lamoureux, Jean-Louis Marin, and Fernand Bonamy, until Senghor's resignation in December 1980. This decade was marked by formal experimentation and by a search for a new symbolic expression of a newly independent West African state, for the artistic and architecture embodiment of the concept of négritude. The aim of this legislation from 1978 was to promote a building in permanent materials, or en dur, and to establish a clear framework for the development of Senegalese architecture by providing free architecture assistance to any individual for construction or modification of residential buildings, even those of minor importance. The law also endeavored to depart from the colonial period and its material expression in the built environment by codifying the aesthetics of a new Senegalese architecture. In the preamble to the bill, Senghor defined its objective as postulating that architecture, I quote, architecture creation without departing from the requirements of modernity is underpinned by the principles of asymmetric parallelism. The law clearly stated, I quote, that the use of the built space must conform to the needs and aspirations of Senegalese society in accordance with its genius and culture, and that architecture creation takes its inspiration mainly from the values of Negro African civilization, particularly Sudano-Sahelian, and from the demands of modernity, end of quote. So rather than imitating Western models, architecture should embody the values of West African culture. But how can these values be defined? How can they be separated from the successive historical strata of colonization that had shaped Senegalese identity? What vocabulary should architects use in a region whose major architecture monuments are limited to mosques and villages, which are often built with impermanent materials such as straw and mud? In what theoretical basis should a new Senegalese architecture be grounded? What does asymmetric parallelism mean? Neither the 1978 Act nor Senghor provided a clear answer to these questions. To this day, architects and scholars interpret the notion of asymmetric parallelism in multiple and often radically divergent ways. I can give you a whole series of definitions of what that term actually means. Everyone says basically something different. I think it is, however, possible to determine the meaning deductively rather than inductively. In this paper, I'll try to do so by looking at the use of regional cultural elements and the allusions to Senghor's notion of the civilization of the universal in the 1970s projects of the Dakar branch of the Bureau d'études Henri Chomette. The projects of this office embody a fruitful combination of architecture theory and practice with political thought. Since 1965, Thierry Melot, an architecture student at the École des Beaux-Arts, had worked in the Paris office of the Bureau d'études Henri Chomette. During the May 68 uprising, when the school was occupied by protesting students and classes were cancelled, Chomette invited Melot to work at the agency's office in Abidjan. There he collaborated on projects such as the National Institute of Youth and Sports of the Ivory Coast, printing houses in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and 10,000 unit social housing complex in the suburbs of Abidjan, and the design of decorative elements for the Ministry of Finance in Abidjan's Plateau district. After completing his diploma in architecture in 1969, Melo lost his exemption from the mandatory military service. Through Chomet's intervention, he moved to Senegal in 1970, where he worked as a military cooperator and technical advisor to Dabi Diagne, director of the Urban Planning Commission in Dakar. And by the way, if you ask who's the second person, this is young Goudiaby Atepa on this picture with Melo. On March 1st, 1971, Melo was received by President Senghor thanks to the recommendation of the linguist and semiologist Maurice Calvet. Melo presented to Senghor Chomet's ideas on the importance of designing architecture rooted in West African tradition and produced on site. A sort of immediate complicity, at least according to what Melo says, emerged between the President of the Republic and him, a recent graduate in his 20s. From that moment on, he maintained a regular contact with the President's office and Prime Minister Abdou Diouf. This allowed Melo to open the Dakar branch of the BHC, or Bureau d'études Henri Chomet, where he was joined in early 1972 by urban planner Roland Desprez. This photo is obviously posterior to that first audience. This is from a journal, also posterior, so 78, that's not the first audience, because you already see the project of the École Normale d'Administration, Melo with Senghor. If you have time to read this letter, that's quite funny too. So BHC Dakar sought to put Senghor's aesthetic theories into practice and further develop the architecture principles of Chomet, who defined urban planning as, I quote, a material expression of politics. Chomet's Beaux-Arts oriented emphasis on the notion of composition, which is present also in the logo, referring to geometrical symbols of golden section, constitutes one of the distinctive marks of the office. While Chomet defined the urban planning as, I quote, the first phase of composition and of the material framework of society, he also argued that, I quote, only the quality of the composition of volumes, spaces, and buildings, and not the disorder, can respond to the beauty of a site. In his view, composition was, I quote, artistic activity aimed at defining the spaces, volumes, and characteristics necessary to harmoniously satisfy the physiological and functional elements of the program. Thierry Melo shared this fascination with mathematical proportions. He even affirms that in order to dictate size of various construction elements on the phone in Abidjan, he was basically using Fibonacci numbers as functional shortcuts. In the projects of BHC, the classical compositional elements remain parallel and perhaps I would say asymmetrical with the influence of the dissymmetries inherent to West African arts and crafts and might therefore be interpreted perhaps as a critical regionalism of their time. In the article, The Evolution of African Architecture, Chomet writes that all great architecture includes an element of culture importation or culture appropriation, but that a truly great architecture emerges when only those who design it have it truly lived, understood, and expressed the country, regardless of their origin. Therefore, he distinguishes between the architecture of the so-called boat period and of the airplane period in Africa. He notes that true masterpieces of African architecture were created when travel to the continent was only possible by boat. Since architects had to leave their homeland and become temporary Africans for many months, they were more inclined to respond to local needs and to rely on local materials and crafts. A typical example of such boat period architecture is the city of Grand Bassam in Ivory Coast. In contrast, the airplane period enabled faster forms of exchange and the importation of solutions insensitive to local needs. It created a situation in which even minor decisions had to be approved in Europe. Chomet's consistent effort to establish local branches of his office in multiple African countries was motivated not only by his rather pragmatic attempts to please the executive power of the newly independent African states, but also by his interest in the architecture of the boat period, African crafts and other vernacular forms of savoir-faire. On March 1st, 1971, Melot presented these theories to Senghor, arguing that Dakar's beauty lies in its status as a city of the boat period. It is likely that the classically trained Senghor was receptive to their emphasis on composition, and then he may have seen such approach as a visual and material translation of his notion of the civilization of the universal. The asymmetric and parallel combination of compositional elements and elements evoking West African sculptures and crafts turned the BHC Dakar architecture in a curious oxymoron epitomizing cultural ambitions of the era. The BHC Dakar projects cannot be interpreted outside of the context of Senghor's theories on politics and aesthetics, or what Jacques Rancière might aptly label as the politics of aesthetics. The material, aesthetic, and constructive choices of these architects embodied a consistent effort to materialize abstract concepts of Senghor, such as his critique of the Greek and Roman theory of archetypes and of the notion of the mimesis, his notion of the rhythm as the architecture of being, and his underscoring of the importance of poetic images and idées sentiments. Senghor's emphasis on the necessity of decolonizing through culture did not impact art, architecture, and urban planning only at the level of symbolic representations. During his presidency, at least 25% of the state budget were allocated to education and culture. He saw these as a backbone of the nation building and as tools to encourage the emergence of a new class of African civil servants and state employees. He dreamt of establishing a so-called École de Dakar and of transforming Dakar into an international artistic hub and a global center of the civilization of the universal. He sought to forge new cultural identity through architecture, literature, theater, and visual arts. It was under his governance that the first World Festival of Negro Arts was organized in Dakar in 1966, stressing the reciprocal influence of Europe and Africa, such as the links between Western avant-garde art and African wood carving. And again, this is another very funny image. You see the high life of Dakar. This is from Vogue. Actually, that guy over there is Thierry Melot. There are two models. There's a French actress, I think, Nicole Calfan or something like that, and Jean-Michel Regnault. You see the Pullman Teranga behind, so you know it was in Vogue. Very fancy. So Senghor believed that there was little room for l'art pour l'art in Africa. He thought that African art was inherently functional because its purpose was to establish community and to anchor human beings at an ontological level through the creation of myths and symbols, through rhythm and what Senghor, in line with Bergson, described as the breath of life. In Negritude and Humanism, Senghor argues that rhythm is a typical trait of the black man, that it is, I quote, the architecture of being, the internal dynamism that gives form, the system of waves emitted to the other, the pure expression of vital force. It is, I quote, the vibrating shock, the force that seizes us at the root of our being through the senses. Rhythm acts as the least intellectual component of the human being and is embodied in a direct manner. It can be expressed through, I quote, the most material essential means, lines, surfaces, colors, and volumes in architecture, sculpture, and painting, accents in poetry and music, and movements in dance. The rhythm has the ability to transform art into a form of communion and a means of communication. For this reason, African art is social and committed or engagé by its very definition. As I will demonstrate further, this emphasis on the rhythm is evident in the built and unbuilt projects of the BHC Dakar. The architecture of the office recalls a curious oxymoron, an encounter of the Beaux-Arts symmetries so typical of Chomet and the inherently asymmetric Senghorian rhythms. Interestingly, Senghor's aesthetic theories might be seen as a different take on problems which, in the 1960s, were often discussed by semiologists and structuralists, for he writes also that the merit of African art is, I quote, that it is neither a game nor a pure aesthetic enjoyment, but that it signifies. In a 1974 article, Negritude, Senghor affirms that, I quote, the value of negritude can be essentially summed up in the rhythm and the symbolic image. In his view, every African work of art is, I quote, an image with a sign, with a signification, that is so say that meaning, and the Negro-African poem is a network of metaphors in which the meaning of the analogical image is, however, efficiently expressed only by the rhythm. In a rare article, The Filiations of Senegalese Architecture, which was published in a journal Éthiopique in 1977, and written on the request, apparently on the request of the president, at least according to oral histories, Thierry Melot attempted to translate the aesthetics of negritude in architecture, introducing his text by a quote from Roland Barthes' The Empire of Signs. He describes the Senegalese culture as a product of the métissage of animistic, Islamic, and colonial or Western culture influences. He argues that modern architecture, such as Le Corbusier's buildings or Mies van der Rohe's pavilions, could not have been created without the influence of African arts, which shaped the avant-garde. In line with Senghor's rejection of imitation, Melot writes that the African art is non-mimetical, abstract, and conceptual because it, I quote, uses symbols and expresses interpretation of reality and not its appearance. Referring directly to President's theories on the symbolic nature of African art, he notes that, I quote, any statue or object is a system of signs that Léopold Sédar Senghor defines as a symbolic and rhythmic image. According to Melot, the pioneers of modern architecture sought precisely those qualities when they were developing new forms and concepts and discovering a system of signs which, based on clear new technical data, resulted in architecture expression. Le Corbusier and Black African sculptors shared their desire, I quote, to reveal or dégager the symbol through treatment of material and volume. Therefore, modern architecture cannot be seen simply as a Western importation to Africa. Traditional arts of the continent have always already been modern. Senegalese architecture should avoid falling into the mimetical pastiche of the Neo-Sudanese style and instead embrace its inherently conceptual and abstract nature. It should draw inspiration from two cultural sources, from the formal non-figurative geometric abstraction of the Islamic culture on the one side, and from the sculpture freedom of traditional African art on the other. Both sources share, I quote, the capacity of symbolism and abstraction, and they are able to signify more than just a simple form, to imbue the form with meaning that it would not possess on its own. Such an apologetic embrace of Senghor's negritude appears already in the BHC's Dakar first project, the planning scheme for La Petite Côte, a coastal area on the south of Dakar. In 1971, the Prime Minister of Senegal, Abdou Diouf, asked Melot to do a tourism development plan of this area. With the support of Henri Chomet, Melot convinced the urban planner Roland Després to leave BHC Abidjan and to join him in Dakar at the beginning of 1972. This commission enabled him to open the Dakar branch of the office. Besides including themes that might be relevant for the present moment, such as the protection of nature, the emphasis on sustainable development, as well as a critique of the commodification of landscape by mass tourism, This tourism development plan includes a clear statement that its authors seek their inspiration in popular artistic tradition and in concepts of négritude. The accompanying text bears strong imprint of Melot and defines architecture as, I quote, the tangible translation of the civilization that is contemporary to it. The authors of the Tourism Development Plan describe their goal as creating contemporary architecture which would have a certain unity and be closely connected to the region's human and physical realities. They clearly affirm that the new Senegalese architecture should avoid a fashion and folklore typical of touristic architecture. Echoing Senghor, they define their main theme as follows, I quote, the deeply African rhythms and beats, the dynamics of forms, the Senegalese popular art and openness to the outside world, whether African or not. They assert that the rhythms and pulsations are the, I quote, the deep source of African art and must be translated into architecture in order to create what the head of state defined in a striking shortcut as asymmetric parallelism. They note that neither the traditional habitat nor the colonial architecture correspond to the needs of contemporary Senegalese citizens, and they strive to, I quote, to express new architecture that is no longer based on the formal aspects of the past or folklore, but on present and cultural human themes. They argue that architecture should embrace the splendor of bodies and costumes, the beauty of celebration, the dynamism and vertical rhythms of the Senegalese Renaissance, and the intimate courtyards, closed walls, and differentiated spaces of Senegalese daily life. Reiterating Chaumet's theories on the boat period and airplane period, Melot and Desprez argue that truly new African architecture emerged only in the last 20 years thanks to, I quote, the work of a handful of architects who lived in Africa instead of just traveling through it, who loved it instead of ignoring it, who investigated its possibilities, the real but unexploited technical solutions, who educated its construction managers and its enterprises, who penetrated its cultures, its people, and its ambitions, always including them, right? So you see the self-promotional aspect. These were still images from the development plan. The built and unbuilt projects of BHC Dakar epitomize the search for the architectural expression of négritude. In the National School of Administration in Dakar, built between 72 and 75, the triangular ornaments on the facade evoke patterns of traditional Senegalese hand-woven fabrics, so-called pagnes, and the carved wooden handrails recall African sculptures. The construction materials of this set of edifices include local white Rufusque stone. The building is separated from the nearby popular neighborhood of the Koloban market by walls, which simultaneously constitute an enclosure and a part of the structure. A stunning architecture element is the so-called Case Mouride, with its sophisticated interior wood cladding housing the school refectory. Its pyramidal form might be interpreted as a nod to Cheikh Anta Diop's theories in Nation Nègre et Culture from 1954 on the Black Pharaohs and the pyramids in West Sudan as the origin of civilization in Africa. The National School of Administration relies on a distinctly Chaumetian vocabulary. It combines classical symmetries with African elements, and in line with the tendencies of the 1960s, it blurs the distinction between urban planning scheme and the architecture one. The auditoria of the University Cheikh Anta Diop in Dakar, completed in 1976, further developed this formal experimentation by integrating the elements of Senegalese culture simultaneously in the plan, in the facade, and in the materials of the building. Thierry Melot devised here a sophisticated interior ventilation system for this building that effectively solved the problem of high indoor temperatures. The facade of the 4 volumes of this edifice recalls Senegalese arts and crafts. The upper volume is covered with seashells, pressed onto white cement, a technique which was inspired by popular practice of that time of decorating concrete flower pots with shells, while the base of the building is clad in terracotta bricks arranged in a pattern reminiscent of African sculptures, such as the Dogon d'Or or the so-called Port Dogon. The courtyard, the cladding of the facade has the functional role of thermal insulation while also evoking this distinctly West African architectural symbolism. The courtyard connecting the four auditoria constitutes a communal gathering space and materializes Senghor's theories on the social nature of African art by referring to the traditional village structure of the peng, which Nzinga was already mentioning, with peng bot, which is, I think, the only actually peng I mispronounced, I'm sorry, in Dakar Plateau preserved until today. In Wolof, the peng basically designates both the local community and the place where this community gathers. It is the empty space in the center of the village, often bearing the name of the founding feudal chief and including a big tree, so-called arbre à palabre, at its core. The modernized version of the pench is an idiosyncratic element that appears in many 1970s projects of the BHC Dakar. It is included in the 1977 unrealized project, elaborated primarily by a younger member of the office, André Diop-Depré, and it's a project of National School of Technical Education, which was supposed to be located in a politically and symbolically charged urban area in Dakar called Cerf Volant, on a symmetrical axis to the National School of Administration. It also appears in the flagship project of this period, the Museum of Black Civilizations, which was designed by BHC Dakar between the years 1975 and 1986, following the initial collaboration with the Mexican architect Pedro Ramirez Vasquez. The museum, which was never built, was supposed to become the major cultural testament of Senghor's presidency. Its museographical program was devised along with Jean Gabus, the director of the Ethnographical Museum in Neuchâtel, and Jacques Kershach, a collector of the African art. If you go to Cair Branly today, there's still a wing of Jacques Kershach, actually. Kershach's ideas on African art can be deduced from his later 1988 article included in the volume L'Art Africain. In this text, Kershach recalls the notions of signification and of universality that might recall Senghor's theories by describing African art as, I quote, the alphabet of mother signs, of matrices from which modern man, in his necessary quest for universality, can and must draw. Like Senghor, he stresses the inherent functionality of African art, arguing that, I quote, the more important the function of an object, the more obvious its aesthetic qualities has become. There is a close link between function and beauty, with one supporting the other by promoting its development and the other magnifying the first by enhancing it. Kershach, who was well aware that African sculpture expresses monumentality through its proportions, while being, I quote, generally small in size, rarely exceeding 1 meter and very rarely 1 meter 80, directly advised Melot on the proportions and organization of spaces. The plans of the Museum of Black Civilizations use the circle as their main theme. This circular horizontal form metaphorically translates the idea of the civilization of the universal, for it reminds of the sun whose rays leads to collections representing different African cultures. The communal space of the central ring-shaped patio evokes both the structure of pench and the architecture of the impluvium huts in Casamance. The cone structures covering round rooms might be a nod to astronomical observatories and pyramids in West Sudan. The museum was supposed to include a planetarium in the section dedicated to the environment. The spiral-like forms in the sections, such as African man, are reminiscent of the nautilus shells representing the golden section present in the logo of BHC. In general, we could say that the plan of the museum varies circular themes at different places and levels, thus creating a rhythm in which, to quote Senghor, the effect of the whole is intensified, not without nuances. Likewise, the names of the exhibition sections of the museum, such as Africa Outside of Africa, General History of Black Africa, Africa of the Kingdoms, the influence of Negro arts on Western arts, and Witness Object, or Objet Témoin, translates Senghor's ideas on the mutual cross-fertilization of African and European cultures, as well as Jean Gabu's notion of museum objects as testimonies conveying the emotions and the realities of life. It is clear that the political project of decolonizing Senegal through culture, perhaps due to its inherently contradictory nature, has never been and perhaps could not even be realized at its full scope. At the end of December 1980, Senghor announced his demission and voluntarily relinquished power. His successor, the President Abdou Diouf, had little interest in realizing his culture testament, the Museum of Black Civilizations. The most telling symptom of the political character of Senghor's regime might be the ultimate failure of the funding scheme behind the museum project. Initially, the French president, Giscard d'Estaing, promised to fund 90% of the project, while the remaining 10% were pledged by the Federal Republic of Germany. However, with the election of François Mitterrand in 1981, the Senegalese project was abandoned and gave place to the French large state competitions of grands travaux such as la Grande Arc de la Défense, Parc de la Villette, and Institut du Monde Arabe. It is perhaps the irony of the sort that one of the reasons of the failure of the project of the Museum of Black Civilizations was the withdrawal of funding by the former colonial power. Thierry Melot, whose professional opportunities became restrained in Senegal following Senghor's demission, where I must say often it was like command direct. There was some competition, but it was very much like direct command. So his professional opportunities basically became restrained, relocated to France in the early 1980s, leaving his archives in the office of Roland Deprez and André Diop Deprez. The structural adjustment policies imposed by the International Monetary Fund on Senegal at the end of the 1980s, dismantling and liberalizing the state and privatizing public services, ultimately destroyed most of the cultural and intellectual ambitions of Senghor's presidency. These reforms led to the fact that the communal land in Senegal has been divided into small plots and subplots, sold and privatized, therefore radically limiting the possibility of realizing larger-scale public projects. And yet it is clear that the ambitions of that period failed not only due to an external intervention or unfortunate historical events, but also because of their inherently contradictory nature. After all, it was Sembène Ousmane, the godfather of Senegalese cinema, who formulated perhaps the most scathing critique of post-independent Senegal in his 1973 novel Khala and its 1975 film adaptation. He portrayed the new class of civil servants subservient to French interests as alienated, class-blind, and literally impotent. Therefore, I believe that today only a lucid critical analysis can really pay homage to Senghor's politics of aesthetics and its architecture and urban manifestations. Thank you so much.
Shall I do it here? Let me be in the middle of these wonderful people.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's really It's really a pleasure, and I'm grateful for the invitation to be part of the conference as a discussant of these two great papers on the concept of asymmetric parallelism. I have to offer not so much points to discuss, but comments to propose to expand, or I hope, the discussion. Now that I am emeritus and I've been presented as emeritus, I will just do what very senior scholars do, which is tell anecdotes in a quite quavering voice. So I'll start with an anecdote, but you will see that I'm not totally out of order here. The anecdote is a younger me visiting Les Dents de la Mer, which is Senghor's home on the Corniche of Dakar, and visiting with Senghor, because I'm old enough to have known him, and I am fortunate enough to have benefited from his, I would call it affection even, because he had, that's what he showed me. This is in the late 1980s. He was still returning to Dakar from France and from the French Academy. So he would gather people that he himself appointed to be at the Fondation Senghor, taking care of, in particular, a review, a Senegalese revue de philosophie sénégalaise, and I was a member of that journal. But he would also see me alone to talk about École Normale, classe préparatoire, because somehow I walked in his footsteps and I know exactly the kind of geography, mental, intellectual geography he had in his head when he was younger. That's the kind of relationship we had. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that that day I had a private class on asymmetric parallelism by Senghor himself, showing me on his collection of African art what he understood by asymmetric parallelism. I hope I had revelation to make, but unfortunately, no. Basically, what he told me that day was exactly what you heard in the movie by Laurence and Cher, the fact that it is reprendre le rythme sans que ça soit une reprise. In other words, resume the rhythm without repeating it, without resuming it truly. This idea of rhythm, resuming the rhythm and repeating it without repeating it is basically the definition he gave of asymmetric parallelism. Depending on the different places, he would give different definitions. When it comes to talking about literature, he would see as a literary device, the equivalent of asymmetric parallelism would be parataxis. Parataxis as opposed to syntax. You have just the two members of the phrase juxtaposed, confronting each other in a way without real conjunction, without syntax. That is when it comes to literary devices. And he mentioned that as the style, the style of Africanness and the sign of Africanness. So basically, there is no definition, and he would say as much himself. There is no definition of asymmetric parallelism, and I would propose that reading the two papers and what they have said about it, and what Jana just said about the fact that there was no definition, and you had as many definitions as you had architects or poets or everybody who thought that they were Senghorian and applying his theory, aesthetic philosophy, because there is none. And so I would propose that asymmetric parallelism itself is just an orientation, and that the law that said in 1978, you architects have to do asymmetric parallelism, which was called a law of orientation, une loi d'orientation, was as much orientation as asymmetric parallelism itself. And I think that this is a point that you have made, both of you, which is important. At the same time, you have this kind of head of state who have a law written about the orientation he gives to architecture in his country, one could understand it as some kind of, authoritarianism, something we are experiencing more and more in this world. But it was not. In the same way, when he created or theorized the school of Dakar, L'École de Dakar in art, there was not such a thing as telling the artist, this is what you should be doing. He was too much of a poet and a philosopher to have that kind of authoritarianism, I believe. And then, the importance of rhythm as a definition of asymmetric parallelism. Your two papers are wonderful on explaining that. There are two instances where he defines rhythm. Jana, you have read one definition that is the one he gives first in his very first published essay, Beside Poetry, which was published in 1939, Ce que l'homme noir apporte, and in which he said, he had that paragraph that you presented. And he comes back to it in 1956 in L'Esthétique Négro-Africaine, an essay he published in the journal Diogène, and where he comes back to rhythm. And this is important to insist on, because his idea of rhythm came to him through plastic art, mainly through African sculpture. That is where he first constituted the notion of rhythm, this idea that you have volumes, geometric volumes, anti-mimetic representation of reality, and then they are held together through what he called an ordering force. And this is what he wanted to transfer from sculpture, African sculpture, to architecture, as you have said. And by the way, in his definition, both in 1939 and 1956, it is the same metaphor of rhythm being the architecture of being, except that somehow, wonderfully, between the two definitions, because he repeats the same paragraph almost, because this is, again, asymmetric parallelism. You repeat without repeating. So in the first aspect, what is dominant is the element of shock that you indicate, and this is why also in when he talks about literature and writing, he insists on parataxis, and in the other one, he insists more on spiritualization, the way in which you gather and you put together all these inferior forces so that together they are going to reproduce and to grow, and in the end, reach a form of spiritualization that only belongs to art. And I think that this is something great in the time of reading of Senghor that we are in. And what you say about the civilization of the universal being actually the overarching concept behind, above all these different concepts is, I think, very important. And civilization of the universal and the role it played in Senghor is something that has been well explained by our very good friend, Fred Cooper, sitting here in front of me. And this Senghor is important. And Senghor needs to be read afresh and to be just read. Many people who talk about Senghor have never read him. Many people who have criticized him in particular are English-speaking who do not read French, such as Buell Center. He does not read French at all. And people present Buell Center as having uttered the ultimate criticism, le tigre ne chante pas sa tigritude. Of course, if you say that, you are sure to have all the laughter on your side. But the only thing you miss is the response by Senghor. Nobody, almost, knows the response, except Fred and I. Senghor said, mais mon cher Soyinka, parce que le tigre est une bête. Well, my dear Soyinka, because the tiger is a beast. His answer was a Heideggerian answer. The idea that what distinguishes the human being is that in the human being, his own identity is a question. That is what he answered, but nobody hears that answer. Now, fortunately, it is going to happen because we have two readers, Senghor readers, coming out at the same time, both of them by former students of mine, one of them in Johan Rippert, the other one, Sheikh Cham Calhoun Doyle, whom we almost hired here at Columbia, and Sheikh Fall. Second point, general point, I'm sorry I'm being long, I have to go fast, but all the people do that. Second point, I like what you had to say about Kruma's adoption versus adaptation, and that is very important. It does correspond exactly to what Senghor said about assimiler and non être assimiler. The equivalent of Senghor's adaptation versus adaptation is that you have to assimilate and not be assimilated, and this is something he will repeat, and in particular, anytime he talks about African art or African architecture. And it is important to use those terms because he heard somehow the warning by his brother in negritude, who was Aimé Césaire, a warning that Aimé Césaire uttered during in 1966, during the first Festival of Black Art. You have mentioned the article by Melo, this young architect who came to do his service militaire in Senegal and who stayed and did the work he did. In the article, he mentioned that one should not be imitating the Sudano-Sahelian architecture, although it was considered a model of traditional West African architecture. And I think Melo probably read the warning by Aimé Césaire during that festival when he said that African art is naturally anti-mimesis. It doesn't reproduce reality. It tries to capture what Senghor called the sub-reality or the vital force of the thing. But Aimé Césaire added, the danger is not mimesis, is not imitating Europe, but imitating our own self, being in a state of self-imitation, which is repetition, and you'd be reproducing in a very mechanical way without adaptation, the Sudano-Sahelian model. This is the greatness of Pierre Goudiaby Atepa. I think Piero, as we call him, has done precisely that, used the Sudano-Sahelian model without really repeating it again, le rythme sans la répétition. And for that matter, you have both beautifully presented the CSS, shown the model it was constituting, and what the Bureau d'études Henri Chaumette, the role it played in that. So I have one last point, and which is a question that I want to pose to both of you. The question of the school of architecture. In other words, if I am Senghor and I want to teach asymmetric parallelism, and I want that to be really applied by my architect I want to have a school that teaches that. So I would like to propose, you have both insisted on the date 1971, CICES, the International Trade Fair, International Fair Trade Center, as the beginning of the Senghor years, and 1980, obviously, when he leaves power, as the end of the Senghor years. And you have mentioned that Melo, the architect, wisely leaves in 1980, thinking that, okay, with the departure of Senghor, time for his own emeritus status has come, and he left Dakar then. I would propose the importance of two other dates to both of you. One is 1973, and the other one is 1991. So 1973 is when Senghor wants the School of Architecture to be created in Dakar. L'École d'urbanisme et d'architecture est créée à Dakar. And one important character is going to play a very important role, and I think that in a meeting like this, we should pay homage to his memory, and that is Patrick Dujardin. Patrick Dujardin is one of the founders of the School of Architecture and Urbanism that Senghor wanted badly in 1973, and it was created. And Patrick Dujardin did not belong to the airplane period. He did not even belong to the boat period neither, because he was Senegalese. He became Senegalese. He loved this country, he embraced it, he became Senegalese, and he lived and died, unfortunately, very young, as a Senegalese in 2013. And Patrick Dujardin was someone who, he was a philosopher like yourself. He was an anthropologist as well. And he was a great architect, of course. And what distinguishes him and the work he did was he went with his students. He took the time to visit many different places and different habitats, models, and so on and so forth. And he did great when he himself produced architectural work in Senegal. First, 1995, the Alliance Franco-Sénégalaise of Kaolack, which won the Aga Khan Award. And second, another Alliance Franco-Sénégalaise in 1999, the one in Ziguinchor as well. And when you look at the pictures of what he did, here you have truly, I believe, what Senghor would recognize as asymmetric parallelism. In the motifs, in the rond, which has that are, I'm sure you have in mind many pictures of those alliances, and I would propose that these should be probably shown at one point, or Googled at least, to be presented as what Senghor would have considered asymmetric parallelism. Plus, the work he did with this wonderful restaurant where you should be all going when you are in Dakar, Lagon 2. And Lagon 2 reproduces a few motifs also of what he did with these two alliances. And the reason why I'm mentioning 1991 is that that is when the School of Architecture was closed. And somehow this has been considered as the de-Senghorization phase of culture in Senegal. You know that Abdou Diouf, his successor, has been accused of de-Senghorizing, and which meant also giving free rein to architecture. You don't have to bother anymore with parallelism, asymmetric. You do it whatever you want, and now Dakar is in this verticalization that we see. We have high rise. Very soon it's going to look like Manhattan. So that is a date that is important because of that precisely, except that he won his prize in 95. He did this other good work in 1999, and somehow it was the swan song of the Senghor years. When he won the Aga Khan Prize in 1995, he went to Abdou Diouf, he presented him with the prize, and gave him pictures of the work he had done. And Abdou Diouf was very moved by that, because Abdou Diouf, as you have mentioned, starting in 1971, was working with all these architects, Senghorian architects, Melo in particular, for tourism, etc. And Abdou Diouf was very moved by that, and he told Patrick Dujardin, this is great. I'm sure Senghor would love to see something like this. So what I'm going to do, all these pictures that you gave me, I'm going to put them in a package, and I'm going to write to him a letter in my own handwriting to congratulate him for the work you have done, if you allow me to associate him with your work. And the reason why I know this is that I was there. Last anecdote. I was in another life, while I was still a professor at Cheikh Anta Diop University, the cultural advisor of Abdou Diouf, the socialist president. So I was part of that conversation with Patrick Dujardin, and I could not resist ending on that anecdote. Thank you.
can stay. Don't flee. No, I mean, Patrick Dujarric, actually, this is a really interesting case. I didn't mention it in this paper. Perhaps, I was cutting it to fit the 30 minutes, whatever. But actually, what I did not mention in the paper is that the Musée des Civilisations Noires had to have a whole, exposition of African villages. Because with this, a notion of the civilization of the universal, the musée is, symbolizing the a huge museum for the entire African continent was supposed to include an exterior exhibition of African architecture from all around, meaning mostly the village architecture. And that section was actually prepared based on notebooks of Patrick Dujarric, which then I don't think were published, because then he published the book and so on. But at the time, it wasn't perhaps in publication, but they were in close contact with Melo. So they were preparing this section basically based on his research of the plans of African villages. So he's very much in the project. I mean, all you said was really fascinating. As for the asymmetric parallelism, it's very funny. I could literally make a list of definitions of asymmetric parallelism that different people gave me. I remember André Diop-Depré telling me, oh, it's the African masks, Annie Jouga telling, oh, that's the triangles, I mean, I don't want to misquote, but more or less that. Thierry Melot says that it's basically when he presented the maquette of the urban plan for the Place de l'Indépendance avec a Hotel Indépendance, which was then the facade was kind of destroyed, so it doesn't look like anything interesting now. But that maquette was basically some, I don't know, plexiglass or whatever they used at the time in black and white elements. And it seems he says that he was presenting this maquette to Senghor and some jury of whatever advisors, ministers, I don't know. And then suddenly Senghor exclaimed oh, ça c'est la marche parallèle de deux civilisations européenne, occidentale, and negro-africaine. So this is the parallel march of the two civilizations, the black African and the European Western, and that he basically did this exclamation, seeing these black and white plexiglass, maquette in the plan of the. So again, these are all histories. It's it's super difficult to verify, but that's just to tell how blurry that concept indeed is.
I think that's precisely the point, though. I think I would make the argument that all great philosophical concepts are diffuse. And that's why they're so productive, and it gives us, fodder for thought. And I think what we see in this architectural production in the 60s and 70s into the 80s, and I guess even later, is precisely the fact that these architects are actually trying to grapple with something that is not so loosely defined. That makes it so enormously productive and interesting. The last point you made I found actually incredibly interesting and important to behold, the question about the school of architecture. Isn't it a remarkable contradiction that Senghor and his government go all the way into codifying something, a proposition into law into 1970s, but there's not really an architecture school of any significance until much, much later. And, Zinga, who we heard earlier, and others have recently, done important work on this matter, so I want to underscore that. But, for me, it is actually remarkable that Senghor, who was clearly very interested in using or, understanding architecture as an articulation of his larger cultural philosophy, that there is not an earlier, stronger emphasis on creating an architecture school that would sort of perpetuate this kind of thinking. And, part of that contradiction is also, which I've tried to hint at in my paper, and, Jana made that clear too, that most of the architects who were building for Senghor were actually not Senegalese born. I mean, first of all, there weren't that many around. Jake Ngom was a prominent you know, a counterexample, but that is a strange thing. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on of that. Why there isn't a stronger emphasis on this question of education?
If I actually may, so Sherngom is like, you know, if you look at the birthdays and the dates when they graduate, Sherngom is the generation that's kind of older than Melo. So, and I think he went to École Spéciale with the Senegalese state government fellowship, basically. So there was a tendency to create a generation of Senegalese, you know, black architects. But, you know, when the independence happened, it seems like there, you know, there were just, you know, it was kind of
Very
difficult.
few, yeah. But even after, you know, Ngom came to back to Dakar, he didn't get the big commissions.
Yeah.
I find that really interesting.
No. But still, I mean, very recently, Senegalese architects have paid homage to Cheikh Ngom because they have published together a book on Dakar. There is this wonderful book on Dakar that was published that just came out a couple of weeks ago, and it was celebrated at the Hôtel de Ville. I contributed to the book, and there was this homage to Cheikh Ngom, and I did not realize how many buildings actually in Dakar are built by Cheikh Ngom. He is our Jean Nouvel in a way in Dakar. Yeah.
So we're at the moment where we should be having coffee. So anybody who wants to ask a question that keeps us with coffee, now is the time.
Aussi, André Diop-Desprez et Mélan a enseigné à l'école d'architecture. Et André Diop-Desprez, c'était l'étudiante qui après a rejoint l'atelier.
Okay, thank you very much.
Elle était étudiante, après elle m'a dit André Diop-Desprez. Maintenant, c'est une architecte qui a assez du succès, qui est indépendante. Mais c'est l'ex-épouse de Desprez qui, à l'époque, était l'étudiante qui a rejoint le bureau après. C'est des histoires comme ça.
Thank you so much.
So this exhibition is starting in July. July 5th. Wonderful. During the World Cup.
Huh?
During the World Cup.
Exactly. We could celebrate hopefully Senegal advancing to the finals. Hopefully you'll be able to come. We haven't sent out invitations yet, but the party will be 30th of June or 1st of July. There it goes. That's great. So nice to see you again. How are you?
Would you like some coffee or something?
Thank you so much. Fred? Do you want us to sit here also, or is it more of a final concluding
I was doing
comments?
it so I could have the tape balers at the table. But I could sit here.
Yeah, but I mean, do you want the speakers to join here, up here, or do you want to?
I think it might be better for them to be
in the room. Yes?
Yeah,
I
not
think so
to
too.
put everybody in the spotlight for the
I
whole
agree.
time.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. And then after, maybe we just have a round.
But I don't care whether I speak from here
Oh,
or
the
there.
table is great. I love it.
No, I do need the.
You need
I
the
do have a
clicker,
couple
then
of
you keep it
images.
here. Oh no, I mean.
Well, the clicker's portable, isn't it? But
This
somebody
clicker is
should
really-
get up.
I know we've had some girl behind us this whole time.
Relevant PowerPoint.
It's the right. It's here. It is. Ready?
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah, but maybe.
So this is the pointing. You point this way and this is the front.
This is forward and this is
But
back.
you have to point it at this because it's this machine.
Uh-huh.
Hey. Oh, there it is. That's the point. Yeah, it's not
Doesn't
great.
go very well. Maybe I need to
Maybe
be
if you
closer.
stand, yeah. This is that's not so. You know what? Okay, it's this way. Oh, so you have to point it this way, but this is back. That's so weird.
Oh, I see.
That's so weird. That's forward,
Okay.
and that's back. We're just trying to make it more difficult.
Okay.
Okay.
can use this to other slides.
This is the advance. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes it easier.
Okay. It's our great pleasure to welcome Frederick Cooper to give some closing remarks on the day's presentations. Frederick Cooper is a professor emeritus of history at New York University. He specializes in the history of Africa, of colonialism, and of empire. He previously taught at Harvard University and the University of Michigan. Cooper is the author of, well, so many books. I'm going to name a few of them. A trilogy of books on labor and society in East Africa called Decolonization in African Society, The Question of Labor in French and British Africa from 1996, Africa Since 1940, The Past and the Present, 2002, and a second edition, 2019, Colonialism in Question, Theory, Knowledge, and History, a pivotal book, 2005. Africa in the World, Capitalism, Empire, and Nation States from 2014. Citizenship, Inequality, and Difference, Historical Perspectives from 2018. His most recent work, Post-Imperial Possibilities, Eurasia, Eurafrica, and Afro-Asia, written in collaboration with Jane Burbank and published in 2023, studies the history of three transcontinental political projects that were designed to mitigate the imperial legacies of inequality and to offer alternative routes out of empire. Frederick Cooper is also the co-author with Thomas Holt and Rebecca Scott of Beyond Slavery, Exploration of Race, Labor, and Citizenship in Post-Emancipation Societies, and with Jane Burbank, Empires in World History, Power, and the Politics of Difference. It's an extreme pleasure to welcome you, Fred.
Thank you, Ralph, for that generous introduction. Ralph and Lucia, in their wisdom, asked somebody who knows nothing about architecture or architectural history to comment on this final session. And I very much would like to thank them for giving me this unearned opportunity. This conference differs from many that I've attended in that all the papers were excellent. And I don't know if it's because architects actually have to make buildings and architectural historians have to talk about the making of specific buildings, but there's a kind of down-to-earth and specific quality about these papers that's missing in so much of the discourse in the social sciences and the humanities. So it's been an instructive and pleasurable experience for me to be part of this session today. Now, while I do not have any methodological or professional experience that's relevant, I have spent quite a bit of time in Dakar, starting in 1986. But my research there was concentrated in the dusty National Archives of Senegal, which at that time were in the ground floor of the Building Administratif. They've said the archives have since moved to new headquarters. This is not an anodyne location to mention at a conference on architecture. It is, as you see, a huge building, a dozen stories tall, with the rectilinear lines common in post-World War II architecture. It was built in 1953, at a time when French colonial policy was moving towards what one might call developmental colonialism, a large expansion of the interventionist capacity of the state, and intended to bolster both the French imperial economy and the standard of living of Africans. That meant a substantial increase in the size of the bureaucracy and attempts to bring more Africans into positions of responsibility. One can imagine civil servants looking down from the building administrative as they did their daily work. Many of the people who lived in the CCOP discussed by Greg would have worked in the building administrative. They were not working for Senegal, but for the Government General of French West Africa, ROF. Senegal's capital was, in 1953, not Dakar, but Saint Louis. It moved to Dakar in 1957. Dakar was the capital of ROF, not of Senegal. That means that the kind of imagination that was going into how the building industry was going to be used was, you might say, imperial. It was not specific to a place. Now, many Africans, including Léopold Sédar Senghor, were also thinking in terms not of a Senegalese nation, and I'm talking about the 1950s, but in federalist terms, moving slowly perhaps towards some kind of federation or confederation on an African or a transcontinental scale. That was the perspective that was at the heart of the opposition in French West Africa to French colonial rule as it then was. And this breadth of vision is, I think, important to the kinds of things we're talking about today. When I first went to Dakar in 1986, the building administrative was far from the kind of structure that one might imagine as integrating into urban life. Quite the contrary. It had an imposing entrance, which was heavily policed, and everyone entering had to produce an ID to get in. Decades later, the building was renovated by the Senegalese government, reopening in 2019 as the building administrative Mamadou Dia. Now, herein lies a story. The building physically embodies, in steel, literally in steel and concrete, a complex history of the French attempt to revitalize imperialism after World War II, followed by attempts by Senghor and others to build an African federation, whose capital would have been in Dakar, and eventually to Dakar becoming the capital of the Senegalese state. So it is in 1960 that after the catastrophic failure of the Mali Federation that incorporated the French Sudan and Senegal, that was the kind of the limited end of Senghor's federalist hopes. After the catastrophic failure of that in August of 1960, that's when Senegal became a national project and not an African project. Although Senghor remained true in lots of ways to thinking of what his vision was an African one, but he was constrained at that point to be operating with institutions that were national. The name change of the building administrative in 2019 seems to make amends, but in reality it covers up a key episode in the history of the independent Senegalese state. Senghor in 1960 became president of Senegal. His prime minister was Mamadou Dia, who had been his comrade in arms for the previous years in the struggle against colonial rule. But in 1962, Senghor not only fired Mamadou Dia, but put him in prison. And he stayed there for 12 years. So this plaque that you see here conceals a very important part of the history of Senegal as an independent republic, the other event of 1962 is it began a period of a single-party state in Senegal. So we're talking, if you want to go back to 1940, to 1953 with the building administrative, go to 219. There's a lot in between that's relevant to any consideration of how you want to think about and represent an environment that people are living in Dakar. On my first trip to Dakar in 1986, my wife and I lived in a studio apartment in another icon of post-World War II architecture, the building Maginot, which those of you who've been there undoubtedly recognize is a very striking building between its height and also that kind of arcade-like structure on the bottom, which are typical of colonial era architecture. Well, we lived, I don't know, 6th floor or something like that, and in there for several months. Now, Maginot, after whom the building was made, is known for the Maginot Line, which was supposed to protect France against German invasion after World War I, and you saw how successful that was. But anyway, we were told in 1986 that the building had been renamed the Building Guisset, and I tried to find any record of that on the web, but Google didn't produce anything that I could see, so I'm not even sure that's true. But there was apparently some attempt to Africanize the building Maginot. But if you look on Google, it's still building Maginot. That will produce results. Well, I see in these buildings an historical context that is useful. And Zinga, in her presentation this morning, used the term typology, and she was suggesting that one should think of a typology of architectural forms. And something like the building Maginot or the building administrative are certainly part of that typology, and they represent something that's really quite important for the post-war history, which is a model of change, including a model of Africanizing that is explicitly Eurocentric and posits a vision of modernization that Senegalese should profit from, but a vision that is based on Europe, and as you're seeing, it's literally in iron and concrete. But as her paper and others today make clear, the typology is a broad one. At the same time that this vision of what a modern city is supposed to look like is being constructed, there were people, both Africans and sympathetic Europeans, who were, including architects, who were thinking of alternative visions of cultural change and cultural interaction. But also at the same time, there was a big wave of migration into Dakar from the hinterland of Senegal and from other parts of West Africa too, of people who had to improvise wherever they were to live, faced not just with the meagerness of resources available to them, but with the fact that the state was trying to push precisely those people to peripheral areas so there would be less visible parts of the urban environments. So some of Nzinga's photos that we saw show in a single image a foreground of what were colloquially known as huts or kas, but built out of whatever materials people could find against the high-rise architecture that was part of Dakar's landscape, both during and after the colonial period. So the contrasts that we've seen in all the images displayed in the papers today is not only quite striking, the differences, but it's interrelated. It's not just a juxtaposition. It's an interrelation that we're talking about. The society that was being forged by the post-colonial as well as the colonial state was differentiated, hierarchical, and segregated. and the segregation, this differentiation was part of the built environment, and persists not just because the buildings persist, but because some of the ideas behind them persist. The papers of Jana and Martino made direct reference to Senghor's phrase of 1978, asymmetric parallelism. And that was the major focus of discussion at our last session. And I'd like to continue that with my historian's bent, because I think it has two quite important significances. One is chronological. The basic idea in Senghor's phrase of 1978 was actually suggested by him in 1945. Actually in a chapter that Suleiman Bashir Jian alluded to but didn't give a date. But the date is 1945. And the book where Senghor used the phrase that Bashir quoted was entitled La Communauté Impériale Française. That's the title of the book in which it appeared. His co-authors were somebody from France and somebody from Indochina. Senghor's chapter was entitled Vue sur l'Afrique noire ou assimiler non être assimilé. And that last phrase is what Bashir quoted. So this is 1945 in a book called La Communauté Impériale Française. Actually, there's an echo in Bashir's recent book, Universalisé, of this title, in that Bashir chose to use a verb in the form of an infinitive, universalisé, and he meant to contrast it with the adjective universal. So he wanted to emphasize that universalizing is a process, not something that one describes. And I think Senghor is making the same point when he uses assimiler as a verb, and he means to adapt critically. Again, a phrase that's been used today, rather than just to adopt something wholesale. And so one sees that Senghor is using in 1945 this phrase, and you can see the line that leads to his asymmetrical parallelism in 1978. In between, you're seeing a complex history. But in 1978, he's saying this question is still open. It hasn't been decided whether Senegalese people are going to assimilate or be assimilated, and it's up to them to take action to go in a constructive way. Now, the phrase imperial community of the book's title was not, at this time, an oxymoron, but it was the key to understand what Senghor was up to, and his demand for what in 1945 he called imperial citizenship. That is, that Africans should have the full rights of any French citizen. And what's interesting in particular in today's context is that what Senghor was arguing for in 1945 was to take the citizenship law that applied to Dakar, Saint-Louis, Gorée, and Rufisque, the quatre communes, and make it general for all of French Africa. So the people of direct reference were already experiencing and working with a form of French citizenship. Now, Senghor was in the fall of 1945 elected to the Assemblée Nationale Constituante in Paris, and he played a very vocal and I think quite influential role in the writing of the Constitution of the Fourth French Republic, which ended up including the provision of citizenship that was similar, that was based on the quatre communes version, which meant that French African citizens would have the rights of the citizen without having to come under the French Civil Code the way the citizens of European France did. So affairs of marriage and succession, et cetera, could be regulated under different regimes, including Islamic law or what was called customary law in Africa, in African France. So this was written into the Constitution. No one can argue about all the limits this has had. It was far from an equal exercise of citizenship, by no means. But as long as one thinks, as I think one should, of citizenship as a claim-making concept, then its importance is quite acute, and it became a basis for a great deal of politics in the ensuing years. Africans could then make claims, including claims to housing, or claims to participation in decisions about cultural as well as economic affairs. And in that sense, when one is talking about what is going to be built for whom, these concepts are quite germane. Well, the imperial community of 1945, that's a phrase that very rapidly dropped out of use. The word imperial has certain connotations that quickly became problematic. But by 1960, we end up with the national community. But the road between them, as I've been suggesting, was not a straight one. And issues of urban planning, housing, public buildings were all had to be discussed in relationship to a community whose boundaries were not clear and were contested. The imperial community, the Dakar community, African community, in the Pan-African sense, all these were possibilities that were in play during the decades after 1945. And the uncertainty about how the body of people who could consider themselves citizens, I think is important to considering what you mean by asymmetrical parallelism. Who is going to be included in these categories, and hence all the debates about whether one should talk about Sudano-Sahelian style or some other kind of unit in relationship to what is conceived of as European. All these you're talking about concepts that are being contested at this time. The second focus I'd like to bring to asymmetrical parallelism is the word asymmetrical. Senghor clearly was talking about interaction, but he was not naive enough to think that interaction occurred on a level playing field. Much of the literature on colonialism uses the word domination. It is often, and domination is often contrasted with equality. And some scholars would like to emphasize bottom-up agency, like to talk about negotiation. But I think both domination and negotiation are problematic terms in colonial studies. The first doesn't take into account the weakness of colonial institutions on the ground. And the second, negotiation, misses what the actual power dynamics were. In a situation in which some people had limited power, but their power was not zero. And it's this not zero that is, I think, the point that the term asymmetry is very helpful in making us think about. And that is, and I think all of that came out in a lot of the specifics that were being talked about today. The presentations take us back to the early colonial period, including Stephen's juxtaposition of early 20th century edifices, like the Governor General's Palace in Dakar, contrasted to the style of the pavilion in the Exposition Coloniale in Marseille with its pseudo-Sudanic style, as if the French audience needed a lesson in Orientalism and the African audience needed a it is revealing that some of the most striking examples of an explicitly colonial architecture, like the train station or the Marché Carmel, have recently been renovated by the Senegalese government. I'm glad that Nzinga included Pekin within her purview. For this zone is where where people with the fewest resources had to invent something for themselves, and they had to do it with a particular inventiveness. Gerard Salem has argued that the very insecurity of land tenures in such areas as Pekin made politicized people, because they had to. They couldn't rely on a land title and a court of law to defend their access to housing. They had to depend on political relationships. Now, these relationships were often of a patron-client type rather than the citizenship politics we all love and like to participate in. But nonetheless, this is a kind of politics that was directly about issues like access to land, access to housing, access to water, access to all the kinds of necessities that the built environment requires. Another category of people, including some of my Senegalese friends, built houses north of the old airport in Yoff or Parcelles Assainies, where people built a house one room or one story at a time, often over many years, advancing a little when money from savings or remittances from relatives in Europe came in. And I think other social scientists would be eager to learn the kind of the architectural history of this kind of housing. That's it's en dur. It's often of people with secure employment or well established in Senegal. But what are the specifics of this kind of architecture? It seems to me at least as interesting a question as that of the great buildings that are built downtown. And we heard today about the specifics of neighborhoods, the Medina, the Plateau, Pekin, and we've also heard a lot about the labeling of what goes on in them, where there's something that's called a case or a maison, and that. But then the next question is the specifics of what is built. I was quite struck by a picture that Greg showed of a dining room table and a refrigerator, and I think that I think should inspire people to think, what does it mean to have this in your house, and what does it mean not to have it, which is the case of many people in the greater Dakar area. Now, Lucia and Greg have focused particularly on a period which has been the focus of my own research in France and Senegal, the 1940s and 1950s. This was the period, as I've said before, of challenge and uncertainty, where the possibilities of reinforcing colonial rule by orienting it towards a little more development, a little more political inclusion, both came to an unexpected, for in Paris and London, unexpected ends. These papers show that colonial officials had ideas about social structure and how they wanted it to evolve. And that these ideas, again, show a certain degree of creativity and a certain degree of constraint. Lucia asks, what kind of historical experiment did the air forms constitute? But if officials were trying to mold a society the way one molded an air form, they would find that they couldn't. But they could still accomplish something. They could convince themselves that they could abandon the direct rule over colonies and think that Africans would still be bound by and would accept social norms, including their material manifestation, so that they would participate in the global capitalist economy and a system of international relations that was predictable, and if not what Europeans most wanted, at least it was something they could live with. This change of thinking was a necessary step towards decolonization, but it not lead to the kind of world that architects like economists and labor inspectors were trying to devise. Greg makes a related point. CCOP was intended for a specific niche in an emerging colonial society, civil servants or salaried workers, whose income came from mechanisms French officials thought they understood, thought they could predict. They could predict that these people would pay the rent. And they thought that their lifestyles would be appropriate to the kinds of spaces that were being constructed for them. He shows that Africans acquired an interest in preserving something of that vision, especially when it provided a degree of material comfort and social status, but not its totalizing aspect, not necessarily in family structure or in living off a wage income. So chronological specificity is part of what our papers today brought out of what some of the architects in the symbolic sense of the term as well as the literal sense had in mind, but not necessarily what they could achieve. And the story is a nonlinear one. Greg, in particular, emphasized what you might call a rise and fall narrative. That what was really important in the early years of CCOP was that it had an image of progress and a sense of possibility that the people who lived in these houses latched onto and became attached to. And then he points out to how difficult it came to be to maintain that. And hence you go from an image of progress to an image of nostalgia and a different kind of thinking about it. This leads me to talk a bit about another term that appears in the title of this conference, architectural modernity. Now, it appeared mainly in the title, but not a whole lot in the discussion. And I'm not entirely surprised by that. I think the most specific use of the term was a quotation from Senghor in his 1978 intervention, where he referred to integrating African ways of doing things with what he called the demands of modernity. Now, this makes modernity sound like kind of a physical object that you have to deal with, and there's a lot to that. How are you going to deal with a dense city like Dakar? It cannot be the same way that you deal with a Serere village. So that's one meaning that the term has. Otherwise, it's not clear what it means. Maybe a kind of general reference to the here and now. You have one modernity in 1912, another modernity in 2025. Or the sense of being with it, being au courant, or getting away from the traps of tradition, or maybe it means, I think, an important meaning that we do have to confront is that what it means is Europeanization, that it really is the European model gives you a definition of what modernity looks like, and then that you're supposed to follow. And I think that's a definition that, while we don't like it, we have to take it. We take it seriously. And then, as in Greg's paper, the image of the promise of progress. That is probably the most appealing meaning. But then we have to take the point in question of what happens when those promises were not fulfilled. I won't dwell on this too much because I've written about it elsewhere. But I think that modernity is extremely interesting as a native category and not very useful as a social science category. But anyway, the papers that we heard today were admirably located in time, place, and materiality. They refused linear chronology. They did not assume that social variables all work together, that family structure, secularism, and market economy don't have to go together, which is one of the essence of modernization theory. And in that way, I think we have very productive analyses of the specifics of how people live. Now, in their session, Martino and Jana focused not just on architecture, but on architects. And an obvious characteristic of influential architects who tried to make architecture more Senegalese was that they were French, and this came up in the last session, which is not to. I don't mean this as a critical comment, but as an observation about what you might say is the material conditions of economic life in a post-colonial country. The perspective that the architects that were talked about was African in the broad sense of the word, which is consistent with Senghorian thought. Things like the triangular symbols go back not just to Sudano-Sahelian architecture, but to the Egyptian pyramids, and all that is making the point that Senghor wanted to emphasize. And while Martino mentioned the word authenticity and the name of Mobutu, I think one should make an inference. One should be careful about how one does that, which to my mind exposes the vacuousness of the concept of authenticity. Mobutu talked about it while selling out his country to multinational capital. And what is authenticity seems to me to go against everything that Senghor was trying to say. A complex, interactive view of the world has as much authenticity as any kind of, and more arguably, than any kind of purist notion of any kind of reification of authenticity might have. But the real point that came up in the discussion just now was about education, about schooling, and again here you have a rise and fall narrative, an attempt to fund an architecture school that is then disbanded when times got harder or the governing elite got less inclined in that direction. But what interests me about it is not just the training of elite architects who are going to build impressive public edifices, but of architects who are doing the nitty-gritty work of designing buildings that aren't going to fall down, or water delivery systems that will actually deliver water. And how are these people being trained? And to what extent is one creating a category of architects that's self-sustaining, self-reproducing? So that seems to me something that we might want to think about more. In the end, asymmetrical parallelism was not just a confrontation of Africa and Europe, but of the visionary and the material. Houses, office buildings, conference centers, and schools had to come into existence with all their material realities and constraints to correspond to obtainable, affordable material, to respond to problems of scale in a population becoming increasingly numerous and dense, to meet the constraints of a specific environment. All the papers confront in one way or another attempts to change Africa, be it in the civilizing mission of the colonizers or the developmental politics of the final years of colonial regime, and the national variant on developmentalism after independence. Senghor tried to argue that there was not necessarily a clash between European and African ideas of a better future, but rather a complementarity, but a complementarity that one had to work on. And one had to work both with and against the asymmetry which the interaction necessarily entailed. What the papers today have accomplished, and which social scientists and historians have not necessarily done very well, is to examine the materiality of these issues, how the particularity of ways of doing things, whether seen as continuity or transformation, was inscribed in concrete or in pieces of wood and tin. And thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a discussion of all of today's endeavors. I'm happy. I think we should have a discussion of everything. I'm happy to stay here.
You have the microphones there. I'll pass around. You go and I will pass around.
I think I know who designed the movie, but no. I can't remember his name, but Cheno Verona. They did the music, the whole. At least they designed some. Thank you.
Yeah. I think we might be good with Martino.
Oh, yeah.
We can move. We can fit. Martino.
Martino to the service desk. Martino, clean up on aisle 5.
But I just wanted to say one thing, which is that thank you so much for this very lucid reading of all of our papers. Not at all naive, not at all unqualified, and you have identified this tick that we architectural historians have, which is that you can't say modernism anymore, and you don't want to say but modernization because that's very specific, and so you just kind of wave at modernity. But of course, you're absolutely right that it's not an actor's category, and that's not really our category. We just meant, 20th century.
It's like a big it's like a big purse.
Exactly. It's a kind of bad, but correct.
What a sociologist friend of mine calls a placeholder.
Yes, it's a placeholder. Thank you. So there's a question.
So thank you for wonderful discussion. Two unrelated, very quick comments, because this is on the oblique for me. It's not my specialty at all. But one is that as a comparatist, it really is hard to find. There is this elephant in the room, which is there are no good paradigms of comparatism. And that's something that seems to me we have to take on board. Style categories, genre categories, historical periodizations, they all, for me, have to be worked on as translational in relation to their languages. And so that's just a general side comment. But I think I've seen this a lot in literary studies, and it seems to be a problem for any of these biennials that have a kind of global perspective. There's something really just unavoidably hard. There's a fact that there's just no good paradigm that doesn't tilt asymmetrically in one way or another. And the other question is really, Martino and Jana, but this question of fabric and weave. And it made me think that I just want to hear perhaps a little bit more about this, because there was the sculptural element, of course, but there's something about, especially now since we're in a kind of craft-oriented moment, there's a massive reinvestment and discovery of just what's been going on from feminism and needlework to what kind of expressions, the mixture of labor, repair, the histories of cloth. I was looking recently at Kader Attia's work on stitching. He stitches to buildings. So this whole element of the reparative. I know we can go overboard with this. That's another, in a sense, rabbit hole with reparativity everywhere. But it seems to me that there's a legacy historically of some kind of repair work going on. But God knows how you would start with that. I mean, I'm not saying it's deterministic, that you can say there's a thematic connection between the attention to fabric and weave and cloth and then to building design. I don't think it's causal. I think it's, but it seems more than incidental too, and you all mentioned that. So that's another question.
I mean, I would say something to that. What you made me think was of sort of bringing together the parallels between what Jenna and Martina were talking about and the development of art schools in Senegal at the time, because one of the biggest foci for them was textiles. And so there was and up in Chess, their textile making still is a major industry, and it's a major way of training people. And it seems to me, thinking about the not just textile production, but the ornamentation on CSIS. You know, all of those things are coming out of this, I would call francophone, sort of way of thinking about what modern art is in Senegal in the 1960s. And it seems to me that, and you would know this better than I do, that it's filtering into how one then thinks of a wall, or how one thinks of, you know, the CSIS has those really amazing sort of circles that air passes through, those kinds of things. That are there these sort of relations to how people are thinking of cloth? Because there is a whole, you know, school where people are thinking about this and making them, and it becomes the art object that Senegal is perhaps best known for at that moment.
And also, so you mentioned the tapisserie de Thiès, obviously, but, you know, I always find it, Mary says it's too much graduate student, but I find it like fascinating to what extent like this focus on fabrics actually relates to something like, you know, the role of fabric in like architecture with someone like Zemper, you know, and the definition of, and the you know, the heart of the colonial exhibition and so on. So I find it's like, you know, the fact that you're using you refer to textiles in architecture, it's not like innocent. It's already like heavily charged in many ways. And then obviously, you know, even today, like the traditional, I mean, if you look into fashion, I mean, Senegalese, they're like, even nowadays, like when you go to Senegal and you think like, what are you going to bring home? Well, there's not that much things to buy. Actually, what you can buy is generally fabrics. It's pagnemanjac, it's fashion, it's everything that's this. That's what I think, that's why Melos is the sens de la splendeur, you know, this kind of a very distinct like lifestyle oriented things. And the fabrics, the traditional weaving, there's actually one place in Marché Coloban where the Manjak community is doing the weaving, where I'm buying my scarves. And it's like extremely beautiful forms of textiles. And then the traditional symbolism in African cultures, like, you know, like Pagne Baoulé, Pagne Manjak, like every ethnic group, like having its distinct, like, you know, symbolic fabric that, you know, are the gifts that are being given, like from childhood and you know, stuff like that. And that obviously in this kind of, then they were pushed away by the wax and the import of, you know, Chinese fabrics and stuff. So now they're kind of surviving in this kind of, you know, minority. But that's definitely, for me, like, if I just like personally, I want to build a collection of pines, so I'm definitely obsessed by that.
Yeah.
And there's an essay when Augustin sets up a company. I mean, my knowledge of Senghor is minuscule, but I was reading the English translation, and that one of those essays just struck me. So that was also sort of francophone. It was a French collaboration with Senegal.
I mean, I think what, you know, you made an interesting observation in terms of textile being, you know, a craft. And I think we were talking more about sort of the ornamental, the pattern, the rhythm, but the geometry, which is, of course, naturally appealing to architects. But I think your observation about it being craft is precisely interesting because of what you were saying. I'm thinking about this. I even said that. It's basically an architectural scaffolding clad with, you know, so this metaphorical understanding also of textiles as a you know, a cladding or a crafting up of an abstract architectural scaffolding, I find, you know, productive. So,
but administratively, you're onto something, because the art school was split into two parts. So there were the plastic arts, and then there were textiles. They were two separate things, two separate parts of a bigger body. And so there was this knowledge or this consideration of perhaps what we wouldn't necessarily call art and craft, but there was something to this distinction between what was plastic and what was more homegrown, indigenous. And that came under textile, where, you know, in the art school, people were brought from France to teach the plastic arts, where they were not brought in to teach textiles. And so there is that distinction.
I was going to answer, or try to answer, the question of comparatism. I mean, I agree there's no good paradigms, but so the case of Dakar, let's say, the case of Senegal, offers a history of that deficiency a little bit, and also lessons in differentiation. And this is what Fred was saying throughout. And so basically the history of this failure, and in the case of housing, which is what I was sort of researching, you would think of all categories that would have been universalized and internationalized in the middle of the 20th century, this would have happened. But in fact, the differentiation that happens, even with the same words, you know, logement, habitat, mortgage, these things that we think of as highly technological responses to modernization, whatever, basically on the ground, they correspond to completely different dynamics and uses. And that's a useful, it's not a new paradigm of comparison, but it offers a lesson in having to compare, including the fact that the internationals in architecture were very francophone. So it's two different ideas of what is going to be a globalizable architectural unit, fighting it out. So it's that failure has a history, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe just to build off on that, I mean, I was just for the grad course and teaching, kind of reading Ann Stoller's work, where like comparison also as an object of analysis that was critical to the imperial project and the post-imperial, that these administrators are constantly comparing techniques and technologies. And you're seeing the same thing in post-war, I mean, pre-war housing as well, but certainly in post-war, there's this explosion of these international conferences that are making the explicit comparisons. But then what's interesting is that also boils down to the residents. The residents, whether explicitly or kind of implicitly in the way that they're framing themselves, are part of the promise of modernization is because it's comparative to. Right, and this way is kind of also building on what Fred was saying, that citizenship as a claim-making process is comparing these workers' claims during the strike in '46 is comparing the cheminot of West Africa to the cheminot in France. So this modernization is itself inherently, as a native category, a comparative one. So I mean, so again, it doesn't really help the answer of what is a framework for us to do comparison, but thinking of comparison as a critical mechanism in kind of this, in kind of the creation of the colonial city and the post-colonial city, not just for planners, but also for kind of people remaking the spaces.
Yeah, and I wonder if we should be following around the people who were doing the work, because people moved from one colony to another colony to another colony to another colony. Yeah. And so I think, you know, I was thinking about this today, tracking those people. Yeah. Where were they working when? You know, Rome came from Indochina, came to West Africa, went back to Indochina. You know, Declan was in Indochina, you know, talked about, you know, came to West Africa, was up, you know, was in the south of France. They were all moving around. And so what would happen? What would come out if we actually started following these people, many of whose names we, you know, aren't household names? It's not Le Corbusier, right? So we're not looking, right? But what happens if we start following these officials around the empire? What kind of work can come out of that?
There's this amazing picture. There's this amazing. There's this picture of François Mitterrand as like a young person in one of the special issues of colonial architecture. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. It's whatever the guy is, the director, the governor general was, and then the next page over, François Mitterrand as, you know, as the secretary of something. So that's where he ended up.
But I think you're right that it has to transcend the francophone world. I mean, like the Rockefeller Foundation becomes like, this is an archive that we should be looking at for where these kind of comparisons are being made. I mean, and this is kind of the work on kind of socialist, like Eastern European architects in Ghana. In the middle, it's, you know, the Senegal-France relationship is, you know, it's a big one, but it's not exclusive. That we're limited by only looking at francophone connections.
I think mine is more of a comment, but maybe it will elicit some questions. Something I was thinking about all day as we did this deeper genealogy of asymmetric parallelism, I was thinking about Krista Thompson's work on Shine
Oh, yeah, yeah.
in, a diaspora